Chapter 2032. Deep within a certain earth trench in Central Continent, Calamity Luck Altar quietly floated in the air. There were tall and steep cliffs on both sides. Below it was a bottomless abyss. Calamity Luck Altar gave off a faint light. Its aura was not concealed at all. Any beast that tried to invade it would be chased away by it. And in the cliffs, there was a huge cave that Fairy Myrtle and the rest had created. Purple light flickered in the cave. A wisdom path formation was set up. Fairy Myrtle sat in the center, while Old Man Genuine sat in a supporting position. On one hand, he used human path methods to cooperate with Fairy Myrtle. On the other hand, he had control over a portion of the immortal formation to guard against Bing Sai Chuan. After all, this was the first time these two sides were cooperating. They could not be too careful. At the periphery of the formation, there were also several formation cores. Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and Ing Wuxia were in the formation cores. They were the most crucial clues. Purple light flickered, rising and falling like tides. After a long while, Fairy Myrtle slowly opened her eyes, stopping this wisdom path immortal formation. The overflowing purple aurora gradually dissipated. How is it? Bing Sai Chuan's question came from Calamity Luck Altar. Fairy Myrtle shook her head, sighing, "There is still some way to go. But this method is definitely effective. These three have signed an alliance agreement with Fang Yuan. They are the closest. As long as we capture more similar Gu Immortals, we will be able to deduce Fang Yuan's exact location." The formation was dismantled. The Gu worms flew back into Fairy Myrtle's immortal aperture. Ing Wuxia and the rest stood up. Bai Ningbing smiled lightly. "This is not difficult. During the Fate War, Fang Yuan did not just send us, he also sent a large number of Transformation Path Gu Immortals." He Lulan added, "According to what I know, these Transformation Path Gu Immortals were recruited by Fang Yuan after he annexed an immemorial Grotto Heaven. After the Destiny Formation, Fang Yuan disappeared and his whereabouts are unknown. These people are now scattered all over the Zhongzhou state." Ing Wuxia shook his head. "But these Transformation Path Gu Immortals do not have a close relationship with Fang Yuan. We should find Lady White Rabbit and Fairy Miaoyin. These two are crucial people, second only to us." Fairy Myrtle had finally collected all the Gu worms used to set up the formation. She did not have formation flag Gu or similar methods. Every time she collected the formation, she would have to dismantle the formation. It was quite troublesome. She looked at Calamity Luck Altar that had been guarding at the side. "Then why don't we split into two groups and search for White Rabbit and Miaoyin? If you encounter Fang Yuan's transformation path, Gu Immortals along the way, you can act accordingly." Bing Sai Chuan's reply came from Calamity Luck Altar. "Sure. We still need to communicate more about our future cooperation." Fairy Myrtle nodded. "Of course." Even though this cooperation was small in scale and took a short time, it had a huge significance. Both sides started to trust each other. Thus, Calamity Luck Altar took away He Lulan, while Bai Ningbing and Ing Wuxia stayed with Fairy Myrtle. The two sides continued to move separately. Immemorial Two Heavens. Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven. "Fairy Crescent Moon, are you not surrendering even in death?" Xiao Hejian, Lady Cold Ash, and the rest looked down at the dying Gu Immortal in the ruins. Fairy Crescent Moon had rank 8 cultivation level. She was the owner of Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven. She had the terrain advantage, but she could not fight against so many enemies. She was on her last breath now. She spat, her face filled with hatred. "You bunch of bandits, my Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven stands aloof from worldly affairs. We did not provoke you at all, nor do we have any grand ambitions. I will not surrender to you." "Then go and die." Lady Cold Ash was already impatient. She pointed with her finger as a gray rainbow shot out, piercing through Fairy Crescent Moon. Lady Cold Ash hooked her sleeves. Fairy Crescent Moon's soul flew into her hands along with the gray rainbow. "This is a rank 8 Gu Immortal soul. Devouring her is much more effective than devouring the soul core. It is also easier to absorb. Lady Cold Ash was spectral soul, but he had deceived the entire Wu Shui alliance. Xiao Hejian looked at her plainly. Lady Cold Ash, you were the vanguard in this battle. You slaughtered countless people and collected a vast number of mortal souls, as well as many Gu immortal souls. These are your spoils of war, but this rank 8 soul was specially taken care of by Lord Alliance Leader. You cannot keep it for yourself. Spectral Soul was slightly stunned. He smiled as he handed this rank 8 soul to Xiao Hejian. Since Alliance Leader wants it, how can I dare to keep it? He snorted coldly in his mind. I will give this to you for now. In the future, I will settle all our debts with you. Xiao Hejian nodded in satisfaction. He received Fairy Crescent Moon Soul and consoled Lady Cold Ash. Let's go. Let the others clean this place. Follow me to meet Alliance Leader and report the entire battle situation. I can finally get close to Wu Shui. This is a good chance. Spectral Soul heard this, and his heart shook. However, when the two immortals arrived at Dragon Palace, they only saw Wu Shuai's while sitting on the main seat. After Wu Shuai's heard the report, he praised. Lady Cold Ash contributed the most in this attack on Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven. Not bad, work hard. It is our duty to work for Alliance Leader. Lady Cold Ash was very disappointed, but she had a smile on her face. All right, all of you can leave now. In the future, you will be rewarded according to your contributions. Wu Shuai's waved his hand. The two left Dragon Palace. Spectral Soul was still unresigned. It is such a pity that I could not see Alliance Leader in person. Xiao Hejian glanced at her, feeling some disdain for Lady Cold Ash's character. She was still trying to flatter Alliance Leader when he was not present. He said plainly, Do you think Lord Alliance Leader is someone you can meet whenever you want? To resolve the crisis of the Qi harvest fruit, he has been in closed cultivation in Dragon Palace. We only need to follow Alliance Leader's orders. Yes. Xiao Hejian's expression eased. He patted Lady Cold Ash's shoulder. Do your job well and follow me. One day you will be able to climb up and play an important role in the Alliance. I will need to rely on Lord's guidance for all of this. Spectral Soul put on a show, but internally he was planning when he could secretly capture this Xiao Hejian as well. It's good that you understand. Xiao Hejian smiled as he walked ahead. He joined the Alliance because of Qi Ju's true inheritance. He was alone and was constantly suppressed by Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the others. But Xiao Hejian's strength surpassed ordinary rank 8s. He gradually gained a foothold in the Alliance and slowly gained some Gu Immortals as his subordinates. Lady Cold Ash's performance in the recent battles was very outstanding. She displayed incredible battle strength. Even though she was a pure human, Xiao Hejian wanted to recruit her. On the other side, Granny Skeleton requests an audience. The doorman shouted. Granny Skeleton walked into the hall and saw Qi Si Ancestor on the main seat. She cupped her fists and said directly, Skeleton Grotto Heaven is willing to be under Qi Si Ancestor's command. Qi Si Ancestor nodded. Ha ha ha, Skeleton. You are a wise person. Join us. You will not regret it in the future. Granny Skeleton sighed and asked, I wonder when Lord Ancestor can get rid of the problem of the Qi harvest fruit. I have already made some progress, don't worry. Fang Yuan said as he changed the topic. But Skeleton Grotto Heaven is the closest to Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven. Now that Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven has fallen to Wu Shuai's side, I intend to send some Gu Immortals to defend Skeleton Grotto Heaven. I hope you can cooperate with me. Granny Skeleton sighed. Even though Fang Yuan did not show the ability to resolve the Qi harvest fruit problem, due to the situation outside, Granny Skeleton could only lower her head and join Wu Shuai's side. In this situation, I really have no choice. Right now, there are almost no scattered Grotto Heavens in the immemorial Two Heavens. If they do not join Wu Shuai's side, they will be recruited by Qi Si Ancestor. Sigh, I wonder what the future will be like. Granny Skeleton did not get the answer she wanted. She left with a heavy heart. Fang Yuan's pressure was also increasing. Just now, a wisdom path great expert deduced about me she is really powerful, like Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle deduced about Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan naturally sensed it. This was equivalent to two people using wisdom path methods to fight across space. From my own luck, the situation is not good. The danger is coming. There is only a trace of hope. Even though Fang Yuan's cooking luck pot was only rank 7, he could see a portion of his luck. He could see a large part of it. Fang Yuan had already made some progress regarding the qi harvest fruit. But as for how to refine the heaven path Tao marks, Fang Yuan was still at a loss. He was very clear that this trace of hope was in the heaven path Tao marks. Only by refining the heaven path Tao marks and recovering his strength could he break out of the danger in the near future. If he could not refine it or did not do it in time, it would be very dangerous. Chapter 2033 Western Desert. The intense battle between rank 8s was still continuing. Ching Cho roared furiously. Its tongue shot out at lightning speed. Bam, bam, bam. The blood-red figures surrounding Ching Cho were easily pierced by its tongue, collapsing and exploding. Every time a blood-red figure exploded, Red Heart Traveler's face would turn paler. But his brows were tightly furrowed and his teeth were clenched. His fighting spirit did not decrease as he maintained the battlefield killer move with all his strength. At this rate, Red Heart Traveler will not be able to hold on for long. 9 Spiritual Fairy, who was fighting with Ching Cho, had been paying attention to Red Heart Traveler's condition. They had spent much effort to restrain Ching Cho, allowing Red Heart Traveler to maintain the battlefield killer move and trap this legendary immemorial desolate beast temporarily. However, Ching Cho possessed intelligence that was not inferior to humans. After it realized that it could not break this battlefield killer move, it focused its attacks on Red Heart Traveler in an attempt to break through. Once Red Heart Traveler could not hold on and the battlefield dissipated, Ching Cho would definitely leave. With this experience, it would definitely be extremely vigilant. It would be extremely difficult to capture it again in a short period of time. Forget it. I can only use this move. 9 Spiritual Fairy gritted her teeth, making an important decision. Immortal killer move. 9 spiritual transformations. Her body suddenly shook, and she returned to her human form from her beast form. She was a transformation path great expert. According to common sense, her battle strength should be higher after transformation. But now that she was in human form, her aura surged and was even stronger than before. 9 rays of light shot out of her immortal aperture, forming a huge 9-colored light barrier. The light barrier was divided into 9 layers. Each layer was brightly colored. Ching Cho had been paying attention to Red Heart Traveler. 9 Spiritual Fairy's sudden eruption shocked it. It quickly diverted its firepower. But at this stage, 9 spiritual transformations could be considered to have completed its preparation. There were no more flaws. 9 Spiritual Fairies shouted. The 9-colored light barrier shook as the 9 layers of light fused into one, becoming extremely dazzling. Next, the mixed-colored light sphere transformed into a rhinoceros with a large head and small body. Its body was covered in colorful lights as it charged at Ching Cho. Ching Cho gave a strange cry. It temporarily gave up on Red Heart Traveler and charged at this rhinoceros without dodging. With a loud bang, the earth shook and the mountains shook. After the 2 enormous beings collided, it was actually Ching Cho that took a small step back, while the big-headed rhinoceros remained in place. Ching Cho was shocked and furious. It didn't expect this rhinoceros to be so powerful. In its view, this rainbow-colored rhinoceros was translucent. It could even see 9 Spiritual Fairy at the center. It did not give off the feeling of having a solid body. But after this clash, Ching Cho understood that this rainbow rhinoceros could only be stronger than its previous physical form. Ching Cho is at a disadvantage. This is the first time since the battle started. Nine Spirits transformation is indeed worthy of being a legendary transformation path killer move. Red Heart Traveler was both happy and worried when he saw this scene. The price of using Nine Spirit transformation was very high. After a Gu immortal cultivates it, they could only use it 9 times in their lifetime. Nine Spiritual Fairy chose to use one of such a precious killer move on Qingqiu. It showed her determination to obtain it. Qingqiu roared. Its ferocious nature was stimulated as it attacked Nine Spiritual Fairy again. But the mixed-colored light ball around Nine Spiritual Fairy suddenly changed from the big-headed rhinoceros to the southern Ming fire sparrow. The fire sparrow flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Qingqiu pounced on empty air. It had no time to raise its head and directly activated its defensive method. Sure enough, at the next moment, Qingqiu heard the sharp cry of the fire sparrow, and its back was hit. With a whoosh, it was engulfed by the flames in the sky. Qingqiu's hurried defensive method only lasted for a few breaths of time before it was instantly broken. Qingqiu retaliated fiercely. Beast roars and bird cries contended with each other. The two sides were locked in a stalemate. Red Heart Traveler finally had a chance to catch his breath. He quickly adjusted his condition. He adjusted his breathing as he watched the battle, feeling worried. This Qingqiu is really thick-skinned, although it is at a disadvantage and the battle rhythm is firmly controlled by Nine Spiritual Fairy. It has sufficient stamina. In contrast, although Nine Spiritual Fairy has the upper hand and is in control of the battle situation, it cannot last for long. If there is no external help, it will definitely die from exhaustion if this drags on. Red Heart Traveler thought of this and decided to take a risk. He waited patiently, secretly accumulating strength. After waiting for a full 2 hours, he finally saw a chance to fight. There was only an instant of opportunity. Red Heart Traveler suddenly attacked. He spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood had a fragrant smell. It flew into the air and spun like a miniature blood sun. It shot out endless bloodlight as it charged at Qingqiu. Although Qingqiu was fighting Nine Spiritual Fairy, it had never let go of its guard against Red Heart Traveler. However, when it used a killer move to block this small blood lump, it was useless. The blood lump seemed to be illusory. It passed through the obstructions and landed on Qingqiu's head, turning into a red sun insignia. Qingqiu's expression changed. It found that each of its movements would involve the red sun insignia. This was an extremely powerful seal. It started to show its might, restraining its movements, interfering with its killer moves and lowering its fighting spirit. Damn it, damn it! Qingqiu roared angrily, unleashing a frenzied wave of attacks. Nine Spiritual Fairy fought with all her strength, but she was forced to retreat again and again. With a loud sound, Qingqiu finally broke Red Heart Traveler's battlefield killer move. However, a victorious smile appeared on Red Heart Traveler's face. Qingqiu's whole body was bound by blood threads. The source of these countless blood threads was the blood sun insignia at the center of its forehead. Success! Cough, cough, cough! Red Heart Traveler coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale as paper. Nine Spiritual Fairy quickly suppressed Qingqiu, which was becoming slower and slower while transmitting her voice. Red Heart Traveler, do you need my help? Red Heart Traveler shook his head, activating his killer move with difficulty. He endured the intense pain and started healing his injuries. Nine Spiritual Fairy spent a lot of effort to finally suppress Qingqiu. Looking at Qingqiu that was bound like a dumpling by the blood threads, Nine Spiritual Fairy praised. What method is this? You actually managed to capture Qingqiu. Red Heart Traveler barely managed to catch his breath, replying, This is a method I created on the spot. I have not named it yet. Nine Spiritual Fairy looked at Red Heart Traveler and could not help but stare at him. You are truly impressive. Red Heart Traveler shook his head, smiling bitterly. Don't overestimate me. I discovered that Qing Chao's vital immortal goo is rank 8 hatred goo. That's why I created this move. If it were any other legendary immemorial, this would be a joke. The reason I was able to use this move was thanks to you disregarding the price and activating the killer move 9 spiritual transformation, giving me the chance to launch a sneak attack. 9 spiritual fairy also shook her head. Capturing Qing Chou is related to the plan to kill Feng Yuan. This is for the celestial court and the people of the world. Why would I care about paying such a small price? But this hatred goo, is it the one recorded in the legends of Renzu? Yes. Red Heart Traveler nodded. 9 spiritual fairy sighed. This makes sense. Why can Qing Chou distinguish its enemies? Unfortunately, it did not use its killer move completely. We will capture it and use hatred goo with the celestial court's killer move. We will definitely be able to find the exact location of Feng Yuan, Spectral Soul, and the other demons. Red Heart Traveler restrained his aura. Let's go! We cannot stay here for long. They had been fighting here for a long time. Even though they used the battlefield killer move to save a lot of time and even concealed most of the traces of the battle, Go Immortals would definitely rush here to investigate. Not to mention other forces. Mo Clan's large group might be arriving soon. 9 spiritual fairy and Red Heart Traveler had been fighting for a long time. Their conditions were not good. They immediately brought Qing Chou to Central Continent. Sure enough, after they left for a while, several Go Immortals from Mo Clan arrived in an immortal Go house with a fierce aura. There was an intense battle here. Even though there are few traces, we can see that it was a battle between rank 8s. No wonder our clan's Go Immortals died so quickly. Quickly, Chase, we have an immortal Go house. They can't have escaped far. Mo Clan's group followed the traces and chased after the 2 immortals of Celestial Court. Several days passed. Amidst the rumbling sandstorm, a Go master moved with difficulty. He came to the center of the battlefield and saw that the pit was already half buried by the sandstorm. He roared towards the sky. This person was the one who killed Pengda and seized Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, Mo Li. He had gone through untold hardships to come here, wanting to see the true appearance of the murderer of his wife and child, but he was too late. I will definitely find you and tear you to shreds. No matter who you are, what kind of monster you are, I want you to die. Mo Li knelt in the desert and roared towards the sky. And beside him, Pengda's soul was floating. Pengda sneered. Hee, you are a mere mortal. You want to take revenge on an immortal beast? So what if it is an immortal beast? Mo Li's eyes were blood red. He stared at Pengda's soul with a malevolent expression. I have Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. I have Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. I will definitely become a Go Immortal and take revenge. Pengda laughed. There is another possibility. This immortal beast has already been killed by the Go Immortals. You have no target to take revenge on. Mo Li was stunned. He was silent like a rock. After a while, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the throat of Pengda's soul, acting like a madman. No, it will not die. I will not allow it to die. It will definitely die in my hands. Mo Li continued to shout. I want to become a Go Immortal. I have Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. I will definitely take revenge. I will definitely take revenge. Speak. Quickly explain to me how to use the next Go Worm. Mo Li grabbed Pengda's soul and activated his Go Worm at the same time. Traces of white smoke quickly appeared at the place where Mo Li's palm touched Pengda's soul, producing a sizzling sound. Pengda's soul immediately let out a sharp scream. He was in great pain. I'll speak. I'll speak. This is called Circuit Goo. Circuit Goo? What in the world is that? Pengda's soul hesitated. How do I explain this thing? You are not an otherworldly demon. You cannot understand what circuit is. Simply put, it is a path that lightning walks on. Mo Li immediately scoffed. What is so hard to understand about this? It is not like I haven't read The Legends of Renzu. The Legends of Renzu clearly recorded that in order to find a way out, Lightning Gu chose to cooperate with blazing glory lightning brilliance and eventually walked out of immemorial blue heaven. This should be the true meaning of circuit. Peng Da's soul was stunned. Mo Li praised. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable is truly worthy of being a venerable. He actually had such a wondrous idea. He must have obtained inspiration from the Legends of Ren Zhu to create Circuit Gu. Chapter 2034 Forest Thunder Grotto Heaven. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord, you betrayed the Two Heavens Alliance and colluded with Qi Si Ancestor. Your sins cannot be forgiven. Today will be the day you die. Xiao Hejian looked down from the sky. Behind him were a large number of Gu immortals from the Two Heavens Alliance. They were all standing there expressionlessly, showing their strength in numbers. In contrast, the Forest Thunder Grotto Lord was alone. Facing the enemy troops alone, he was very powerless. The Forest Lightning Grotto Master let out a bitter laugh. Since I've been discovered by you, I won't refute anything. At that time, do you think I was willing to collude with the enemy? The Alliance wants to use my Forest Thunder Grotto Heavens Qi Harvest Fruit as an experiment. Before this, the Alliance had tried several times, but none of them had succeeded. The Grotto Heavens that they had experimented with had all been destroyed. I joined the Two Heavens Alliance to protect myself. But now I have to sacrifice my home. Since that's the case, I might as well surrender to the enemy. Perhaps there will be a new hope. Xiao Hejian frowned and snorted discontentedly. You have too little confidence in our Two Heavens Alliance and our Alliance Master Wu Shuai. Maybe you'll succeed this time. The Forest Lightning Grotto Master chuckled. If Alliance Chief Wu Shuai handles things fairly, I have nothing to say either. However, he was obviously protecting the mutants and sacrificing the humans. The Grotto Heavens, used by the Alliance for testing, are all human Grotto Heavens. Wu Shuai is a dragon man after all. I've seen through this alliance. All the human Gu immortals present, watch carefully. Today, I will be your ending. After me, it will be your turn. Hearing this, the expressions of the human Gu immortals present changed slightly. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord had undoubtedly spoken of their worries. Wu Shuai and Qi Si Ancestor were part of the same body. They had a tacit understanding. They were opposing each other on the surface, but they were actually peacefully dividing the forces of the Two Heavens. By now, there were no longer any neutral Grotto Heavens in the Two Heavens. All Grotto Heavens in the Two Heavens were either destroyed or submitted to Wu Shuai or Qi Si Ancestor. After the two major forces divided the fruit for 2 days, both sides stopped fighting and kept exploring ways to solve the problem of the Qi harvest fruit. Compared to Qi Si Ancestor, who was in closed cultivation, Wu Shuai's Qi path attainment was much weaker. Therefore, Wu Shuai's 2-day alliance could only keep experimenting. In order to pursue efficiency, their actions were very rough. The experiment of eradicating the Qi harvest fruit failed many times, and many Grotto Heavens self-destructed. When it was Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven's turn, Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven Lord was not willing to let his own Grotto Heaven become a gambling stake. He wanted to protect himself and to survive. He secretly contacted Qi Si Ancestor. He was truly an unlucky child. He did not know that Qi Si Ancestor and Wu Shuai were one body. Qi Si Ancestor was Feng Yuan's main body. He directly informed Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai thus ordered Xiao Hejian to gather a group of Gu immortals and punish the traitors severely. Looking at the Forest Thunder Cave Master, Xiao Hejian sneered coldly and said impatiently, "Who'll take down this criminal for me?" Lady Cold Ash stepped forward. "Let me do it." She had the attitude of a vanguard. Xiao Hejian nodded. "Very good." Seeing Lady Cold Ash charging towards Forest Lightning Grotto Lord, Xiao Hejian was overjoyed, thinking, "This Cold Ash is indeed perceptive and quite capable. My hard work in roping her in was not in vain." Lady Cold Ash and Forest Lightning Grotto Lord fought. Both were rank 8s, for while they were locked in a stalemate, The other Gu immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance were watching the battle from the clouds. When Gu immortals fought as a group, cooperation was very important. Different paths had conflicting down marks. If there was no exquisite cooperation, there would be huge internal friction instead. The losses would outweigh the gains. Of course, this did not prevent the spectating Gu immortals from accumulating strength and launching sneak attacks when there was an opening. But the Gu immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance did not find a good opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Lady Cold Ash gradually gained the upper hand and gained control. Forest Lightning Grotto, Lord saw that the situation was bad and immediately escaped underground. Lady Cold Ash was spectral soul in disguise. How could Forest Lightning Grotto, Lord, resist her? The intense battle earlier was all a facade. It was just a performance by spectral soul. Xiao Hejian saw Forest Lightning Grotto, Lord, escaping, and laughed loudly, waving his hand. Chase! The immortals surged forward. They did not care about the huge Forest Lightning Grotto heaven. They only targeted Forest Lightning Grotto Lord. As long as they got rid of this one rank 8, the other resistance would not be a problem. They would even take the initiative to protect Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven's safety. After all, this Grotto Heaven was used as an experiment. If the resources inside were to be divided, they would have a share. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord continued to drill deep underground. Lady Cold Ash did not chase him. She stayed beside Xiao Hejian. Soon, the first wave of Gu immortals who went deep underground returned with dejected expressions. Xiao Hejian was slightly stunned after hearing their report. There is such a thing? There is a lightning forest deep underground? The returning Gu immortals naturally brought back evidence. Using methods like image Gu, the immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance saw a vast lightning forest. In the pitch-black depths of the underground, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled at every moment. Lightning flashed time and time again, forming huge silver-white trees. The giant trees only existed for an instant, but the great thunder sound leaves, the forked silver lightning branches, and so on were condensed into solid forms, tempting the immortals present. Amazing! These are all invaluable lightning path, rank 8 immortal materials. This is only the surface wealth of the lightning forest. According to the legends of Renzu, the source of the lightning forest is lightning Gu. A lightning forest of this scale is enough to prove that there is a rank 8 lightning Gu here. Forest Lightning Grotto, Lord wants to use lightning Gu to resist. This is wishful thinking. How can a mere rank 8 immortal Gu resist our Two Heavens Alliance? The immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance discussed, but no one took the initiative to go. After all, the lightning forest was a dangerous area. Forest Lightning Grotto, Lord had a huge geographical advantage here. Rashly invading was likely to be a thankless task. Xiao Hejian frowned. Who can go down and capture Forest Lightning Grotto Lord? Lady Cold Ash did not hesitate. She stood up again. Xiao Hejian revealed a satisfied smile. Cold Ash, if you win, you will have the greatest contribution in this battle. Thank you, Lord. Lady Cold Ash was about to move. Wait. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord also walked out. The lightning forest is a dangerous place. Let me accompany immortal friend Cold Ash there. If there are any accidents, I can assist you. Let's do that. Xiao Hejian agreed to Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord's request. Thus, the two immortals charged underground, while the other Gu immortals and Xiao Hejian stayed in the air, watching the battle while waiting patiently. Lady Cold Ash charged underground, arriving in front of the lightning forest. She opened her immortal aperture's entrance and let out countless soul beasts. The soul beasts charged into the lightning forest like a surging tide. Rumble, lightning continued to strike down. Explosions occurred continuously. The soul beasts suffered heavy losses, using countless lives to forcefully open up a path. Lady Cold Ash and Night, Heavenly Wolf, Lord, successfully charged into the depths of the lightning forest. I did not expect Lady Cold Ash to unravel the lightning forest like this. She really disregarded the cost. She is determined to curry favor with Xiao Hejian. There have been many rumors recently. It seems that Lord Alliance Leader wants to make Xiao Hejian the Vice Alliance Leader. Our alliance only has one Vice Alliance Leader, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Lord Wu Shuai wants to balance his subordinates. It is not strange for him to make such an arrangement. Even though Lady Cold Ash is a human Gu Immortal, she does not want to end up like Forest Lightning Grotto Lord. Thus, she wholeheartedly wants to enter the Alliance's higher-ups and protect her grotto heaven. She has put in a lot of effort. The Gu Immortals watched the battle while conversing secretly. After a while, Lady Cold Ash and Night, Heavenly Wolf, Lord, reached the center of the lightning forest and saw Forest Lightning Grotto, Lord again. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord was refining rank 8 lightning goo. Seeing the two immortals, he quickly stopped the goo refinement and shouted furiously, "Stop! If you take another step forward, I will destroy this lightning goo." Seeing this, the immortals could not help but be surprised. So this lightning goo is still a wild immortal goo. Forest Lightning Grotto, Lord did not refine it? What is going on? Haha, I understand. Forest Lightning Grotto, Lord's ambition is not small. Oh, what do you mean? If I'm not wrong, this lightning forest was originally just an ordinary lightning path resource point. But at some point, a wild lightning goo was produced. Because of this lightning goo, the original lightning path resource point gradually turned into a small lightning forest. Forest Lightning Grotto, Lord did not refine this wild lightning goo, but added bricks and tiles to this lightning forest to help it grow and expand. As the scale of the lightning forest grows, its source lightning goo also continues to grow. Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven continuously invested in it and finally made this wild lightning goo advance to rank 8. The Goo Immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance conversed and quickly understood the truth of Forest Lightning Grotto, Lord's ambition. Forest Lightning Grotto, Lord, was a lightning path Goo Immortal and was not proficient in refinement path. But this lightning forest was a natural evolution of the heavenly path. Nature was refining goo. Forest Lightning Grotto, Lord ingeniously used the power of nature to continuously add fuel to the flames on the original foundation. His goal was to raise lightning goo to the level of rank 9. And during this process, once he refined this wild, immortal goo, the heaven path goo refinement process would be interrupted and could no longer be restored. Thus, Forest Lightning Grotto, Lord kept this wild lightning goo and did not refine it. Seizing other people's goo worms was an extremely difficult matter, but a wild immortal goo was different. A rank 8 wild immortal goo, and most importantly, it even had the possibility of advancing to rank 9. This discovery was extremely huge. Xiao Hejian and the rest could not help but open their eyes wide, revealing expressions of greed and wariness. This is an important matter. We cannot be rash. Xiao Hejian quickly transmitted to Lady Cold Ash and Night, Heavenly Wolf Lord. Lady Cold Ash and Night, Heavenly Wolf Lord paused their attacks. Forest Lightning Grotto, Lord stated conditions. As long as you let me and Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven go, I can contribute this lightning goo to you. Xiao Hejian quickly contacted Wu Shuai and reported this matter. Chapter 2035. I have been in seclusion for a week, and I am very grateful to everyone for recommending various articles. I skimmed through these articles. They were all good articles, but among them, there are only 3 stories in the 3-body problem that are similar to my Gudao master. The similarity is that they are both fables, but the difference is that The Legends of Rin Zub is slightly longer and can be used as a complete single story. In the previous week, I had learned a lot. When they saw something good, They would open their mouths wide and stuff it down their necks. Only then did he finally finish the new chapter of The Legends of Renzu. Tearful, I dug this hole myself, and now I can only bury it myself. Even if I have to bury myself in it, I have to fill the hole. Looking at the sky with tears in my eyes, I discovered that I had many shortcomings. For example, he always liked to make optimistic estimates, such as the plan to finish the book in May. How embarrassing. Covering face with tears. Another example was that he did not have a strong foundation in writing. If I had sufficient foundations, would I not be able to write The Legends of Renzu? Recently, this feeling has become more and more intense. I feel more and more weak. There's so many things that I need to study and learn about writing. There are too many books worth reading. Too many examples worth learning from. A week of seclusion was really too short. There wasn't much to learn. Previously, he said that he would not be able to repay the debt of double updates in April. I can't say for June, I really can't guarantee it. He was terrified and uneasy. Perhaps the updates would stabilize, but it was very possible that they would suddenly be stuck on The Legends of Renzu, unable to continue. The main text wouldn't get stuck, but The Legends of Renzu was definitely going to be stuck. It was definitely going to depend on one's state and inspiration. However, The Legends of Renzu definitely had to be written well, and it had to be similar to the previous chapters. It had to be interspersed throughout the entire article, and it had to complement each other. Otherwise, this venomous Gu Daoist would lose its grade. He had done so well in the beginning. If he couldn't do it well in the later stages, it would be such a pity. Not to mention, you guys, I won't let myself go. Because of a moment of laziness and comfort, I gave up on this part of my hard work. I will definitely regret it in the future. This is my recent writing experience, and I would like to share it with everyone. I would also like to report my writing status, current progress, and so on. Chapter 2036. According to The Legends of Renzu, Hatred Gu and Lightning Gu can form an extremely terrifying killer move that can destroy immemorial blue heaven? Fang Yuan looked at it carefully and thought, doesn't this mean that these two Gu worms can counter Heaven Path? Where are the Heaven Path Tao marks most concentrated? It is undoubtedly the immemorial 9 heavens. Other than that, it is Fang Yuan's body. This seems to be a way to resolve my current predicament, Fang Yuan thought. But Lightning Gu is here. Without Hatred Gu, it won't work. Where is this Gu worm? Is there such an immortal Gu? If not, how can I refine it? If there is, it will be even more troublesome. I will have to go and snatch it. In fact, even if I have these 2 core immortal Gu, how to form the killer move is still a mystery. The Legends of Renzu is too vague. Right at this time, Qin Dingling personally sent a letter from Celestial Court through jewel yellow skies. Fang Yuan opened it and saw that the letter Gu directly described the matter of Forest, Lightning, Grotto Heaven. Qin Dingling was very enthusiastic about Lightning Gu. She even asked Qi Si Ancestor to stop researching the Qi harvest fruit and lead his subordinates to cooperate with Celestial Court to obtain Lightning Gu. Why is Celestial Court in such a hurry? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Also, they obtained this information too quickly. It seems that they have placed a pawn on Wu Shuai's clone side. Qin Dingling was not Fairy Myrtle after all. She was slightly impatient in her actions and allowed Fang Yuan, who had deep wisdom path attainment, to deduce some possibilities. In that case, Fang Yuan sneered. Celestial Court's urgent letter made him make up his mind. Forest, Lightning, Grotto Heaven. Xiao Hejian's expression changed slightly. He had received Wu Shuai's order a moment ago. His gaze turned cold as he shouted. Alliance leader has ordered, kill Forest, Lightning Grotto Lord. Don't worry about Lightning Gu. Losing a mere wild rank 8 immortal Gu was nothing. They had to kill all the Gu immortals in Forest, Lightning, Grotto Heaven, and then try to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit. Don't accept any resources from the Grotto Heaven. Do your best and complete the mission in the shortest time possible. What? Hearing this, be it Forest Lightning Grotto Lord, Lady Cold Ash, or Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord, they were extremely shocked. This was a future rank 9 immortal goo. Wu Shuai gave it up just like that? For a moment, the three immortals did not make a move. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord was originally a spy in the Celestial Court, so he naturally wanted to protect Forest Thunder Grotto Lord and cause trouble for Wu Shuai's alliance. And Lady Cold Ash was actually Spectral Soul. He wanted to preserve this conflict and trigger an intense battle between Wu Shuai and Qi Si Ancestor. As long as there was a chaotic battle, it would bring him many good opportunities. Forest Lightning Grotto Master suddenly cried out in alarm. Xiao Hejian, you are extremely daring. You actually passed on a false life. Wu Shuai needed to expand his strength. How could he give up on a future rank 9 immortal goo? You really join halfway and have wild ambitions. After being falsely accused by Forest Lightning Grotto Lord, Xiao Hejian's expression turned cold. He did not retort. Instead, he stared at Lady Cold Ash and Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord with a sharp gaze. This is Alliance Leader's order. Do you believe a traitor or me? Quickly attack. Saying so, Xiao Hejian did not wait for them and attacked first. Bam, 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 killer moves erupted, causing a large area of the lightning forest to collapse. Kill. The Alliance Immortals who were originally in the air also received Xiao Hejian's order and flew over, attacking this lightning forest together. With the situation like this, no matter what schemes Lady Cold Ash and Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord had, they could only sigh helplessly and follow the tide. Wu Shuai, you are so vicious. You are so narrow-minded. You will definitely die a horrible death. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord knew that his death was near. He cursed viciously while exerting strength to destroy this lightning goo. Wishful thinking. At the next moment, Lady Cold Ash suddenly appeared behind him. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord suddenly stiffened. Lady Cold Ash took the chance to snatch the lightning goo from his hands in front of everyone. What method is this? The immortals were shocked. Although Spectral Soul's attainment level had fallen greatly, he still had many methods. The foundation of a Venerable was not something ordinary rank 8 goo immortals could estimate. Well done. Xiao Hejian was overjoyed. He did not have any hope of seizing lightning goo, but to think that he actually succeeded. This was Lady Cold Ash's contribution. It was also his contribution. At this point, his position as Vice Alliance Leader was already half done. The other half was to complete all of Wu Shuai's missions. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord counterattacked frantically. In order to protect Lightning Goo, Lady Cold Ash had to endure many of his attacks and was injured on the spot. Quickly retreat and protect Lightning Goo. Xiao Hejian quickly came to Lady Cold Ash's aid and blocked Forest Lightning Grotto Lord. To prevent any disturbances, the immortals started to watch Xiao Hejian fight Forest Lightning Grotto Lord alone. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord had already fought with Lady Cold Ash earlier. He was not in a good state, and almost all of his methods were exposed. And in terms of battle strength, Xiao Hejian was even higher than Lady Cold Ash. There was no suspense in this battle. Soon, Xiao Hejian defeated Forest Lightning Grotto Lord. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord was not resigned to his defeat and still wanted to escape. But the surrounding Goo Immortals had already seen this and did not let Forest Lightning Grotto Lord escape from their encirclement. After Forest Lightning Grotto Lord's death, Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven was quickly destroyed. Wu Shuai's alliance's attempt to target the Qi harvest fruit also did not succeed. Moreover, because Wu Shuai wanted to race against time, most of the resources in Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven were destroyed. The Goo Immortals who participated in the battle obtained very little. The biggest gain was that rank 8 wild lightning goo. But it was obvious that this had to be handed over to Alliance leader Wu Shuai. Fang Yuan thought about it for a while before finally deciding to cut the Gordian knot and directly eradicate Forest, Lightning Grotto Heaven, not allowing the conflict to escalate. Wu Shuai's thunderous action not only shocked the Alliance immortals, it also caused Celestial Court's plan to fail. On Celestial Court's side, after Qin Dingling obtained first-hand information from Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord, she immediately sent a message to Qi Si Ancestor. Fang Yuan received the letter, in which Qin Dingling still advocated snatching Lightning Gu, even if Lightning Gu was already in Wu Shuai's Alliance's hands. Even if they could not snatch Lightning Gu, they had to destroy it. It seems that Celestial Court is determined to obtain Lightning Gu. Celestial Court should have Lightning Gu's immortal Gu recipe. After destroying this immortal Gu, Celestial Court can refine it themselves. Fang Yuan was even more curious. Why did Celestial Court urgently need Lightning Gu? Why did the huge Celestial Court need this immortal Gu so urgently? Lightning Gu was not fake Gu. Fang Yuan did not know about Celestial Court's plan, but Qin Dingling's attitude caused Fang Yuan's plan to fail. The reason why Fang Yuan ordered Wu Shuai to destroy Forest, Lightning Grotto Heaven, disregarding Lightning Gu's safety, was to eliminate the conflict in advance and prevent a war between the two sides. But now that Celestial Court had such an attitude and was eager to fight, Fang Yuan could not refuse openly. After all, Qi Si Ancestor was in an alliance with Celestial Court. Chapter 2037. Profound Literature, Grotto Heaven. Capital City, Su Clan. In the courtyard of a certain guest room, there was a book house. This book house was a mortal Gu house. It was shaped like a tree house with lush green leaves and branches. At this moment, Li Xiao Bai was sitting cross-legged in the house. A beautiful girl was standing in front of him. It was Su Chi Han. Su Chi Han's expression turned solemn. Darling, have you really thought it through? Vital Gu cannot be changed casually. Li Xiao Bai nodded with a smile. Chi Han, don't worry. I have thought it through. I am most interested in composing poems. Thus, to me, Poem Heart Gu is the most suitable Vital Gu. It is just that I did not have the conditions to change Vital Gu casually. But since the power of this study room is extraordinary and has the function of assisting in the replacement of Vital Gu, how can I let go of such an opportunity? Su Chi Han sighed. Since you have decided, I will not persuade you any more. I'll stand guard outside the house. Li Xiaobai did not stand on ceremony. He closed his eyes. Ever since he obtained the book house inheritance, he returned to the capital city and reunited with Su Chi Han. Even though Li Xiaobai did not make it to the poetry competition, he had already proven himself. Su Chi Han invited him to stay in Su Clan for the time being. Nobody objected to it. It became a good topic for a while. Li Xiaobai was not stingy. After staying in Su Clan, he shared the book house inheritance with Su Chi Han. The two spent almost all their time in the book house, cultivating and researching as they interacted with each other. Even though the two became husband and wife due to a fortuitous encounter, they did not have much feelings for each other. Su Chi Han's actions earlier were mostly due to her own character. But after these days of interaction, Su Chi Han admired Li Xiaobai's talent even more. She liked him even more. Li Xiaobai obtained this fortuitous encounter. He did not hide it from Su Chi Han. He shared it with her. From this, Su Chi Han could see Li Xiaobai's pure and kind nature. He was willing to sacrifice for her. He was not a heartless scholar. Even though the two were not officially engaged, Su Chi Han had already treated Li Xiaobai as her only husband in this life. Su Chi Han walked out of the book house. She was still worried. Darling, this book house has a high value. It contains many information path categories like poems and songs. However, these paths were limited to Gu master cultivation. There was no path to Gu immortal advancement. I have hinted to Li Lang many times that as long as he marries into our Su clan, He will be able to obtain the cultivation method of our Sioux clan's Book Immortal. Unfortunately, Li Lang did not like calligraphy and wholeheartedly wanted to focus on poetry. Alas, since he likes it so much, there's nothing I can do to stop him. If he achieves nothing in the future and becomes a Gu master, I will work hard to become a Gu immortal and become an official of the imperial court. I will raise and protect him for the rest of my life. Watching him compose and recite poems, as long as he's happy, I'm happy. In profound literature paradise, there was a unified imperial court. The officials of the imperial court were all Gu immortals. Su Chi Han was Sioux family's beloved daughter, the pearl of their palm. Her talent and talents were astonishing, so she naturally had access to Sioux family's cultivation method. Eldest miss, you should go and rest. It's tiring to stand. With us here, great scholar Li will definitely be safe. The guards and servants came forward to persuade Su Chi Han. Su Chi Han shook her head. All of you stand outside the courtyard and guard the door. I'll personally take care of Li Lang. The study room shook more and more. A faint light was emitted from inside that shone out of the window. 15 minutes later, the study room quieted down. The leaves and branches no longer shook. In the study room, Li Xiaobai slowly opened his eyes. The process of replacing his vital Gu was very smooth. Li Xiaobai opened his internal vision and saw that there was a Gu worm in his aperture that looked like a heart. It had the texture of red jade and was covered in a layer of faint golden light. It was the rank 5 Gu worm that he had just replaced, Poem Heart. Poem Heart Gu was an information path Gu. It was a side path among the entire information path cultivation methods. Most of the information path cultivation methods were alliance oaths, like Sea Oath Gu, Mountain Pledge Gu, Promise Gu, Black and White Paper Gu. Next were communication Gu, like Swan Goose Gu, Paper Crane Gu, Butterfly Letter Gu, Flying Sword Letter Gu, Flying Pigeon Letter Gu, and others. Next were reading, listening, reading, and writing. For example, Water Word Gu was a writing type Gu. Beast Language Gu is related to reading and speaking. Poems, songs, and so on were not mainstream. Li Xiaobai made such a choice. It was no wonder that Su Chi Han was worried about his future. But she did not know Li Xiaobai's true intentions. This Grotto Heavens environment is special. It has the killer move help literary talent. As long as I create a good poem, I will be rewarded and advance rapidly. The 5 regions chaotic war is coming. This method of rapidly raising one's strength without any repercussions is the most precious. Although Su Chi Han can come into contact with Gu immortal methods, she does not know the situation in the outside world. After changing to Poem Heart Gu, next is to practice Poetry Gu and Emotion Poetry Gu, using Gather Poem Gu to collect poems from the outside world and raise Poem Wall Gu. I also need to practice Poetry Realm Gu. This is a Gu worm similar to a battlefield killer move. It is very outstanding. Just as Li Xiaobai was thinking, the door of the study room was pushed open. Su Chi Han walked into the room with a concerned gaze. Darling Li, Su Chi Han called out softly. Li Xiaobai smiled lightly, nodding at her. Everything is going smoothly. Su Chi Han's expression brightened. Her watery eyes showed gentleness. That's good. Boom! Just as they spoke, the sky shook. A loud sound echoed throughout the world. What's going on? Li Xiaobai and Su Chi Han were alarmed. They quickly walked out of the room and saw that the sky was clear and blue. A gust of wind blew past them. The wind only lasted for a short period of time. After that, there was no other change. The mortals, Gu masters, and even Gu immortals living in the capital city felt this sudden and rapid change. Most people were baffled. Only a small portion of Gu immortal officials knew the inside story. They were overjoyed. Success! Somewhere in profound literature, Grotto Heaven, old immortal Huayu had an excited expression. He bowed deeply to Qi Si Ancestor. Congratulations, Ancestor! You have unraveled the Qi harvest fruit. Ancestor, saved profound literature, Grotto Heaven. You have given me a new lease on life. From now on, if you need my help, I will do my best without any hesitation." Fang Yuan, who was acting as Qi Si ancestor, laughed heartily as he helped old immortal Huayu up. "No need to be so polite." The immortals at the side were overjoyed. "Ancestor is mighty. Wu Shuai's experiments have destroyed many grotto heavens. Ancestor's first attempt was a huge success. Wu Shuai cannot compare to him. I wonder when Ancestor can resolve the problem of the Qi harvest fruit for us?" "That's right, the Qi harvest fruits in our grotto heavens are already extremely huge. We're getting closer to self-detonation. The situation is very dangerous." The Gu immortals praised loudly as they urged Fang Yuan to take action again. Fang Yuan waved his hand. "Even though this experiment succeeded, I sensed a flaw in it. I only need to cultivate for 3 more days to modify it. At that time, I will get rid of the problem for everyone. Wouldn't that be even better?" The immortals were overjoyed. They said in unison, "We will listen to Ancestor's arrangements." Fang Yuan smiled, bright light flashing in his eyes. Celestial Court. Soon, Qin Dingling received the news. She showed joy on her face. "Good, good. Back then, I chose to cooperate with Qi Si Ancestor. It was the right decision." Qi Si Ancestor did not disappoint them. Not only did he create a method to resolve the Qi harvest fruit, he even succeeded in one attempt. According to the information, not only had profound literature's abode safely eradicated the energy harvest fruit, but the explosion of the fruit had formed a harmless Qi tide that swiftly swept through the entire abode, increasing the resources of the abode by a great deal. Qin Dingling was in a good mood. During this period of time, Celestial Court had already walked out of the shadow of the Fate War. After Qin Dingling and the other Celestial Court immortals worked hard and planned, good news came one after another. First, the variant human forces were restrained. Then Qing Chou was captured, and now the problem of the Qi harvest fruit was about to be eliminated. But now, should we get rid of the Qi harvest fruit in Celestial Court or snatch Lightning Gu? Qin Dingling could not make a decision alone. She gathered the Celestial Court immortals for a discussion. Qi Si Ancestor is truly a Qi path great expert. With this method, his force is undefeatable. Wu Shuai's alliance is still experimenting with this method. Their Qi path attainment is very low. As long as Qi Si Ancestor can stall for time, there might be no need to fight. Wu Shuai's alliance might collapse on its own. Qin Dingling heard this optimistic evaluation and shook her head. Wu Shuai is a formidable person. Even a rabbit will bite when forced, not to mention this dragon man. Once he gets news of this, he might immediately start a war with Qi Si Ancestor. That's right, Qi Si Ancestor can safely get rid of the Qi harvest fruit, but Wu Shuai cannot. The longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it is for Wu Shuai. It is very likely that Wu Shuai will attack. If that is the case, we need to act earlier and let Qi Si Ancestor take action to resolve the problem of the Qi harvest fruit for Celestial Court. You are right. Once the battle starts, Qi Si Ancestor will not be able to split himself. He will definitely face Wu Shuai's full-strength attacks. Right now, the situation is like water and fire. Once they fight, it will not end easily. A life-and-death battle might really occur. As they discussed this, Qin Dingling looked at 9 spiritual fairy. How is the refinement of hatred Gu going? 9 spiritual fairy shook her head. I just had a breakthrough. Hatred Gu is in a strange state. It has already fused with Qing Chou. We found a way to refine hatred Gu not long ago. If we want to refine hatred Gu, it will take a long time. But the good news is that if we succeed, Qing Chou will be useful to us. Qin Dingling nodded. Since we have not obtained hatred Gu yet, we are not in a hurry to snatch Lightning Gu. I intend to conceal this information and invite Qi Si Ancestor to come to Celestial Court in secret to resolve the problem of Celestial Court. After that, we will start a war with Wu Shuai. The immortals heard this and had no objections. But how are we going to repay Chi-Si ancestor? A Gu immortal asked. This is not hard. Chi-Si ancestor is very interested in the Chi Path immortal Gu of our celestial court. In the letters we exchanged earlier, he has been asking to borrow these Chi Path immortal Gu, but I did not agree to it and kept pushing it away. Qin Dingling smiled. Another Gu immortal added, we need to be wary of another person. That is demon immortal Chi Ju. Qin Dingling nodded. I have considered that too. This demon is also a Chi Path great expert. If he cooperates with Wu Shuai, it will balance out the situation of both sides. He is a huge threat. Demon immortal Chi Ju is hard to track. We do not know where he is now. He has just been reborn. He is not familiar with the current major paths. Right now, he has been selling Chi Path immortal materials in jewel yellow skies, exchanging for inheritances of all paths. Even Gu Master inheritances are not spared. Wu Shuai has a bargaining chip to transact with him. Chapter 2038. Inside Dragon Palace, the atmosphere was heavy. The current situation is like this. What do you all think? Wu Shuai was the only one seated. He first gathered the Alliance Immortals and described Chi-Si ancestors' actions in profound literature, Grotto Heaven. Celestial Court tried to conceal this information, but almost at the same time, Wu Shuai informed all the Gu Immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance. When the Immortals heard this news, they had a huge reaction. Their expressions changed. Is this information true? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch immediately asked, but he soon reacted as his face turned pale. I am not suspecting Lord Alliance Leader, but this situation is simply too sudden. Wu Shuai snorted coldly. Do I need to lie to you? This is not good. Xiao Hejian had a solemn expression. Chi-Si ancestor is a Chi Path great expert. Since demon immortal Chi Ju could use the Chi harvest fruit to revive, it is possible for Chi-Si ancestor to get rid of the Chi harvest fruit. But now that he has the method to get rid of the Chi harvest fruit, he is in an invincible position. Indeed. What do we do now? The Chi harvest fruit in our clan's Grotto Heaven has already expanded to its limit. If we do not get rid of it, it will really self-detonate. But our experiments have not succeeded yet. A lot of Grotto Heavens have been destroyed. It is impossible to negotiate with Chi-Si ancestor. We need to be wary of him taking the chance to attack. The Immortals discussed. Their tones were filled with panic. Spectral Soul, who was acting as Lady Cold Ash, was among them, cheering inwardly. He wanted a huge battle to happen. Once the situation turned chaotic, he would have a good opportunity. Knight Heavenly Wolf, Lord, looked like the others, but he was very happy internally. He secretly defected to the Heavenly Court. Once this happened, it would be very beneficial to him. Why are you panicking like this? Gu Tribe's leader suddenly shouted. The Immortals turned to look at him. Even though Gu Tribe's leader joined the Two Heavens Alliance, he had always been quiet. But the Immortals here knew that this person was Wu Shuai's trusted aide. In terms of trust, he far surpassed the two Vice Alliance leaders, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian. The leader of the Gu family suddenly spoke. Xiao Hejian's heart skipped a beat as he understood something. But before he spoke, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch spoke first. With Lord Alliance Leader here, there is no need for us to panic. At this critical moment of life and death, this subordinate is willing to follow the Alliance Leader closely and follow your lead. Xiao Hejian cursed under his breath and followed closely behind. This subordinate will listen to Alliance Master's decision. Wu Shuai nodded slightly and grunted through his nose. The current situation is so critical. If we sit still and wait for death, we will definitely be defeated. There is no other possibility. Only by fighting with all their might and taking the initiative to attack would there be hope. The enemy was able to get rid of the Chi harvest fruits because of Chi-Si ancestors' methods. As long as we fight and kill Chi-Si ancestor, it will be our victory. Even if we cannot kill Qi-Si ancestor, as long as we heavily injure him, the situation will be greatly alleviated. Just as Wu Shuai finished speaking, the Gu family had immediately responded, "Alliance Master is wise." Wu Shuai looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiaohe Jian. These two Vice Alliance leaders spoke in unison. "Alliance Leader is wise. This is a brilliant plan. What are your thoughts? If you have any better suggestions, tell us." Wu Shuai purposely asked the other Gu immortals, "How could these people have any good ideas?" The truth was, Wu Shuai was forced to attack because he had no other choice. He had no other choice. But other than this, were they really going to surrender to Qi-Si ancestor? It was not that the immortals did not have such thoughts, but they did not have the guts to do so. The Forest Thunder Grotto Heaven was the best example. Who among the immortals present did not know about his miserable end? Who did not know about it? Since everyone has agreed, let us discuss how to send troops. We need to use every second we have to catch the enemy off guard. Wu Shuai spoke decisively. Gu family head continued, "Lord Alliance Leader is right. Every breath of time we drag on now is a breath of time for the enemy to gain a new advantage." Immediately, the immortals started to discuss their battle plan. This discussion lasted for the time it takes for 3 incense sticks to burn before they came up with a more complete plan. Wu Shuai opened the door of Dragon Palace and ordered the immortals to make preparations. They would attack 7 days later. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord returned to Night Wolf Grotto Heaven. On one hand, he mobilized his troops and gathered troops. On the other hand, he quickly informed the Celestial Court of this important information. Qin Dingling received this information and gathered the immortals of the Celestial Court overnight. The situation has changed. It seems that Wu Shuai also placed a spy around Qi-Si ancestor. I said before, we cannot underestimate Wu Shuai. Since Wu Shuai's side wants to attack, we might as well play along and take him down. That will be difficult. The enemy has Dragon Palace and Di Zongxing to protect him. Unless we awaken all the immortals in the immortal graveyard, we will not have the strength to make such arrangements. Time is too tight. We only have 7 days, and it is far away in Eastern Sea. Then we can only inform Qi-Si ancestor and let him be on guard secretly while pretending not to know anything. When Wu Shuai attacks, he will definitely suffer a huge loss. Did you forget the spy that Wu Shuai placed around Qi-Si ancestor? If Qi-Si ancestor learns about it from us, Wu Shuai might know about it immediately. Princess Impatience suddenly spoke. Why do we need to inform Qi-Si ancestor? The discussions paused for a moment. Qi-Si ancestor is our ally. If he finds out that we do not report about it, it will be disadvantageous to the alliance. Princess Impatience shook his head and smiled. As long as we do not say anything, how will Qi-Si ancestor know that we know about it in advance? Our spy in the Two Heavens Alliance has always been secretive. If we speak about it, we might be exposed. We formed an alliance with Qi-Si ancestor because we want to borrow his strength to resolve the problem of Heavenly Court's Qi harvest fruits. Secondly, we want to use him as a chess piece to gather a group of external forces to help us restrict the growth of variant human forces. Princess Impatience continued to speak. Thirdly, if possible, we can recruit Qi-Si ancestor as a member of our celestial court. Qin Dingling looked at Princess Impatience. Then, in your opinion, what should we do? Princess Impatience breathed in deeply. In my humble opinion, we should feign ignorance and proceed according to the original plan. Right now, Qi-Si ancestor has already moved secretly. He will definitely come to our celestial court in 3 days. At that time, we will let him help us get rid of the Qi harvest fruit problem. Celestial court is huge and has a deep foundation. The Qi harvest fruit it forms is also the largest in the world. Qi-Si ancestor suggested that we set up a Qi path immortal formation. We will need at least 6 days to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit. We can purposely delay the formation and let Wu Shuai's sneak attack succeed. Qi-Si Ancestor's forces will suffer heavy losses. Qi-Si Ancestor will definitely be anxious and want to go back to help, but he needs to maintain the formation at all times and cannot leave. Without a leader, Qi-Si Ancestor subordinates will definitely not be Wu Shuai's match. But so what if they are all destroyed? Our strength will not be affected at all. Qi-Si Ancestor will also be alone now. He secretly came to our celestial court and caused his subordinates to all die. His reputation will definitely fall to rock bottom. Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal World's opinion of him will also plummet. Who would respect a Gu Immortal who went missing in battle and secretly helped another region? At this point, Qi-Si Ancestor will definitely understand that his status in Eastern Sea will not return to before. At that time, we will have nothing to worry about. We can send people to help him take revenge. During this process, we can use reason and emotion to persuade him, as well as lure him with benefits. I believe there is a high chance of recruiting Qi-Si Ancestor. The immortals were silent. They looked at each other for a while before looking at Prince's Impatience. But at this moment, the immortals' gazes were completely different from before. Prince's Impatience's strategy made the celestial court's immortals look at him in a new light. Prince's Impatience had his arms behind his back. He did not speak. He had a slight smile on his face. This plan was very sinister. The Gu immortals present did not think of it, but he was the first to suggest it. It was completely related to his personal experiences. Prince's Impatience came from Spirit Affinity House. He was treated as a spy and went to Northern Plains to develop. Many years later, he reached rank 8 and became the son-in-law of Northern Plains Gong tribe. He was the highest spy that Central Continent had in Northern Plains. The Celestial Court's Gu immortals had been overlords for too long. They were already used to it. But the immortals here were all rank 8 elites. They quickly understood. Prince's Impatience's plan was indeed the most beneficial to Celestial Court. Even if Wu Shuai's force won, so what? They would only lose Grotto Heavens in the 2 heavens. Even if the flames of war spread to Eastern Sea, it would not shake its foundation. Even if Eastern Sea's righteous path was toppled, it was just one region. Humans were still the overlords of this world. Chapter 2039. Celestial Court was filled with light all along. Feng Yuan, who was disguised as Qi-Si Ancestor, was already inside Celestial Court. He floated in the air, looking at the Qi harvest fruit in front of him. The energy harvest fruits produced in the Heavenly Court were huge beyond common sense. They were like towering mountains, towering to the extreme. Such a huge Qi harvest fruit would not be able to fit in an ordinary rank 8 grotto heaven. It would break through the sky. Only Celestial Court has such a deep foundation and had previously fused in a large number of Tsangxian Z's space path fruits. It has enough space to hold the Qi harvest fruit. Feng Yuan sighed internally. The last time he came to Celestial Court, he had participated in the Fate War with his true appearance and caused Celestial Court to suffer a crushing defeat. This time he was disguised as an ally of Celestial Court. He wanted to help Celestial Court resolve the problem of the Qi harvest fruit. The situation was constantly changing. It was hard to predict. How is it? Qin Dingling was standing beside Feng Yuan, asking. Feng Yuan nodded. This is the first time I have seen a Qi harvest fruit of such a scale. I can see that your foundation is unfathomable. You are truly the #1 sect in the world. After pausing for a while, Feng Yuan continued. After some investigation, even though my previous method worked, this Qi harvest fruit is too huge. It is best to set up an immortal formation. The larger the Qi path immortal formation, the more time we can save. Qin Dingling was slightly surprised. To think that Ancestor could even design an immortal formation. Feng Yuan shook his head, not so. The Qi path immortal formation can only amplify my Qi path killer moves. The true method to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit is still my Qi path killer moves. Qin Dingling nodded. This was reasonable. She smiled as she took out a Chi Path Rank 8 Immortal Goo. Celestial Court does not lack Chi Path Immortal Goo. To resolve the problem of the Chi harvest fruit, Celestial Court is willing to use all their Chi Path resources to achieve this. Ancestor, please take a look at this immortal goo. Fang Yuan's gaze was immediately attracted by this immortal goo. Is this human Chi immortal goo? Fang Yuan's pupils dilated, his expression changed slightly. Human Chi immortal goo was shaped like a bee. It only had the size of a thumb. It flapped its wings and floated above Qin Dingling's palm, emitting a dense aura. Qin Dingling handed human Chi immortal goo to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan opened his palm and caught it. He stared at it and praised. Good goo, good goo. This goo is closely related to human path. It has huge potential. Qin Dingling smiled, taking out a second immortal goo and handing it to Fang Yuan. This was Earth Chi immortal goo. It was like a butterfly. It was brown in color and emitted dense Chi. Fang Yuan held human Chi immortal goo in his left hand and Earth Chi immortal goo in his right. He looked around with great interest. Amazing, amazing. This is Heaven Chi immortal goo. Qin Dingling said as she handed a third rank 8 immortal goo to Fang Yuan. Heaven Chi immortal goo was like a dragonfly. It was dark green in color and had 8 thin light blue wings. When it flapped, its body would emit a translucent aura. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. This Heaven Chi immortal goo is closely related to the heavenly path. To speak the truth, I created the method to get rid of the Chi harvest fruit because I comprehended a trace of the profundity of the heavenly path. If I had this goo, I would have been able to come out of closed cultivation earlier. Among the goo cultivation paths, heavenly path and human path are the most unique. Ancestor, you have almost reached the end of the path of Chi path. Thus you are able to comprehend the true meaning of other paths by analogy. Qin Dingling praised before changing the topic. These 3 Chi immortal goo are the cores of triple Chi retraction. They are the true treasures of the Celestial Court. Only members of the Celestial Court can possess them. Qin Dingling saw Fang Yuan's expression and was very happy. She hinted to Qi Si Ancestor that if he wanted these goo worms, he would have to join the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan heard this and showed a trace of hesitation on his face, but he laughed internally. His expression just now was just an act. If he truly cultivated Chi path, the temptation of these 3 Chi immortal goo would be unparalleled. Fang Yuan had tried many times before. These 3 Chi immortal goo were the cores of triple Chi retraction. They were irreplaceable. If he forcefully used other Chi path immortal goo to replace them, even if he managed to modify triple Chi retraction, it would lose its value in battle. Thus, even though Fang Yuan had obtained the complete primordial origin Chi path true inheritance, he did not gain much from it. Furthermore, Qi Si Ancestor was only one of Fang Yuan's identities. Moreover, Fang Yuan did not lack rank 8 immortal goo, attitude goo, mutation goo, wisdom sword goo, years flow like water, soul beast token, regret goo, spring, summer, big Chi realm, addition, steel life, water refinement, advanced refinement, dream token. There were simply too many of them. In Fang Yuan's eyes, only rank 9 immortal goo could make him excited. Rank 9 immortal goo were too rare. He originally had 1 wisdom goo. Unfortunately, this immortal goo was tampered with by giant sun immortal. Fang Yuan had no choice but to sacrifice it in the fate war. Qin Dingling borrowed 3 Chi immortal goo to let Qi Si Ancestor familiarize himself with it. She arranged for several goo immortals to modify the Chi path immortal formation with Qi Si Ancestor. With the help of the immortals, the Chi path immortal formation was completed in a few days. Fang Yuan and the Celestial Court immortals started to set up the formation. The main person in charge of this Chi path formation was naturally Fang Yuan, but the other formation cores were guarded by Celestial Court goo immortals. On one hand, Celestial Court was helping Fang Yuan. On the other hand, there They were there to supervise him. Qi ancestor was an outsider after all. Even though he had an alliance agreement, he was still a member of Celestial Court. How could Celestial Court not take precautions? In fact, it was not just the supporting Gu immortals who took precautions. The core immortal Gu of this Qi path formation, Heaven Qi, Earth Qi, and Human Qi, were also temporarily lent to Fang Yuan by Qin Dingling. Once there were any changes, Celestial Court could immediately retrieve them and make Fang Yuan lose control of the entire Qi path formation. And this Qi path formation's modification process involved several Celestial Court Gu immortals. Even if these Gu immortals had low Qi path attainment, they had good insight, it was very difficult to hide it from them. In fact, Fang Yuan did not hide anything in this Qi path formation. There was absolutely no problem with the formation. Earth Qi Gu go! Fang Yuan threw out Earth Qi Immortal Gu and instilled Immortal Essence. Earth Qi Immortal Gu quickly flew out and drilled into the ground at the bottom of the Qi harvest fruit. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud sound as the ground below the Qi harvest fruit started to shake intensely. Countless amounts of Earth Qi rose up like thick smoke. Fang Yuan started to collect these Earth Qi. The Celestial Court Gu immortals beside him also took action. Some assisted in collecting the Earth Qi, while others started to set up small formations around the entrance of the cave where the Earth Qi was rising up. While Fang Yuan was setting up the formation, at the other end of the Celestial Court, there was a huge underground square. Qing Chao's mountain-like body was motionless in the depths of the underground square, like a stone statue. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound could be heard from afar. The underground square shook slightly. Cracks appeared on the floor tiles. But Red Heart Traveler, who was guarding this place, was not flustered. He immediately took action and stabilized the situation. The cracks on the floor tiles were disappearing at an observable speed. What's the commotion? Qing Cho suddenly spoke, but strangely its voice was 9 spiritual fairies. 9 spiritual fairy had actually entered Qing Chao's body and forcefully refined hatred Gu. Looking at this commotion, Qi ancestor should be setting up the formation. He used Earth Qi Immortal Gu as the first foundation of the formation, so the Earth vein was affected. And this place is one of the main Earth veins, so it can affect us. Red Heart Traveler replied, "You were at a crucial moment earlier, so I did not inform you about this. Don't worry, this level of influence cannot affect us." 9 spiritual fairy immediately put her mind at ease. Then let's hurry up and try to refine hatred Gu while we get rid of the Qi harvest fruit to make Celestial Court even happier. Celestial Court's Gu immortals had already recovered from the shadow of defeat in the Fate War. They worked even harder than before and were filled with fighting spirit. Several days later, the Qi path formation was successfully set up. Fang Yuan was in charge of the formation and activated his methods to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit. The Qi harvest fruit was continuously whittled down by Fang Yuan's killer moves. But this Qi harvest fruit of Celestial Court was too huge. It would take some time to completely get rid of it. After several days, the Qi harvest fruit was whittled down by a little more than 10%. Qin Dingling hurriedly came to Fang Yuan with a solemn expression. "Ancestor, there is a change in Eastern Sea. The situation is not good." Fang Yuan was shocked. What happened? Marshal Wu's alliance suddenly launched a large-scale attack. They split into 3 groups and attacked the Grotto Heaven forces that submitted to us. We were caught off guard and suffered heavy losses. Qin Dingling said, "The news of my secret arrival should have been sealed. How could this be? Marshal Wu found out so quickly?" Fang Yuan's expression changed. His tone was filled with anxiety. "Ancestor, you want to return to Eastern Sea?" Qin Dingling asked purposely. "That is what I was thinking." Fang Yuan frowned. "But this method of mine has to be completely successful. If I give up halfway, there might be undesirable changes." Qin Dingling bowed deeply at Fang Yuan. "Ancestor, Please think of the big picture. Marshal Wu reacted so quickly. It was out of everyone's expectations. But if Ancestor returns now, it will be fulfilling Marshal Wu's wish. Only when we completely get rid of the Qi harvest fruit can we have a safe rear. At that time, Ancestor, you can lead our celestial court's immortals back to Eastern Sea. You can say that you came to our celestial court to ask for reinforcements. You did not want Marshal Wu to launch a sneak attack that will shut their mouths. After that, we can combine our strength and kill Marshal Wu, completely getting rid of the Two Heavens Alliance. That is the way to victory. Fang Yuan did not speak. He only looked at Qin Dingling deeply. After a long while, he spoke with a heavy tone. Marshal Wu's side has definitely prepared for a long time for this large-scale attack. Does the Celestial Court know anything about their plans? Absolutely not. Qin Dingling shook her head, her attitude firm. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He struggled for a while before sighing helplessly. Forget it. I will stay here to control the formation until the Qi harvest fruit is completely eradicated. But during this period of time, I will need your celestial court to send reinforcements to support Eastern Sea. Qin Dingling also sighed. We will do our best in this matter. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, saying, Once the Qi harvest fruit is completely eradicated, I will immediately return to reinforce it. But if I control the formation without rest, my battle strength will definitely fall. I hope the Celestial Court can give me 3 Qi immortal goo to help me kill the enemy. Qin Dingling's expression changed slightly. Although Fang Yuan was asking for compensation in a tactful tone, his appetite was too huge. It greatly exceeded Qin Dingling's bottom line. She shook her head and refused. 3 Qi immortal goo are the treasures of the Celestial Court. Only members of the Celestial Court can. Before she finished, Fang Yuan interrupted. The Eastern Sea Immortals are also my subordinates. Qin Dingling still shook her head. I will remember Ancestor's sacrifice, but even though I am the leader of the Celestial Court, I cannot give you 3 rank 8 immortal goo. At most, I can only offer one of them as compensation. How can one compare to all the living beings in the Grotto Heaven? Fang Yuan was slightly furious. Boom! Just as the two were haggling, there was a loud sound in the sky. A rank 8 immortal goo house directly charged in with a ferocious momentum. The immortals of the Celestial Court were all shocked, because the immortal goo house that invaded the Celestial Court was Dragon Palace. How can this be? Qin Dingling could no longer discuss with Fang Yuan. She flew out of the formation and faced the enemy. The door of Dragon Palace opened. Wu Shuai sat on his throne as he looked out from deep within Dragon Palace. Qin Dingling, we meet again. Wu Shuai, why are you here? Qin Dingling shouted. Several Goo Immortals had gathered behind her. Wu Shuai sneered and kicked off a head beside his feet. This head rolled down the stairs below the throne, all the way to the center of the hall. His eyes were wide open. It was Night, Heavenly Wolf Lord. That old scoundrel Qi, C can get rid of the Qi harvest fruit. Your Celestial Court wants to hide the news and secretly resolve the internal problem? Hee, wishful thinking. I came here to destroy your Celestial Court and kill that old scoundrel Qi Si. Let's see who can stop me in this world. Wu Shuai said this as he stood up and waved his hand, shouting, Kill! Chapter 2040. Central Continent. Deep within a certain earth trench. Fairy Myrtle was controlling the Wisdom Path formation. Purple light shrouded the formation without leaking out. In the formation core, other than by Ningbing, Heilulan, and Ingwuxia, there were also Fairy Miao Yin, Lady White Rabbit, and several other Goo Immortals. After the Fate War, these Goo Immortals were left behind by Fang Yuan. Fairy Myrtle and the rest cooperated with Bing Sai Chuan, capturing these people one by one. As the purple light faded, the formation stopped. Fairy Miao Yin's expression was uncertain, while Lady White Rabbit was furious. They were both immobilized. You two still don't want to surrender? Ing Wu Xie sneered. Humph, you traitor. Lady White Rabbit shouted angrily. Bai Ningbing also rushed over. Her gaze was emotionless and cold. I urge you to reconsider, after all. Your greatest value has been lost. Fairy Miao Yin heard this, and her expression became even more hesitant. Fairy Myrtle stopped the formation and stood up. Her aura was weak. She had expended a lot of energy in this deduction, but she showed clear joy on her face. It seems we succeeded. Bing Sai Chuan was already waiting outside the formation. He smiled lightly. He Lulan walked past Fairy Myrtle, stopping behind Bing Sai Chuan. Fairy Myrtle nodded with a smile. There are enough clues. We finally succeeded. I have already deduced Fang Yuan's current location. Take a guess. Where is this crafty demon hiding? Bing Sai Chuan raised his eyebrows. Now that you asked, it is a clear hint. What? Is this scoundrel Fang Yuan hiding in Celestial Court all along? Fairy Myrtle nodded. According to my deduction, he is indeed in Celestial Court. The immortals heard this and showed strange expressions. Ing Wu Xie gritted his teeth. He is truly crafty. He escaped from Celestial Court earlier. It was just a disguise. He has probably been hiding in Celestial Court all along. Old man Jin Yuan sighed. No wonder we could not find his true body. Bai Ningbing laughed loudly, praising. Amazing. This is Fang Yuan's style indeed. Bing Sai Chuan frowned. But how can he hide until now without being discovered by the Celestial Court, Gu Immortals? Fairy Myrtle's eyes flickered with bright light. I can only deduce that Fang Yuan is in Celestial Court now, but I cannot be sure that he has been hiding in Celestial Court. But in terms of ability, this demon, Fang Yuan, is the most difficult to estimate. But in terms of ability, Fang Yuan is Gu Immortal's sect. Bing Sai Chuan sighed. Fang Yuan is hiding in Heavenly Court now. What do we do? Were they going to attack the Celestial Court again? If we directly report this information to the Celestial Court, and the Celestial Court kills Fang Yuan, wouldn't they obtain all of his inheritance? Bing Sai Chuan represented Giant Sun Immortal. He represented the benefits of Northern Plains longevity heaven. Of course, he did not want to see the Celestial Court grow stronger again. Moreover, the information regarding Fang Yuan's location was something that they had painstakingly deduced. If they were to inform the Celestial Court just like that, it would be too easy for them. Elder Zhang Yuan reminded. No matter what, we still have to tell the Master about this precious information first. Fairy Myrtle replied, I've already reported it to Master as soon as I retracted the formation. Celestial Court. A fierce battle had broken out. Boom! Lady Cold Ash's figure flickered as she dodged the explosion of a killer move. She was actually Spectral Soul in disguise. Spectral Soul had just received Fairy Myrtle's information, but he was not in a good mood. Fang Yuan is in the Celestial Court now? Of course, I already knew this. A memory flashed in Spectral Soul's mind. It was the scene that happened several days ago. The Gu Immortals were gathered in Dragon Palace again. Wu Shuai used the excuse of discussing the details of attacking Qixi Ancestor's side. But halfway through the discussion, Wu Shuai suddenly attacked. Dragon Palace rumbled. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord was caught off guard and was hit by the killer move Dreamy Light Smoke. He was easily taken down without any resistance. Everyone, don't panic. This person is a spy of our alliance. He is the mastermind of the Celestial Court. Wu Shuai consoled the immortals as he took out evidence. In front of such concrete evidence, the immortals were shocked and furious. They condemned Night, Wolf, Grotto Heaven, and wanted them to pay the price. Wu Shuai shook his head. We will definitely punish Night, Heavenly Wolf Lord. But the urgent matter now is not this. The big picture is the most important thing. Gu Tribe's leader frowned deeply. Lord Alliance leader, because of this traitor, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord, our sneak attack plan has been exposed. If we carry it out again, we might not be able to catch them off guard. Wu Shuai smiled coldly. There is still an important piece of information that I have not told everyone yet. Qi Si ancestor is no longer in Eastern Sea. He has entered Central Continent many days ago and is heading to the Celestial Court. This is good news. Many Gu immortals heard this and were overjoyed. But Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had a grim expression. What's so good about it? The reason why we attacked Qi Si ancestor's side was to target him personally, to stop him from resolving the Qi harvest fruits in the other grotto heavens. Now that Qi Si ancestor is not here, what is the point of continuing our attack? The Gu immortals who were cheering earlier were stunned. After reacting, the atmosphere in Dragon Palace became even heavier. Everyone, don't panic. Wu Shuai spoke. All the Gu immortals' gazes landed on him. He continued, "It is actually very simple to resolve our current predicament. Since Qi Si ancestor is heading to Central Continent's Celestial Court, we will give up on the grotto heavens and directly attack the Celestial Court to kill Qi Si ancestor." What? This? The Gu immortals in the hall hesitated. It is not easy to attack the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court is the #1 force of humanity. Even if they lost the Fate War, we cannot take them lightly. Many Gu immortals wanted to retreat. Wu Shuai snorted coldly. "You fools!" He scolded them on the spot. His imposing aura caused the hall to turn silent. The Gu immortals kept quiet out of fear. Why don't you think about why the Celestial Court would suddenly invite Qi Si ancestor over? Wu Shuai asked with a stern expression. Xiao Hejian's eyes shined as he said, "Don't tell me the Celestial Court is also facing the Qi harvest fruit problem." Wu Shuai chuckled. "All of your grotto heavens are facing the Qi harvest fruit problem. The Celestial Court is also a grotto heaven. It is located in immemorial white heaven. Why is the Celestial Court not facing the Qi harvest fruit problem?" Hearing this, the immortals realized at once. This was just a facade. In their hearts, the Celestial Court had always been supreme. Even though they lost the Fate War, the Celestial Court displayed terrifying strength and foundation. Even though the Celestial Court lost, it lost to enemies like Fang Yuan and Red Lotus Demon Venerable. To the variant human Gu immortals, this was a reasonable loss. It did not affect their impression of the strength of the Celestial Court. Precisely because of this impression, the variant human Gu immortals subconsciously thought, even if the Celestial Court was facing the Qi harvest fruit problem, it could resolve it by itself. After all, the creator of the Celestial Court was primordial origin immortal Venerable, who became a Venerable through Qi path. Alliance leader is wise. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch slapped his forehead. The Celestial Court invited Qi Si ancestor to resolve the Qi harvest fruit problem. Even though the Celestial Court has a Qi path inheritance, it does not have any Qi path Gu immortals. Also, why did the Celestial Court ally with Qi Si ancestor? Other than obstructing our alliance, it is likely to be for the sake of their own safety. Precisely. Wu Shuai looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch with an appreciative gaze. You guys are not too stupid after all. The Celestial Court is at its weakest now. Qi Si ancestor is going to resolve the Qi harvest fruit problem of the Celestial Court. As long as we attack the Celestial Court while he is busy, we will be able to catch them off guard and obtain shocking results. If we attack the Celestial Court now, before Qi Si ancestor makes a move on the Qi harvest fruit, we will attack the Qi harvest fruit and force the Celestial Court Gu immortals to defend themselves. That way, we will have the initiative and be able to advance or retreat freely. If we attack the Celestial Court and Qi Si ancestor uses his killer move to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit, that would be even better. That would be even better. If we interfere with him with our full strength, Qi Si ancestor's killer move might fail, and he would suffer a backlash. If we fight with all our strength, we might be able to kill him on the spot. Wu Shuai said calmly. But what if we attack the Celestial Court and Qi Si ancestor has already gotten rid of the Qi harvest fruit? A Gu immortal asked carefully. Wu Shuai snorted coldly. The celestial court has a deep foundation. The Qi harvest fruit is definitely extraordinary. If Qi Sea ancestor gets rid of the Qi harvest fruit, his battle condition will be affected. Of course, this is the worst-case scenario, but we are already at a dead end. We can only fight with all our strength to have hope in the future. Tell me, other than this method, what other methods do we have? Facing Wu Shuai's question, the immortals were silent. With the current situation, the immortals were forced to follow Wu Shuai to attack the celestial court. But the Gu immortals present were still hesitant, including the two Vice Alliance leaders, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian. Maybe if we continue experimenting, we can find the correct method to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit? A Gu immortal said softly. Wu Shuai's expression turned grim. He scolded internally. These variant human Gu immortals have been cowards for too long. They do not have any fighting spirit at all. But Wu Shuai had already expected this. He laughed loudly. Lord Alliance leader, why are you laughing? Gu tribe's leader asked. Wu Shuai stopped laughing. To speak the truth, I am also worried about bringing you idiots to attack the celestial court. But this time, I invited a strong reinforcement. Because of him, I learned of Night, Heavenly Wolf, Lord's betrayal. Who is it? The immortals were curious. Lady Cold, Ash's gaze flickered. She already had a guess. Right at this moment, from the shadows behind Wu Shuai, a Gu immortal walked out. This Gu immortal wore a white robe. He had long black hair that reached his waist, his face was white as jade, his eyes were shining with cold light. Fang Yuan, it's him, it really is him. The immortals' pupils shrunk, their expressions changed. They were all shaken, under everyone's gazes. Fang Yuan spoke slowly, his voice was cold as ice. The celestial court bullied me. Now that I have recovered my strength, I am going to attack the celestial court. Duke Long is not here. Who can stop me? His voice resounded in the hall. Nobody dared to make a sound. But Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest felt their hearts pounding. With a strong reinforcement like Fang Yuan leading the way, they immediately regained their morale and fighting spirit. Fang Yuan was someone who had defeated the celestial court. His battle strength was clear to everyone in the world. Chapter 2041. Roar. The evil dragon's roar shook heaven and earth, causing winds and clouds to gather. Its mountain-like body charged at the front, followed by the immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance and finally Dragon Palace. Primordial Qi Wall. This was a method left behind by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. It appeared again when Celestial Court was attacked, but it could not stop Di Zongxing's charge. The 5 regions merged. This evil dragon has become even stronger. Furthermore, ever since the Fate War, the Primordial Qi Wall was destroyed by Fang Yuan. Even though it recovered, it is much weaker than before. Qin Dingling frowned, quickly determining the situation. The Qi Wall could only delay for a while. It could not stop the evil dragon. Lord Qin, do you need me to fight? At this time, 9 spiritual fairy transmitted. The former transformation path great experts of Celestial Court, Zhang Fei Xiong and Flesh Whip Immortal, had died long ago. Only 9 spiritual fairy was left among the transformation path experts. No, Qing Chao's taming is only one step away. Continue to refine Hatred Gu. Qin Dingling immediately transmitted, shouting, Shabi 95, Wandan, are you still not going to fight? A tiger's roar and a crane's cry resounded at the same time. 2 legendary immemorial desolate beasts blocked in front of Di Zongxing. The 3 legendary primordial wild beasts clashed, causing the earth to shake and the sky to tremble. In just a few rounds, Shabi 95 and Wandan were forced to retreat. They were in a miserable state. They were not Di Zongxing's match in close combat. Thus, they started to activate their killer moves. Instantly, gray qi shot out like blades, pill lights burst out. Di Zongxing roared. Purple gold light appeared on his body, blocking all the killer moves. Next, the purple gold light dissipated. Di Zongxing's dragon whiskers grew rapidly, shooting out like countless snakes coming out of their caves. They were extremely powerful. Shabi 95 and Ruan Dan could not block the attacks. They could only retreat temporarily. This evil dragon actually has an immortal goo. It can use killer moves now. Qin Dingling's heart sank. She took a deep look at Dragon Palace. Di Zongxing was a legendary immemorial beast to begin with. He had outstanding intelligence and could use goo worms to activate killer moves. But during the Fate War, it was enslaved by Dragon Palace in a hurry. It did not have time to equip itself with goo worms. Therefore, in the Fate War, it only relied on its own physical strength to fight. Therefore, he was unable to resist Feng Jioge's Song of Destiny and was instantly controlled. When he encountered other killer moves, he could only use his physical body to resist. After the Fate War, Wu Shuai had already started to consider equipping Di Zongxing with goo worms. But Wu Shuai was tight on money back then. He did not have any extra immortal goo, although the main body had many immortal goo. Firstly, Feng Yuan's main body was moving around Western Desert. He did not meet up with Wu Shuai immediately. Secondly, the extra immortal goo might not be suitable for Di Zongxing. However, Wu Shuai's luck was good. He grasped the opportunity and successfully became the leader of the Two Heavens Alliance. With resources on hand, Wu Shuai started to equip Di Zongxing. Up until now, Wu Shuai and Feng Yuan's main body had split the Two Heavens forces. He used the excuse of trying to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit to destroy several grotto heavens and made forceful transactions with the Alliance's goo immortals. Finally, Di Zongxing had a certain number of goo worms and several basic killer moves. Di Zongxing suppressed Ruan Dan and Shabi 95, forcing them to retreat to one side as he charged forward ferociously. Qin Dingling screamed as she flew up and entered the immortal goo house. Several immortal goo houses flew towards Di Zongxing, forming layers of defense. Di Zongxing's charge stopped for a moment, but Shabi 95 and Ruan Dan also joined in. I finally blocked it for now. Qin Dingling had just calmed down when she moved Dragon Palace in an arc towards the Qi harvest fruit. Celestial Court's Qi harvest fruit was too huge. It was too eye-catching. Wu Shuai was even more ruthless. He attacked the enemy's weakness. Qin Dingling's expression changed as she hurriedly commanded the immortal goo houses to split a portion of their forces to block Dragon Palace. The situation is very dangerous. Once the Qi harvest fruit is destroyed, the whole of Celestial Court will be destroyed. Quickly awaken the immortals in the immortal graveyard. Zhou Xiong Xian urged. How about we ask 9 Spiritual Fairy and Red Heart Traveler to reinforce us? Bai Tsang Shui suggested. Qin Dingling gritted her teeth, deciding, awaken the immortals in the immortal graveyard. Celestial Court's immortal graveyard was already mostly destroyed. There were only a few goo immortals sleeping inside. But after this force awakened, they were a new force. They shared a lot of the pressure. The defensive line was still in danger, but it was barely stabilized. Go and attack the Qi harvest fruit. Wu Shuai ordered the Alliance goo immortals. These goo immortals had already split up. They were like loose sand, drilling through the Qi walls and approaching the Qi harvest fruit. Seeing this, Qin Dingling was extremely anxious. She gritted her teeth and said furiously, I will destroy these variant humans and exterminate them all. Even though the Two Heavens Alliance's goo immortals were not strong, they had the advantage in numbers. They were the weakness of Celestial Court side. Don't worry, these variant human goo immortals look like they have a lot of numbers, but they are actually cowards. As long as we send one person to surround the Qi harvest fruit and kill a few of them, these goo immortals will definitely hesitate. Their morale will be greatly weakened. Princess Impatience suggested, who can take on this task? Qin Dingling quickly asked. Che Wei responded with his actions. He flew out of the immortal goo house like a ray of light, charging towards the chi harvest fruit on the ground. Die. He pounced like an eagle, using a killer move that was extremely powerful and unstoppable. Ah, what killer move is this? Of the two variant human goo immortals, one was heavily injured, while the other was killed on the spot. Che Wei's display of battle strength at the crucial moment was extremely shocking. Both sides were shocked. After all, the two variant human goo immortals he defeated had rank 8 cultivation level. His killer move seems to be of a completely new path? Too terrifying. Before I figure out his background, if I rush forward, I'll definitely be cut in half by him. I should wait for Feng Yuan to attack. The two Heavens Alliance's goo immortals hesitated, their charge slowed down. These trash. In the depths of Dragon Palace, Wu Shuai frowned, showing deep anger on his face. At the crucial moment, these variant human goo immortals were useless. They could not even serve as cannon fodder. But Wu Shuai was prepared. He waved his hand. It's your turn. For figures flew out of Dragon Palace. They were the 4 dragon generals, Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, Yang Zihi, as well as Old Man Bei Feng, who replaced Shi Miao. These 4 rank 8 goo immortals were enslaved by Dragon Palace. They were loyal and did not fear death. They split into 4 groups and charged forward. Even though Che Wei was strong, he could only block one person. Protect me. Qi Si Ancestor transmitted to Qin Dingling. This is the crucial moment. If we stop now, the consequences will be unimaginable. Qin Dingling gritted her teeth, seeing that the 3 dragon generals were very close to the Qi harvest fruit. She could only take the risk of mobilizing an immortal goo house to block them. At the same time, 2 goo immortals flew out of the immortal goo house, blocking the dragon generals with all their strength. Roar! Just as Celestial Court's side blocked the 4 dragon generals, Dragon Palace took the chance to block Wan Dan. Di Zongxing used this chance to knock down Shabi 95, charging all the way until he got close to the Qi harvest fruit. Di Zongsheng abruptly opened its mouth and spat out a green gas current. The green Qi destroyed the immortal formation and hit the Qi harvest fruit. The Qi harvest fruit shook intensely. Qi Si Ancestor's expression changed as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His killer move was stopped. He seemed to have suffered a heavy backlash. Oh no! The Celestial Court's immortals had a change of expression. We succeeded. Wu Shuai's subordinates cheered. Their morale rose. The Qi harvest fruit was damaged. Celestial Court was affected. The ground in Celestial Court was torn apart. Earth trenches appeared. Earth Qi rumbled. Heaven and earth shook. The sky was in chaos. Countless winds and clouds were raging. Crack, crack. The aperture walls of Celestial Court started to crack. Large pieces of the aperture walls fell off, forming a huge hole that connected the inside and outside. Even the Fate Formation could not deal such a heavy blow to Celestial Court. The appearance of the Qi harvest fruit gave Celestial Court a fatal weakness. Die. Che Wei was furious. His left hand was like a blade, while his right hand was like a spear. He attacked with both hands. 2 gold and silver lights pierced through Yang Zihi. Yang Zi, he died. Wu Shuai laughed loudly, shouting, Today is the day of your Celestial Court's destruction. Qin Dingling's eyelids twitched. Even though Wu Shuai's side suffered many losses, he was right. The Qi harvest fruit's weakness was too huge. Wu Shuai had the complete initiative. Celestial Court is in danger. What should we do? Even someone like Qin Dingling was at a loss. Amidst the loss, there was a trace of fear. Is Celestial Court going to be destroyed by me? Qin Dingling? Right at this time, Qi Si Ancestor transmitted again. Qin Dingling, the situation is dire. We can only take a risk. Qin Dingling subconsciously asked, How do we take a risk? Earlier, my Qi Path Immortal Goo was destroyed. I can no longer use the method to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit. But I created a killer move. Even though it is not complete, it can temporarily shrink the Qi harvest fruit. Qi Si ancestor said. Qin Dingling's eyes shined. She saw hope in this desperate situation. She quickly said, Ancestor, please use it. As long as we survive this, Celestial Court will not mistreat you. Celestial Court's current problem was the Qi harvest fruit. Celestial Court's Qi harvest fruit was too big. It was like a mountain. It was the best target for killer moves. But if it shrunk, the difficulty of defending it would be much lower. We need to be fast. This killer move is not complete. I can only hold on for a while. Qi Si ancestor said as he flew towards the Qi harvest fruit. When he was about to crash, he turned into a human-shaped Qi current and fused into the Qi harvest fruit. The Qi harvest fruit shook intensely. It started to shrink rapidly. In a few breaths of time, it shrunk from the size of a mountain to the size of a horse carriage. This change made Celestial Court's Gu Immortal surprised and joyful. An immortal Gu house flew down and floated above the Qi harvest fruit, shooting out a grand pillar of light that enveloped the Qi harvest fruit. Wu Shuai's side's killer moves rained down like a storm, but they could not shake the pillar of light at all. Di Zongxing and Dragon Palace charged over again. Block them! Qin Dingling shouted, but they were too passive. They were forced to retreat. The Qi harvest fruit shrunk again. It turned from a horse carriage to an ordinary gourd. Seeing that they were about to fall into the abyss of defeat again, Qin Dingling quickly asked, Ancestor, can you move the Qi harvest fruit? Qi Si ancestor replied weakly, This is my limit. I researched Demon Immortal Qi Ju's revival method. I can only shrink it. I cannot move it at all. This method is just a preliminary creation. It is not complete. Quickly think of a way. Qin Dingling was out of ideas. She had already sent reinforcements to the 10 great ancient sects at the start of the battle. Originally, Celestial Court had Central Heaven Gate. They could send reinforcements quickly, but it was destroyed by Fairy Myrtle during the Fate War. But at the next moment, the primordial Qi wall collapsed. Countless Qi currents landed on Di Zongxing's body. Di Zongxing's battle strength fell sharply. His threat was greatly reduced. This was Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's follow-up method. It landed on Feng Yuan during the Fate War. Feng Yuan was trapped and could not break free. But Limitless Demon Venerable's figure helped him resist the power of these Qi currents. But now the chess game was over. The two Venerables' silhouettes had vanished completely. They could no longer help Di Zongxing. In the blink of an eye, Di Zongxing was suppressed by Shabi 95. Celestial Court's dangerous situation was alleviated. Wu Shuai's side lost their most important battle force. Dragon Palace had no choice but to step up and use Dreamy Light Smoke Killer move. Heavenly Court still did not have a way to resist it head-on. Dragon Palace showed off its demonic might. We can't go on like this. In the end, my Celestial Court still lacks peak battle strength. Qin Dingling gritted her teeth. If Duke Long was here, how could the other side be so arrogant? Qi Si Ancestor also has peak battle strength, but his killer move was stopped and he suffered a backlash. Furthermore, he is not a member of Celestial Court. Why would he risk his life for Celestial Court? Just as Qin Dingling was thinking about this, Qi Si Ancestor transmitted again. Qin Dingling, to resolve today's crisis, the most important thing is to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit. As long as we get rid of the Qi harvest fruit, we can switch from defense to offense. Our greatest worry will be gone. We have not lost hope yet. My killer move only lacks one final piece to complete it. There is a high chance of success. Qin Dingling's heart shook. What do you need me to do? Chapter 2042. Hearing that Qi Si Ancestor was seeking Heaven Path true meaning, Qin Dingling smiled bitterly. Even though Celestial Court has deep foundation, it does not have Heaven Path true meaning. Oh, Why is that? Chi Si ancestor asked. It is because no one can cultivate heaven path. If we could, why would Celestial Court create heaven overseeing tower to make use of fake goo? Qin Dingling's tone was filled with deep regret. No, goo immortals could cultivate heaven path. This was the root cause of heaven path true meaning. It was not easy for goo immortals to leave behind their true meaning. To leave behind true meaning, wisdom path and rule path had the greatest advantage. Other paths could only leave behind true meaning if they could comprehend other paths by analogy. For example, long hair's refinement path true meaning or reckless savage's transformation path true meaning. Hearing Qin Dingling's answer, Fang Yuan was not dejected. He was mentally prepared. His earlier request was more to probe Celestial Court's foundation. Maybe it really had? Celestial Court did not have heaven path true meaning. It was not out of his expectations. Long hair ancestor, Fang Yuan, sighed heavily, transmitting to Qin Dingling, this means there is no hope. I can only let go for now and fight alongside Celestial Court to kill these variant humans. Qin Dingling immediately became anxious. The Qi harvest fruit became Celestial Court's weakness. It was a fatal weakness. The reason why the battle was in a deadlock now was because Qi Si ancestor was shrinking the Qi harvest fruit. Once Fang Yuan let go, the Qi harvest fruit would shrink to its original size. Celestial Court would have a hard time defending. They would be in a passive situation. Qin Dingling was facing huge pressure now. This pressure was not only from the external enemies, but also from her inner heart. After the Fate War, the immortal graveyard was heavily damaged. Celestial Court's foundation fell. Qin Dingling had no choice but to take charge of all the matters of Celestial Court in this precarious situation. She was conscientious and worked hard to build the Celestial Court. It could be said that she had done her best to bring the Celestial Court back to its former glory. Just like the other members of the Celestial Court, Qin Dingling had a strong sense of belonging to the Celestial Court. But now, a strong enemy had come, and it was extremely sudden. What was worse was that they had the fatal weakness of the Qi harvest fruit, causing Qin Dingling to feel a great sense of danger. Is the Celestial Court going to be destroyed in this battle? Am I the sinner who caused the destruction of the Celestial Court due to a lapse in defense? Rumble. The fierce battle continued, and the Dragon Palace continued to move about. Qin Dingling stayed in the command center. She paid attention to the battlefield and made emergency arrangements while also communicating with Qi Si ancestor. The internal and external troubles and the heavy pressure forced her to choose to take a gamble. Immortal friend Qi Si, don't let go. Although the Celestial Court doesn't have any Heaven Dao true intent, it has abundant Heaven Dao research results. I'll give it to you right now. Qin Dingling was very straightforward. She directly sent an information path immortal goo to Qi Si ancestor. My plan succeeded. Fang Yuan received this information path immortal goo and sighed internally. He quickly sent his consciousness inside to inspect it. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Fang Yuan only saw a small part of it, but his eyes shined with bright light. He praised internally. The Celestial Court had risen to become the #1 force in the world for 3 million years. In these 3 million years, from complying with Providence at the start, to keeping it in check in the dark, to altering Providence, they had all interacted with the Heaven Dao. The Heaven Dao research results were extremely abundant. It was the best in the world. It was truly worthy of its name. Fate Goo was a Heaven Path immortal goo. It could not be used by humans. The Celestial Court forcibly constructed Heaven Overseeing Tower and used a portion of Fate Goo's power. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, why did Spectral Soul secretly infiltrate the Celestial Court? A large part of the reason was because he wanted to obtain this Heaven Dao research results. As for why Limitless Demon Venerable made a bet with star constellations, well, back then, wasn't it because he wanted to use the Celestial Court's Heaven Dao research results to raise his crazed demon cave? And now, this research result was in Feng Yuan's hands. Feng Yuan continued to read, and his heart shook. 2 killer moves appeared in front of him. One was called Heaven Man Sensation. The other was called Workers of Heaven's Work. They were created by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Heaven Man Sensation could allow a Gu Immortals will to interact with the Heaven Tao Will and fuse with it. And Workers of Heaven's Work killer move was built on the basis of Heaven Man Sensation. It could allow a Gu Immortal to replace Providence to a certain extent. Because of these 2 killer moves, Star Constellations could interfere with and influence Providence. She could even replace Providence in controlling Fate Gu, thus allowing the Celestial Court to have a smooth life and reign for over 3 million years. This is my way out. Feng Yuan immediately sensed acutely that these 2 killer moves were the key to breaking out of his current predicament. This time he took the risk to come to the Heavenly Court and set up this trap to deceive Qin Dingling. In the end, he achieved his goal. Qi Si, I wonder if this research result can help you complete your killer move? Qin Dingling asked in the midst of an intense battle. Feng Yuan coughed. This Heaven Tao research results have indeed benefited me greatly. But modifying a killer move now is extremely risky. I need you to stall for time for me. The more the better. Qin Dingling gritted her teeth. Ancestor, you need to hurry. We can only do our best. If not, we can only abandon the Celestial Court and preserve the Gu Immortals. She had already prepared for the worst-case scenario. Feng Yuan continued to read. Behind the 2 killer moves, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's ideology was recorded in detail. Feng Yuan was enlightened and came to a realization. My will is Providence. Providence is my will. So that's it. Feng Yuan did not move for now. He pondered over this profound meaning as his clone Wu Shuai led the 2 Heavens Alliance to fight against the Celestial Court. Because Di Zongxing was hit by Primordial Origins method, he was no longer as powerful as before. He was suppressed by Wandan. As for Shabi 95, it had already returned to the defensive line, becoming the main force against Dragon Palace. Under Wu Shuai's control, Dragon Palace rampaged through the battlefield. Displaying its power, the Celestial Court's side suffered greatly. But in other aspects, the 2 Heavens Alliance's Gu Immortals were at a disadvantage. They were not the match of the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. Compared to the Celestial Court's members, they were still lacking in strength. There were only 2 people who were on par with them, the 2 Vice Alliance leaders, Xiao Hejian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. As for Spectral Soul, who was disguised as Lady Cold Ash, he continued to disguise himself. He fought with all his might, but was unable to do so. This is a great opportunity. Fairy Myrtle, bring your men and join the battle in Celestial Court. Spectral Soul ordered. Feng Yuan is in Celestial Court. I want to kill him, as well as Celestial Court, Qi Si Ancestor, and the rest. Fairy Myrtle received the order and asked, should we include Longevity Heaven's forces? What if we tell Celestial Court's situation? Fairy Myrtle deduced Feng Yuan's location. Bing Saichuan knew about it too. But Bing Saichuan's side did not know that Celestial Court was in such a situation. They only thought that Celestial Court was heavily guarded. Since that was the case, Bing Saichuan could only conceal Feng Yuan's location for now, even though he wanted to make use of others to kill him. If Celestial Court really killed Feng Yuan, wouldn't all of Feng Yuan's inheritances and immortal Gu go to Celestial Court? Thus, Bing Saichuan wanted to continue contacting Spectral Soul's side. He wanted the 2 sides to work together and attack Celestial Court in the future. Spectral Soul thought about Giant Sun's attack during the Fate War. He snorted coldly and said without hesitation, no need to tell them. We will hide it from them. Come here. Fairy Myrtle concealed the truth and left with Bing Saichuan's group, rushing to Celestial Court. Celestial Court was damaged now. There were many holes in the aperture walls. They were connected to the outside world. Fairy Myrtle's group could easily and quickly attack. Fairy Myrtle's force cannot turn the situation around. Only when both sides are heavily injured will she have the greatest impact. Spectral Soul thought to himself. To him, the best situation was for Wu Shuai to fight against Celestial Court. They would lose a lot of battle strength. At that time, if he attacked, he would have huge gains. But why is that scoundrel Feng Yuan not attacking yet? Spectral Soul looked at Dragon Palace. At the same time, an immortal Gu house from Celestial Court attacked him. Spectral Soul held back his killing intent, abandoning a group of soul beasts as he retreated. In order to act weak, he decided to endure it. But this immortal Gu house charged forward and used a killer move. A ray of profound light shot out towards Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul's heart shook. He hesitated. He had the strength to dodge, but Lady Cold Ash did not. Without a choice, he could only abandon some soul beasts to block the immortal Gu house and stall for time for him. Die. Che Wei suddenly appeared beside Lady Cold Ash. His body was shining with golden light. His aura was sharp like a blade. You really think I'm a pushover? Spectral Soul was furious, but he decided to maintain his disguise. Boom! Che Wei's attack landed on Lady Cold Ash's body. She fell down as a large amount of blood splattered in the air. Lady Cold Ash's aura weakened rapidly until it was completely gone. Dead. Another one killed. Che Wei did not find Spectral Soul's weakness. He flew away with the immortal Gu house towards other battlefields. Spectral Soul fell to the ground like a broken sack. He did not move. He was pretending to be dead. Boom, boom, boom. Not long after he fell to the ground, a series of immortal killer moves turned into dazzling lightning that landed on Spectral Soul's body twice. Lady Cold Ash's body was charred black. Most of her body was roasted. She emitted the fragrance of meat. I'll endure it. Spectral Soul gritted his teeth. Bam! With a loud sound, Di Zongxing also fell down, pressing down on Spectral Soul. Next, Ruan Dan flew to Di Zongxing's body, shouting as she fought, I'll fight, 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 fight! Bam, bam, bam. The ground shook intensely. Spectral Soul's bones and tendons were all crushed. I'll endure it! Di Zongxing and Ruan Dan flew away, but soon an immortal Gu house flew over. It was Dragon Palace. Immortal killer move, dreamy light smoke. Wu Shuai activated a Dream Path Killer move as he chased after Qin Dingling relentlessly. Qin Dingling dodged quickly. The smoke-like killer move could not change direction in time. It was about to land on Spectral Soul's body. Spectral Soul, I can't take it anymore. At the next moment, he burst out, waving his hand as black chi spread across the entire battlefield. Chapter 2043. What is going on? Black Chi shook as Xiao Hejian was forced to retreat. His face was filled with shock. He had seen Lady Cold Ash get killed by Che Wei and felt some regret. To think that not long after, Lady Cold Ash actually revived. Did she fake her death earlier? But her luck was not good and she was about to be hit by a Dream Path Killer move. So she had to fight again? But how can Lady Cold Ash have such battle strength? Not only was Xiao Hejian bewildered, the other Gu immortals also had the same doubts. But compared to Celestial Court side, the Two Heavens Alliance was not only shocked, but also joyful. After all, Lady Cold Ash had concealed herself so deeply. She was still one of them. That attack earlier had Duke Long style. Is Lady Cold Ash a person on the same level as Duke Long? I don't believe it. Another Gu immortal charged out from Celestial Court side. It was none other than Che Wei, who had displayed his might in this battle. Che Wei pounced at Lady Cold Ash. All sorts of signs and information showed that attack earlier was Lady Cold Ash's trump card. She could not use it often. Kill! Che Wei's body shined with golden light. He crashed towards Lady Cold Ash like a meteor. At the same time, far from the battlefield underground, the two generals of Celestial Court were still forcefully refining Hatred Gu. Red Heart Traveler controlled the formation, while Ching Cho was motionless like a statue. 9 spiritual fairies' voice came from the statue. It's about time in a few more minutes we will be able to completely refine hatred goo. As soon as he finished speaking, Ching Chai's dim and lifeless eyes suddenly opened wide, and a crimson red light shot out explosively from its eyes. What's going on? 9 spiritual fairy exclaimed in shock. What happened? Red Heart Traveler asked while injecting immortal essence to increase the immortal formation's power. But Ching Chao's body shook more and more violently. It's hatred goo, oh no! 9 spiritual fairy suddenly cried out in shock. She was forced out of Ching Chao's body like a ray of light. Roar! Ching Cho regained its freedom. It roared towards the sky. Its voice shook the heavens like thunder. Boom! At the next moment, Ching Cho charged out of the formation, leaving behind a damaged formation and 2 shocked Celestial Court rank 8 Go Immortals. Red Heart Traveler was in charge of the formation and suffered a lot of backlash. He quickly helped up 9 spiritual fairy who had fallen to the ground. Ching Cho flew to the battlefield. What happened? 9 spiritual fairy's gaze was still dull, her tone uncertain. Maybe I saw wrongly at that instant earlier. The rank 8 hatred goo burst out with terrifying power. It actually had a trace of the aura of a rank 9 immortal goo. At this time, the battlefield attention had shifted from Dragon Palace and the Chi on to Goo. Cho Cho attacked. Goo Cho on Goo Cho. Cho on Goo Go on. Goo. Cho. Cho. Goo. Lady. Goo. Goo Cho on Cho. Cho demon to say. Chin on. Cho dynasty Chen demon Goo. Demon Chin. To Spectral Soul's thought was direct. Since Fang Yuan is not coming out, I will force him to come out. Today was different from the past. During the Fate War, Spectral Soul was very weak. He could only rely on Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Zheng Yuan to escape and recuperate. But now he had recovered most of his strength. He was no longer weak. What is going on? The Immortals were even more shocked. Goo Cho Cho gave up on Cho Dynasty and targeted Dragon Palace. Internal conflict. Cho Dynasty's momentum slowed. Let's observe the situation first. Maybe it is a trap. Qin Dingling wanted stability. She gathered her subordinates. Wu Shuai frowned. He controlled Dragon Palace to retreat. But Gu Cho Cho was faster. She pressed her palm on the roof of Dragon Palace. The seemingly light palm caused Dragon Palace to be sent flying like a ball. At the same time, phantoms of immemorial soul beasts appeared on the surface of Dragon Palace. Roar, roar, roar. Every immemorial soul beast phantoms flashed by. Dragon Palace would suffer a heavy blow. Dozens of immemorial soul beast phantoms flashed by. A huge hole appeared on Dragon Palace's roof. The pillars were broken. Tiles were sent flying. It was a pathetic sight. Cho Dynasty broke out in cold sweat. He had experienced Dragon Palace's strength firsthand. But now Gu Cho Cho only used one palm to force Dragon Palace to this state. So Gu Cho 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 is so strong. I attacked earlier. I was courting death. Cho Dynasty's direction suddenly changed. He returned to the back. Gu Cho Cho Cho, what are you doing? Xiao Hijin shouted. What soul path killer move is this? It is so powerful. Even though Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was furious on the surface, he was feeling a chill in his heart. Dragon Palace continued to retreat. You think you can escape? Gu Cho sneered. She was about to attack again when a huge shadow shrouded her body. Gu Cho turned around. She saw that the mountain-like Ching Cho had gotten close to her at some point. It opened its mouth and was about to devour Gu Cho. Seeing this, Gu Cho was also stunned. Spectral Soul knew about Ching Chao's existence, but he never expected that he would run into Ching Cho at this moment. Seeing that Gu Cho was about to be devoured, her body suddenly turned into black smoke. She floated and dodged Ching Chao's attack. Beast scram. Gu Cho shouted. She stretched out her palm again and pressed it on Qing Chao's head. The scene from earlier happened again. Phantoms of immemorial soul beasts surrounded Qing Chao, flickering continuously. Bam, bam, bam. Each time the phantom appeared, there would be a loud sound of thunder. Qing Chao's flesh was soon torn apart, but it did not retreat. Spectral Soul was about to chase after Dragon Palace when Qing Chao blocked his path. Spectral Soul, I will kill you, I will kill you. Qing Chao roared as it pounced at Gu Chou. Spectral Soul was furious. I have no time to waste on you. He used Gu Chou's body to prepare a terrifying killer move. Traces of black smoke started to come out of Gu Chou's orifices. Her aura rose rapidly. The black smoke gathered and enveloped Qing Chao. Qing Chao activated an offensive killer move that crashed into the black smoke. After a breath of time, the black smoke dissipated. Qing Chao's killer move landed on Gu Chou's body without losing any momentum. Shock flashed across Gu Chou's face. She was sent flying as she was caught off guard. Rank 9 Immortal Gu? No, it is only a half-finished product. Gu Chou swallowed a mouthful of blood. She squinted as she sized up Qing Chao, her expression turning solemn. 9 Spiritual Fairy had just arrived at the battlefield. Her pupils shrunk. My senses were right. The rank 8 Hatred Gu is about to advance to rank 9. Qing Chao's origin is from the aggrieved souls that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable slaughtered. The core Immortal Gu that formed Qing Chao is Hatred Gu, but the relationship between Hatred Gu and Qing Chao is not simple. Not only did Hatred Gu create Qing Chao is also nurturing and refining Hatred Gu. Maybe at the start, Hatred Gu was only rank 6 or even rank 4 or 5, but as Qing Chao grew, its endless hatred caused Hatred Gu to advance. Until now, Hatred Gu is advancing from rank 8 to rank 9. Chapter 2044. What situation was this? Seeing that Lady Cold Ash was sent flying by Qing Chao, the immortals were stunned. The aura of a rank 9 Immortal Gu could not be faked, but this aura was too weak, and it was mainly the aura of a rank 8 Immortal Gu. This was the first time something like this had happened. An incomplete rank 9 Immortal Gu? The immortals felt that it was inconceivable. Gu refinement had always been a very careful process, be it human Gu refinement methods or hairy man Gu refinement methods. They were extremely meticulous. Fang Yuan was like this. Long Hair Ancestor was also like this. They had never heard of a Gu worm that could still be used during the Gu refinement process. But the truth was right in front of them. The immortals had to admit it. What refinement method is this? Many Gu immortals were very excited. This is definitely a new chapter in refinement path. Spectral Soul, Qing Chao has Hatred Gu. It should not be wrong. To think that Lady Cold Ash was actually Spectral Soul in disguise. From Spectral Soul's words, it seems that Fang Yuan is also here. Is he hiding in Dragon Palace? The immortals were shocked and uncertain. There were too many accidents in this battle. Celestial Court, the two heavens, Spectral Soul, Fang Yuan, and others had their own arrangements. None of them knew the overall situation. Even though Fang Yuan had been reborn, it was the same. Spectral Soul's identity was exposed. He felt a trace of joy. Dragon Palace retreated even faster. Wu Shuai immediately called back the 3 dragon generals. He also ordered the other 2 Heavens Alliance Gu Immortals to defend Dragon Palace and deal with Spectral Soul. Wu Shuai did not dare to rashly bring the other 2 Heavens Alliance Gu Immortals into Dragon Palace. Spectral Soul's identity was exposed. They were also very suspicious. I can't wait any longer. Qi Si Ancestor, Fang Yuan, gritted his teeth as he secretly made a move. He had planned to disguise himself for a while, but with Spectral Soul's exposure and Qing Chao's participation, he knew that he had lost control of the situation. He had to act quickly. Fang Yuan contacted Qin Dingling. The modification has results. Protect me. It will be very crucial next. Understood. A hint of joy flashed across Qin Dingling's face. This was the best news she had heard since the start of the battle. Celestial Court's Gu-immortals retreated and formed a tight defense line. They were very wary of Spectral Soul and Dragon Palace's Wu Shuai. Roar! Qing Chou charged towards Frost, Ash Immortal Gu. Hatred Gu's rank 9 aura became denser. It was as if Spectral Soul's appearance had triggered the deepest hatred in Qing Chou's heart. This intense hatred was rapidly refining Hatred Immortal Gu. When Hatred Immortal Gu was activated, it amplified Qing Chou in all aspects, especially the offensive killer moves. Their power rose sharply. They were terrifying. As Spectral Soul fought against Qing Chou, he was suppressed for some time. The hostility on his face intensified. After a few rounds, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of black gas. The black gas was small and dim, seemingly unremarkable, but when it flew onto Qing Chou's body, Qing Chou's movements became sluggish and its attacks became disjointed. Spectral Soul's body shook. He turned into countless clones that surrounded Qing Chou. Qing Chou had Hatred Gu. It should be able to identify the real one. But against the countless Spectral Souls, it showed a confused expression. It lost its target. Spectral Soul's true body suddenly appeared on Qing Chou's back. He stretched out his hand as his palm and forearm pierced deeply into Qing Chou's body. Qing Chou's body shook intensely. It was in extreme pain. It roared at the sky. Qing Chou unleashed Immortal Killer moves repeatedly, disregarding its own safety. It attacked Spectral Soul, who was on its back. Spectral Soul took the attacks head-on. He had to maintain his current method. Qing Chou fell to the ground. With a loud sound, heaven and earth shook. A huge pit was created. Qing Chou rolled on the ground, but it could not shake off Spectral Soul. Oh no, he is refining Qing Chou. Qin Dingling saw something. Her heart jumped. She was about to order the other Gu-immortals to disturb Spectral Soul. However, Wu Shuai was one step faster. Dragon Palace activated Dreamy Light Smoke again. Pink smoke floated towards Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul was not afraid of other methods, but he was wary of Dream Path killer moves. He had no choice but to stop his methods and retreat. Qing Chou broke free and regained its freedom, but it was dispirited. It almost fell to the ground. In contrast, after Spectral Soul flew into the sky, his aura rose by a huge amount. Evidently, the method used against Qing Chou earlier was not just enslavement. It also had the ability to extract its strength. Seeing this, almost all of the Gu-immortals' hearts sank. Qing Chou had quasi-rank 9 Hatred Gu, its battle-strength sword. It was already at the level of Feng Yuan, Duke Long, and Feng Zhouge during the Fate War, but it could not do much against Spectral Soul, other than an accident when it attacked Spectral Soul at the start. When Spectral Soul regained his footing, Qing Chou was completely countered by Spectral Soul. In the end, Qing Chou was an immemorial soul beast, and immemorial soul beasts were too familiar to Spectral Soul, who cultivated Soul Path as his main path. Spectral Soul had many methods to counter immemorial soul beasts. Speaking of which, the reason why soul beasts could appear in form was because of Spectral Soul demon Venerable. It is a pity I was so close to enslaving this legendary desolate beast. Humph. Feng Yuan, you are courting death. Spectral Soul's plan was foiled. He had a cold expression. Killing intent surged as he charged towards Dragon Palace again. Both sides fought again. Wu Shuai fought with all his might, but he could not resist Spectral Soul's methods. He was forced to retreat. Spectral Soul's demonic might was vast. He rampaged in the battlefield, unstoppable. Dragon Palace, which had been showing off its might earlier, could not resist his unparalleled might. His killer moves were endless. They were either powerful or strange. They could not be defended against. Spectral Soul had recovered, even though he was not as strong as when he was refining sovereign immortal fetus Gu on Etian Mountain. he had already recovered. Wu Shuai controlled Dragon Palace to fight against Spectral Soul. Qing Chou and the rest interfered, but he was still at a disadvantage. The situation was getting more dangerous. After more than 10 rounds, Dragon Palace was in ruins. The 3 dragon generals also died at Spectral Soul's hands. Thankfully, Dreamy Light Smoke was a killer move that made Spectral Soul wary. The 2 Heavens Alliance's Gu Immortals could not be counted on. They all retreated to the side. Spectral Soul was too terrifying. Whoever went up would die. It's about time. Wu Shuai finally received a secret transmission from his main body. He let out a breath of air. He quickly controlled Dragon Palace to charge towards the Qi harvest fruit. Qin Dingling and the rest formed a defensive line. They were like cats that had their fur blown up. They shined with endless light. Wu Shuai shouted, "Celestial Court, if you don't act now, when Spectral Soul kills me, you will all die." Qin Dingling shouted coldly, "Stop, no matter who comes. We will attack them with all our might." Ever since Spectral Soul fought with Dragon Palace, Celestial Court had been watching from the sidelines. They rarely made a move. Qin Dingling and the rest were watching. If Fang Yuan did not make a move, they would not dare to attack. Who knew what schemes this demon Fang Yuan had up his sleeves? Wu Shuai ignored them. He controlled Dragon Palace to get close to Celestial Court's defensive line. Behind him, Spectral Soul was following closely. Qin Dingling's expression was grim. She ordered, "Destroy Dragon Palace, force it back!" Rumble. All sorts of killer moves landed on Dragon Palace. The sky was filled with dazzling lights and shadows. The Dragon Palace was like a broken ship going against the current in the raging waves. A large number of Gu worms died, including Immortal Gu. After this battle, Dragon Palace was heavily damaged. The cost of repairing it was very high. Oh no, it really came. Seeing that Dragon Palace was about to shake Celestial Court's defensive line, at the crucial moment, Shabi 95 and Wan Dan stood up and blocked Dragon Palace. But soon, Spectral Soul arrived. A chaotic battle ensued. Die. Spectral Soul's killing intent surged. He quickly gained the upper hand. Celestial Court's defensive line was on the verge of collapse. Right at this time, Qi Si ancestors' laughter could be heard. Swish, swish, swish. The Qi harvest fruit that had shrunk to its limit exploded. Vast Qi currents surged like a tsunami, shaking heaven and earth, causing winds and clouds to gather, covering the entire battlefield in an instant, spreading to the surrounding 10,000 li. At once, the Gu Immortals lost their sense of direction. All they could see was white Qi. They could not even see their own fingers. At the center of the Qi currents condensed into the shape of a baby, continuously absorbing the white Qi. In a few breaths of time, the baby grew and turned old. It had the appearance of Qi Si ancestor, rank 8 cultivation level. Fang Yuan's main body flashed. He waved his sleeves as a split soul that was prepared flew out, bringing along many Gu worms and immortal essence as it entered Qi Si ancestor's body. After obtaining the soul, the Qi Si clone opened his eyes. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's main body took the chance to enter Dragon Palace. Chapter 2045. Fang Yuan had always planned before taking action. This trip to Celestial Court was indeed risky, but he had made ample preparations. He refined the Celestial Court Qi harvest fruit into a Qi path clone, while his main body entered Dragon Palace in an instant. There were many Gu immortals in the battlefield, but none of them discovered the truth. Fang Yuan's Qi path clone inhaled, absorbing the remaining white Qi into his body. Next, he pushed with both palms. With a loud sound, a huge Qi wall condensed and pressed down on Dragon Palace and Spectral Soul with an overwhelming force. Spectral Soul's eyes shined with bright light. Black smoke burst out of his body and collided with the Qi wall, creating a sizzling sound. The Qi wall melted, but the surrounding Qi walls quickly filled up the gap. Spectral Soul made use of this momentary gap to turn into black light, passing through at lightning speed. Spectral Soul left a portion of his attention on Chi-Si Ancestor. Most of his attention was still on Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace was huge. This Chi wall was not easy to pass. Once Dragon Palace's Chi wall showed a weakness, Spectral Soul would immediately attack, using Chi-Si Ancestor's killer move to deal a heavy blow to Dragon Palace. Right when the Chi wall was about to hit Dragon Palace, the door of Dragon Palace opened. Fang Yuan's body was straight like a spear, appearing in front of the immortals. Immortal killer move, unlimited Chi-Si. Fang Yuan had already prepared his move. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed at the Chi wall. The huge Chi wall shook and collapsed, turning into countless Chi currents that were swept away by a formless force, entering Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Fang Yuan. He is here after all. This move again. During the Fate War, he used this move to break the primordial Chi wall. The immortals saw Fang Yuan in front of them. Their hearts shook intensely. The Celestial Court's Gu immortals had ashen expressions. They lost the Fate War. Fang Yuan had already turned into a huge shadow that shrouded their hearts. The Two Heavens Alliance's Gu immortals were shocked and joyful. After all, according to Fang Yuan's current behavior, he should be standing on their side. Spectral Soul's pupils shrunk. Fang Yuan's performance made him slightly bewildered. Previously, Fang Yuan had been strengthened by the heavenly Dao marks, so how could he still have such powerful battle prowess? The entire battlefield fell into a strange silence. Fang Yuan and Chi-Si Ancestor appeared at almost the same time. The entire situation of the battlefield changed. Celestial Court was heavily guarded by Chi-Si Ancestor. Spectral Soul was alone, and Fang Yuan was at the entrance of Dragon Palace. The three strongest Gu immortals faced each other. In the Gu world, experts were respected. The following battle would depend on these three's competition. To think that there would be a day when my Celestial Court could no longer control the situation. Qin Dingling sighed internally as she transmitted to Chi-Si Ancestor, asking about his situation. Chi-Si Ancestor immediately replied, "Even though the Qi harvest fruits were cleared, I suffered heavy injuries. As for how to survive this tribulation, I will need everyone in Celestial Court to work together." Qin Dingling continued, "This time it was all thanks to Ancestor that Celestial Court's crisis was resolved. After repelling the enemies, Celestial Court will definitely give Ancestor a satisfactory reward." Qin Dingling tried to recruit Chi-Si Ancestor. At this time, Dragon Palace suddenly moved, flying into the sky like an orange-gold meteor. Celestial Court had experienced this tribulation. It was already filled with holes. The Dragon Palace followed the loophole and easily left the Heavenly Court, heading to the primordial White Heaven. The remaining immortals looked at Dragon Palace in a daze. Even though Fang Yuan appeared and cooperated with Wu Shuai, these two actually escaped. Was this still the #1 demon of the current era? It seems that Fang Yuan has not replied yet. Even though his attack earlier was powerful and broke Chi-Si Ancestor's Chi Wall killer move, he is probably at the end of his tether. Should we give chase? This demon Fang Yuan is very crafty. I am afraid that this is just his plan to lure the enemies. He might even be setting up an immortal formation outside, waiting for us to fall into his trap. The Celestial Court Gu immortals hesitated, while the Two Heavens Alliance Gu immortals were already cursing internally. Their morale, the powerhouses, and great experts that they had pinned their hopes on had actually fled. They had fled even faster than them. Meanwhile, the Two Heavens Alliance Gu immortals were left in Celestial Court. They were abandoned. Fang Yuan, where do you think you can escape to? Since you are here, die here. Spectral Soul snickered, carrying Lady Cold Ash's body. He also charged out of Celestial Court, chasing after Dragon Palace. Roar! Qing Cho roared. It had already recovered most of its lost strength. Even though the rank 9 aura of Hatred Gu was not complete. It was several times denser than before. Spectral soul, I want you to die. Harboring an irreconcilable hatred, Ching Cho did not hesitate. It chased after spectral soul. Thus, only the Celestial Court Gu Immortals, Chi-Si Ancestor, and the Two Heavens Alliance Gu Immortals were left in the battlefield. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao He-Jian looked at each other. The Two Heavens Alliance Gu Immortals were in an awkward situation. Let's chase. Protect Dragon Palace. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao He-Jian worked together for the first time. They shouted a slogan that even they did not believe in as they charged out of Celestial Court. The remaining Two Heavens Alliance Gu Immortals shouted as well, following the two Vice Alliance leaders as they left the battlefield of Celestial Court. Are we going to kill these variant human Gu Immortals? Prince's Impatience asked Qin Dingling. Qin Dingling looked at Chi-Si Ancestor. She thought about it before saying resolutely, no. These variant human Gu Immortals are only a small problem. The most important thing is Fang Yuan. 2 of you will stay behind to clean up the battlefield. The rest will follow me. We will hunt down Fang Yuan with all our strength. Fang Yuan was not in a good state now. This was the best time to get rid of him. Once they killed Fang Yuan, if they were lucky, the loot they obtained would satisfy the entire Celestial Court. Fang Yuan had too many good things on him. He had countless immortal Gu and an extremely outstanding inheritance. Even without these things, as long as they could capture Fang Yuan's soul and search for his memories before his rebirth, it would be extremely valuable to the Celestial Court. Even if they killed Fang Yuan, the Celestial Court would not gain anything substantial. But as long as Fang Yuan died at the hands of the Celestial Court would regain their morale and get rid of the shadow of defeat in the Fate War. They would be able to look down on the world with their heads held high. Even if we cannot kill Fang Yuan, we cannot let spectral soul kill Fang Yuan. On the other hand, Qin Dingling was also wary of the old demon's spectral soul. Ancestor. Qin Dingling was about to speak when Chi-Si Ancestor interrupted her. Don't say anything else, be it Fang Yuan or spectral soul. They are both demons. Everyone in the righteous path has the right to kill them. Time is pressing. The opportunity is fleeting. We need to chase after them. At the crucial moment, Chi-Si Ancestor displayed his righteous path's responsibility. This attitude made the Celestial Court's immortals have a good impression of him. Qin Dingling nodded heavily. If not for Chi-Si Ancestor, they would not be able to chase after them. The main body situation is bad. I need to take care of him. The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals are more useful than the Two Heavens Alliance's cannon fodder. Chi-Si Ancestor had a scheme in his mind. He led the Celestial Court's Immortals to join the chase. This way, Dragon Palace was flying at the front, while Spectral Soul was closing the distance between them. Next was Ching Cho. Next was Chi-Si Ancestor and the Celestial Court's Immortals. As for the two Vice Alliance leaders of the Two Heavens Alliance and the other variant human Gu Immortals, after leaving the battlefield of the Celestial Court, they had already scattered. They only wanted to escape. They did not dare to get involved in this mess. At this time, Dragon Palace's door was already shut. Fang Yuan sat on the ground, actively modifying the killer moves heaven-human sensation and replacement of workers with heaven. Fang Yuan lacked most of the Gu worms needed for these two killer moves. Fang Yuan could only modify them and replace the Gu worms needed to make these two killer moves work for him. Immortal Gu were unique. These two killer moves had just been obtained. Fang Yuan's difficulty in modifying them increased greatly. After experimenting for a while, Fang Yuan changed his strategy. He gave up on the Gu Immortal level and started with mortal killer moves. Fang Yuan communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies and quickly gathered the corresponding mortal Gu worms. With the Gu worms, modifying killer moves would drop from an immortal killer move to a mortal killer move. The difficulty would plummet to rock bottom. With these two mortal killer moves, Fang Yuan stopped the formation in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. He stopped using chi tides to cleanse the 9 heavens and 5 earths in the immortal aperture. Soon, Providence was created. Feng Yuan first sent a will to Providence. Next, he activated heaven-human sensation. Feng Yuan's will fused into Providence. After that, he used heaven's workers, substitute, killer move. After a while, Feng Yuan's eyes shined with shocking light. I sensed a certain heaven path Tao mark. If the word sense was used instead, Feng Yuan would use another word, capture, originally with the heaven path Tao mark on him. Even though Feng Yuan knew about it, he could only ignore it. But this time was different. When Feng Yuan sensed it, it meant that this heaven path Tao mark was temporarily under his control. Chapter 2046. Rumble. With a loud sound, Dragon Palace suffered a heavy blow. It shook intensely. A large number of tiles on the roof broke and fell. The moment they fell to the air, these tiles turned into goo worm fragments. They were blown away by the intense winds in the sky. Spectral Soul had caught up. He was extremely fast. Even when Wu Shuai pushed Dragon Palace to its maximum speed, it could not match Spectral Soul's speed. Spectral Soul's body was covered in a layer of pitch-black fog. Every time he attacked, Dragon Palace would suffer heavy damage. Wu Shuai had to focus on repairing it, but thankfully he had many goo worms. He was well prepared. Feng Yuan frowned deeply. His expression was grim. He came to the Celestial Court with the identity of Qi Si Ancestor. His goal was to resolve the heaven path Tao marks on him. When he achieved his goal, he immediately chose to escape. Who cared about the title of the number 1 demon? Feng Yuan never cared about it. However, Feng Yuan's goal was achieved now, but he needed time. What he lacked now was time. Next, Spectral Soul will chase after me relentlessly. The Celestial Court will probably do the same. They will not let me escape easily. It will be very difficult for me to escape this time. Feng Yuan's movement methods had been improving. Long ago, his strongest teleportation method was to transform into an ancient sword dragon and use sword escape killer move. After that was omnidirectional travel, followed by fixed immortal travel, as well as a killer move that used fixed immortal travel as the core. But among these methods, even omnidirectional travel could not match Spectral Soul's speed. Fixed immortal travel might have a chance of escaping, but Feng Yuan was very weak now. He was constantly being interfered with by the heaven path Tao marks. If Feng Yuan wanted to get rid of this interference and completely refine these heaven path Tao marks, he would need a long time. Feng Yuan thought about it from another perspective. Be it Spectral Soul or the Celestial Court, they wanted Feng Yuan to die. The former expended almost all of his wealth to refine sovereign immortal fetus goo, but Feng Yuan intercepted him. The latter's base was ravaged by Feng Yuan, and the spiritual pillar of fate goo was destroyed by Feng Yuan. The Celestial Court was the leader of the righteous path, and they cared about their reputation the most. In the end, during the Fate War, the Celestial Court's reputation was swollen by Feng Yuan. In the past, the Celestial Court could not deal with them because they could not find Feng Yuan. In the future, they might not be able to deal with Feng Yuan. Once Feng Yuan regained his strength, the Celestial Court would have a hard time dealing with him. Now that the Celestial Court has found Feng Yuan, of course they will kill you. If he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't be able to find it again. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Feng Yuan was very clear about his situation. Thoughts collided in his mind as he actively tried to think of a way out. However, his expression immediately changed. It turned out that the heaven path Tao marks in his body had changed again. They started to stir up trouble. Their interference towards Feng Yuan had increased by several times. When Feng Yuan dealt with the Qi Wall earlier, he made a huge commotion, but a large part of it was because of Qi Si Ancestor's secret cooperation. He could not use his true battle strength. But even at this level, Feng Yuan had secretly used human path methods to resist the interference of the heaven path Tao marks with all his strength. He could only reach his limit. Outside, Spectral Soul was attacking Dragon Palace in a frenzy. The outer walls were filled with cracks. Tiles were flying everywhere. There were Heaven Path Dao marks inside that restricted Fang Yuan's movements. The situation was very dangerous. It was even more dangerous than the Fate War. After all, during the Fate War, Fang Yuan could still use Spring-Autumn Cicada. But now, his greatest trump card had lost its effect. Fang Yuan had no chance to redo it. If he made any mistakes, he would die a pitiful death. Spectral Soul's killing intent penetrated Dragon Palace and caused Fang Yuan's hair to stand on end. Fang Yuan's lips curled up. He had already thought it through. Go to Crazed Demon Cave. The Heaven Path Dao marks were interfering with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could not use his killer moves easily. Even if he could, the effect would be very poor. Fang Yuan could only get out of this predicament with the help of external forces. As for the other dangerous areas, they were not of much help to Fang Yuan. After all, Dragon Palace was the fleeing party. It was at the front. If they barged into a dangerous area, Dragon Palace would be the first to suffer the retaliation. Instead, they would be at a disadvantage. Spectral Soul would have the advantage. But Crazed Demon Cave was different. In a certain layer of Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan could use the sovereign immortal body to enter the next layer, while the other Gu immortals would be blocked. As for whether Spectral Soul could pass, Fang Yuan did not know, but he could take a gamble. After all, Spectral Soul was not in his complete state when he was alive. And most importantly, Spectral Soul did not have the sovereign immortal body. Even if Spectral Soul uses a forceful force to pass, he would expend a lot of strength. Furthermore, the next layer is extremely vast and profound. I can continue to fight against Spectral Soul inside. Fang Yuan made up his mind. He activated Dragon Palace and changed directions, heading towards the north. As for Wu Shuai, he was in charge of repairing Dragon Palace. Spectral Soul saw that Dragon Palace was escaping. He breathed in deeply as he got closer. He stretched out his hand and attacked Dragon Palace. At the next moment, countless immemorial soul beast phantoms appeared. Each time they appeared, Dragon Palace's outer wall would crumble. After the soul beast phantoms flashed for an entire round, several pillars at the top of Dragon Palace started to show cracks. Wu Shuai had a grim expression. Oh no, this killer move is very powerful. It actually attacked the immortal Gu house from inside out. Many of Dragon Palace's core immortal Gu were damaged. Fang Yuan's main body squinted. The door of Dragon Palace was shut, but his vision was not obstructed. He could see the situation outside Dragon Palace clearly. Fang Yuan said solemnly, Spectral Soul has used this Soul Path Killer move before, but it is clearly more effective this time. Evidently, Spectral Soul modified it at the last minute. This was truly terrifying. Spectral Soul was extremely strong, even though he was no longer rank 9. He had battle strength on par with Duke Long. Even though most of his attainment level was stripped away, his Soul Path attainment level did not fall by much. Even though Spectral Soul had not fought Dragon Palace for a long time, he had already deduced many of Dragon Palace's weaknesses. Thus, the modified Soul Path Killer move was becoming more and more threatening. Furthermore, Spectral Soul had rich battle experience. He was even more experienced than Fang Yuan in this aspect. After all, he had slaughtered all over the world back then. After a few more rounds, Dragon Palace could not resist Spectral Soul at all. Fang Yuan sighed. He could only send other immortal Gu houses. A silver-white flying ship with a long and narrow body flew out like a flying sword, shining with silver light as it flew towards Spectral Soul. It was Myriad Year, flying worship. Spectral Soul's figure flickered, dodging it. Myriad Year flying worship quickly turned around, activating a killer move to attack Spectral Soul from afar. At once, Dragon Palace fought while retreating. Myriad Year flying worship supported it from the side, doing its best to protect it. Spectral Soul chased them all the way. His demonic aura caused countless winds and clouds to change. Fang Yuan's main body was affected by the Heaven Path Tao marks, but the immortal Gu House left his body to fight alone. It was free from this fatal restriction. As long as Fang Yuan's will and immortal essence reserves were not exhausted inside the immortal Gu House, myriad-year flying worship had the strength to fight. But Spectral Soul had incredible strength. He used all sorts of killer moves that were either powerful and hard to defend against, or, extremely peculiar, he easily nullified all of Fang Yuan's efforts. He had complete control over the entire battle. Even with the combined strength of 2 rank 8 immortal Gu Houses, they were not Spectral Soul's match. Most importantly, during the Fate War, 12 Zodiac Ancient Battle Formation was completely destroyed. Otherwise, myriad-year flying worship and 12 Zodiac Ancient Battle Formation would have been enough to cause trouble for Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan considered the situation. He did not change his previous decision. He still focused on escaping. After obtaining the Celestial Court's Heaven Path research results, Fang Yuan had the advantage of time. As long as he avoided this danger, when Fang Yuan completely dealt with the problem of the Heaven Path Tao marks, he would be able to hold his head high. Spectral Soul attacked with all his might. In his opinion, this was the best time to get rid of Fang Yuan and take back the sovereign immortal body. Not just the sovereign immortal body, but also the dream realms that Fang Yuan plundered. Spectral Soul could regain his attainment level after regaining the dream realms. In this world, what could allow Spectral Soul to recover his strength so quickly? Fang Yuan was the undisputed number 1. In Spectral Soul's eyes, Fang Yuan was a human-shaped moving treasure vault. "Yuhan, go to hell. I want you dead." Qing Chou was covered in wind and lightning as it approached. Dragon Palace, myriad-year flying worship, and Spectral Soul fought as they moved. Their speed was greatly reduced. This allowed Qing Chou to catch up. Qing Chou's eyes were bloodshot. Its face was twisted and terrifying. It only had Spectral Soul in its eyes. In just a short period of time, the rank 9 aura of hatred Gu on its body had doubled. It was shocking. Qing Chou was even stronger now. It roared as a lightning ball with a human face shot out from its throat. The lightning ball was extremely fast. It was greenish-black in color. It was eerie and cold. It flew quickly, but silently. Spectral Soul waved his hand as a black whip formed, wanting to send the lightning ball flying. But the human face on the lightning ball smiled sinisterly. It increased its speed and dodged the whip, getting close to Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul was about to use another killer move, but the lightning ball had already self-detonated. Rumble. The lightning ball's self-detonation was terrifying. Spectral Soul was sent flying far away. The range of the explosion was huge. Fang Yuan's Dragon Palace and myriad-year flying worship were not spared. They were both affected. Qing Chou endured the shockwaves of the explosion as it charged toward Spectral Soul without any regard for its own safety. "You beast!" After being disrupted time and time again, Spectral Soul was extremely furious. Fang Yuan took the chance to escape. Spectral Soul saw Dragon Palace's movement and became even more furious. "Little beast, don't think of escaping!" Dragon Palace's speed fell as expected. Black fog rose from the destroyed area of Dragon Palace. It was severely slowing down. What killer move is this? When did Spectral Soul use it? Fang Yuan was shocked. He instantly had the thought of moving into myriad-year flying worship. But unfortunately, myriad-year flying worship was also emitting black fog. Its speed was slow. The black fog soon dispersed. But Spectral Soul seized the opportunity. He defeated Qing Chou and approached Dragon Palace. At once, the 3 sides engaged in a chaotic battle. Fang Yuan wanted to get rid of Spectral Soul, but Qing Chou was already overwhelmed by hatred. It had no intention to cooperate. Qing Chou only wanted to deal with Spectral Soul, but it did not care about Fang Yuan. It used all sorts of killer moves against Dragon Palace. To protect himself, Fang Yuan had to deal with Qing Chou at times. After a few rounds, Spectral Soul gained the upper hand again. Even though he was only spectral soul, demon Venerable soul, he was extremely strong. His battle style was different from Duke Long's dominance. He was more ruthless and crafty. His killing intent was bone-chilling. He was ruthless and crazy. But he had a terrifying understanding of the situation. He often attacked and made use of Fang Yuan's and Qing Chao's strength to exhaust each other. The number of times Spectral Soul attacked was decreasing, but in the chaotic battle between the three sides, his advantage was becoming firmer. Chapter 2047. In terms of battle experience, I cannot compare to Spectral Soul. In the three-way battle, Fang Yuan clearly sensed the difference between them. Even though Fang Yuan had been reborn many times, in terms of overall battle foundation, he could not compare to Venerable's. But the main reason is that Qing Chou has lost its rationality, even though it attacks ferociously and disregards its own safety. Spectral Soul is still making use of it. If Qing Chou had a clear mind, it would not end up like this. Fang Yuan felt some regret. Even though Hatred Gu was advancing towards rank 9 and Qing Chou's battle strength was getting stronger, it lacked intelligence. No matter how strong it would only be used by Spectral Soul. Even after using Dragon Palace and Myriad Year flying worship, Fang Yuan still felt weak. This was something that had never happened before. Fang Yuan was still retreating. He fought as he retreated. Even though he was at a disadvantage, as long as Spectral Soul could not use a battlefield killer move to trap Fang Yuan would be free. Dragon Palace broke through the heavenly wind chi wall first, descending towards Central Continent. Myriad Year flying worship did its best to protect it. Spectral Soul's body turned into black smoke as he chased after it, unable to get rid of it. Finally, Qing Chao's mountain-like body broke through the chi wall and left immemorial white heaven, arriving in Central Continent. Qi Si Ancestor, Qin Dingling, and the rest left Celestial Court and chased after them. When they found out that Fang Yuan and the rest had landed in Central Continent, Celestial Court's immortals became anxious. This scoundrel Fang Yuan, he did not escape from the huge immemorial white heaven. He chose to come to Central Continent. He is not having a good time. He still wants to implicate the innocent. He truly deserves to die. Qi Si Ancestor also snorted coldly. Fang Yuan has been causing trouble for too long. If we can kill him this time, it will be a blessing to the world. While saying that, he secretly used a method to inform the main body, Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan immediately understood. Celestial Court's pursuers would soon catch up, but he had no choice. His speed was greatly hindered by Spectral Soul. When the Celestial Court's people caught up, they found that Spectral Soul was suppressing Fang Yuan and Qing Chou. Qin Dingling frowned. She hesitated for a moment before saying to Qi Si Ancestor, "Ancestor, please attack Fang Yuan first and kill him." How could Qi Si Ancestor attack the main body? He said after some hesitation. In this situation, Fang Yuan is weak while Spectral Soul is strong. Both are overlords of the demonic path. If we deal with Fang Yuan and suffer his final counterattack, Spectral Soul might succeed in the end. Qin Dingling shook her head. "Ancestor, you still don't know Fang Yuan very well. He was too cunning and sinister. He definitely had a backup plan. Perhaps the current battle situation was just a layer of his disguise. We must kill him and not give him a chance." Qi Si Ancestor. Celestial Court had suffered too many losses at the hands of Fang Yuan. Qin Dingling's hatred towards Fang Yuan was so deep that it surpassed Spectral Soul's. But thinking about it, back when Spectral Soul was invincible in the world, he did not cause as much damage to Celestial Court as Fang Yuan. Qin Dingling's thoughts were easy to understand. Qi Si Ancestor could only ask the main body secretly, what should they do next? If there was no other choice, Qi Si Ancestor could only attack Spectral Soul and help Fang Yuan's main body escape. Fang Yuan replied, "Don't be in a hurry, let me try first." Dragon Palace's door suddenly opened. a pure dream reality seeker, physique, body flew out. The pure dream reality seeker, physique, body flew towards spectral soul. The latter's pupils shrunk as he retreated. Bam! The pure dream reality seeker, physique, body, self-detonated, turning into a lump of dream realm that floated in the air, forming a temporary barrier. Dragon Palace and myriad year flying warship used this chance to pull away. Spectral soul went around the dream realm and chased after it again. But Ching Cho lost its rationality. It fell into the dream realm. Roar! The aura of hatred goo on Ching Cho's body erupted. It actually broke out of the dream realm and attacked. This is... Ching Cho actually charged into the dream realm. It was not trapped. It is hatred goo. The legends of Ren Zhu had a vague description of it. Hatred has no dreams. Fang Yuan was also shocked by this. Ching Cho clearly did not have any dream path methods. It actually used hatred goo to break out. Dream path was ahead of the entire era. It could be said to be invincible, but it could not counter hatred goo. Hatred has no dreams, or rather, against the rank 9 hatred goo. The scale of the dream realm earlier was not enough. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved rapidly. Like the killer moved dreamy light smoke. If it hit spectral soul, it could only trap him for a while. He would break out later and cause Dragon Palace to collapse. Dreamy light smoke's level was still lower than spectral soul's. If it was raised to rank 9, it would be a different situation. Even so, whenever spectral soul encountered dreamy light smoke killer move, he mainly dodged. He was extremely calm. He was extremely fast, moving like a phantom. It was like teleportation in short distances. It was extremely difficult for dreamy light smoke to hit him. However, what made Fang Yuan happy was that spectral soul could not deal with dream realms. I obtained the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies from Shadow Sect. Spectral soul definitely has them, but he probably lacks the corresponding immortal goo. He cannot use the killer move. After Fang Yuan sensed this, he immediately condensed a large number of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and self-detonated. Bam, 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 bam. In the blink of an eye, Dragon Palace and myriad year flying warship were surrounded by dream realms. There was no gap left. Spectral soul snorted coldly, stopping his attacks. This Fang Yuan. Qin Ding Ling gritted her teeth. Fang Yuan's method of self-defense was too shameless. Even the celestial court immortals could not deal with it. Be careful of spectral soul, Qi Si ancestor reminded. Fang Yuan watched from the sidelines. The celestial court immortals were in an awkward situation. Spectral soul looked at them coldly. Qi Si ancestor stood at the front without hesitation. Ching Cho roared angrily as it continued to attack Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul said in displeasure, "Beast, since you want to die, I will kill you first." His body suddenly vanished, appearing on Ching Cho's back at the next moment. But right when Spectral Soul was about to attack Ching Cho, a Chi Path killer move attacked him. Spectral Soul had to block it. Ching Cho used the chance to turn around and spat out a green-black lightning ball, escaping from danger. Spectral Soul looked at Qi Si ancestor with a cold gaze. The one who interrupted him earlier was Qi Si ancestor. Qi Si ancestor looked at Spectral Soul with a vigilant expression. He explained to Qin Dingling, "We cannot let Spectral Soul succeed again. He seems to be able to absorb the strength of immemorial soul beasts to strengthen himself. Can the Celestial Court continue to attack and enslave Ching Cho?" Qin Dingling sighed. "We have already lost our best chance. Ching Cho's strength has increased. We need to wait for a good opportunity to refine hatred goo." The Celestial Court goo immortals did not blame Qi Si ancestor for attacking recklessly. In fact, it was reasonable for Qi Si ancestor to attack. From the perspective of the Celestial Court immortals, Fang Yuan was trapped in a dream realm. Qi Si ancestor helped Ching Cho and did not want Spectral Soul to grow stronger. It was for the sake of the celestial court. At the next moment, Spectral Soul charged towards the celestial court immortals. Ching Cho followed closely. It was another chaotic, three-way battle, but this time the celestial court took away Fang Yuan's role. Fang Yuan was safe for now. The only thing he had to take care of was the moving dream realms. To form a tight defense line, he needed to detonate pure dream reality, seeker, physique bodies, frequently to fill the gaps in the defense line. Immortal killer move, Yin-Yang great killer move. Rumble. With the sound of explosions, two giant hands, one black and one white, appeared from the left and right. The two giant hands covered the sky. They flew in a mystical trajectory and grabbed Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul suddenly screamed. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Qi Si Ancestor. At the center of the Yin-Yang hands, Spectral Soul's original position was replaced by an immemorial soul beast. Spectral Soul breathed out a trail of black smoke that struck Qi Si Ancestor. Immortal killer move. Heavenly Astral Battle Cloak. Qi Si Ancestor flew back. The Heavenly Astral Battle Cloak melted in the black smoke. But he managed to block this strange attack. Even though Qi Si Ancestor was a newly created Qi Path clone by Fang Yuan, he had incredible strength. He was formed from the Qi harvest fruit of the Celestial Court. With the accompanying immortal goo, his battle strength did not decrease at all. But even so, Qi Si Ancestor was suppressed by Spectral Soul. He was in a passive state. Qin Dingling led the Celestial Court Immortals to help Qi Si Ancestor, while sending orders to Spirit Affinity House to summon Feng Kim Hong to join the battle. Feng Kim Hong had Dream Path Immortal Goo that could fight pure dream reality seeker transformation. He could easily break through Fang Yuan's defense line. Qin Dingling had always treated Fang Yuan as the main target of elimination. Fang Yuan's main body was inside Dragon Palace. He watched the battle while refining Heaven Path Dao marks as quickly as possible. Master, we are here. In the chaotic battle, Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Jinyuan led a small group and joined the battle. Before the Celestial Court Goo Immortals could react, someone flew over from the horizon. Let me join in the fun. Chapter 2048. In the chaotic three-way battle, Fairy Myrtle's group and Demon Immortal Chiju suddenly joined the battle. The situation became even more complicated. Go block the Celestial Court. Spectral Soul ordered. Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Zheng Yuan attacked. Killer moves were like waves of light that swept towards Qin Dingling and the rest. Other than Qi Si Ancestor, Qin Dingling and the rest were inside the Immortal Goo House. They were not afraid of Spectral Soul's reinforcements. But the Celestial Court's immortals were furious. They were not angry at Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Zhang Yuan's betrayal, but at Spectral Soul's enslavement method. Towards Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Zhang Yuan's loyalty, the Celestial Court trusted them greatly. The Celestial Court's immortals knew why these two betrayed them. It was because of Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul chuckled. How does it feel to fight your own people? Whether we can save them or not will depend on your methods. If we miss this chance today, we might not get it again in the future. The Celestial Court's immortals heard this, and their attacks froze. Qin Dingling's brows were sharp like swords. She frowned as she ordered. Spectral Soul wants us to hold back. He wants to stall for time. He does not need to care about Ziwei and Zhang Yuan's lives. If we kill them, we will be able to free them. At the crucial moment, Qin Dingling displayed the foresight of a leader. She was decisive and resolute. Spectral Soul heard this and raised his brows slightly. His movements became faster as he pounced at Qing Cho again. Qing Cho quickly fell into a disadvantage in the battle. Stop him! Seeing that Spectral Soul was going to use the same trick again to extract strength from Qing Cho, Qin Dingling quickly asked for help. Ancestor, please help! Even without her reminder, Qi Si Ancestor had already pounced at Spectral Soul. But at the next moment, a chi current surged out like a heavenly river, obstructing Chi-Si Ancestor. Chi-Si Ancestor stopped his movements as he looked at the attacker. Chi-Ju! Demon Immortal Chi-Ju smiled as he blocked the path. Chi-Si, you were disrupted by the Celestial Court in the previous battle. You are still not satisfied. This time, let us have a fair duel. The hearts of the immortals of the Celestial Court sank. At the crucial moment, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was actually Spectral Soul's help. What kind of agreement did the two parties reach? Fairy Myrtle was also overjoyed. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was definitely an unexpectedly strong reinforcement. Purple light flashed in her eyes. She had an epiphany. A long time ago, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju started to wantonly purchase inheritances in jewel yellow skies, involving all paths. He was a character from the olden antiquity era. He was reborn after Fate Gu was destroyed. With the help of these inheritances, he can quickly catch up to the current great era. The reason why Chi-Ju is helping us is most likely because his lord has made a deal with Chi-Ju and sold a large amount of inheritance to him. Fairy Myrtle's guess was spot on. Even though Demon Immortal Chi-Ju did not expose his identity in jewel yellow skies, he did not conceal himself. His actions and intentions were clear. If the Celestial Court could discover Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's actions, how could Spectral Soul not? Because of historical reasons, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju and the Celestial Court could not cooperate. But Spectral Soul was also a demonic path cultivator. He had a vast number of inheritances. He was the most ideal transaction partner for Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. Fang Yuan, you cannot escape today. Spectral Soul smiled coldly. He got onto Qing Chao's back again. At the next moment, he attacked. Qing Chao roared, but its strength was rapidly absorbed by Spectral Soul again. As an immemorial soul beast, even with the quasi-rank 9 Hatred Gu, Qing Chao was completely countered by Spectral Soul. Qing Chao's aura fell rapidly, while Spectral Soul was energized. After he was done sucking, he kicked Qing Chao and sent it flying down. Next, he charged at Fang Yuan at lightning speed. Immortal Killer Move. Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. The dream realm surrounding Dragon Palace suddenly lost a huge chunk. They turned into pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies that flew into Spectral Soul's immortal aperture. Spectral Soul actually had enough immortal goo to activate the Killer Move Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. He had intentionally let Fang Yuan go earlier. He did not use his methods immediately. This time he got rid of Qing Chao. He used reinforcements to block the Celestial Court and Chi-Si Ancestors group. He attacked Fang Yuan again. The immortals were moved. The entire battle seemed to be under Spectral Soul's control from start to finish. In history, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was famous for his bloodthirst, but that did not mean he only had one way to solve problems: kill. He was also cold, crafty, and sinister. It was just that when he was alive, he did not need to use any methods. He could use his own strength to kill anyone who did not submit to him. Right now, Spectral Soul's strength was not much weaker than his enemies. Thus, he used all sorts of methods to increase his strength. At once, a large number of dream realms were absorbed and taken back by Spectral Soul. Fairy Myrtle and the rest fought against the Celestial Court, while Chi-Si Ancestor fought against Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. He was at a disadvantage. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju had the secluded domain of heaven and earth. It countered Chi-Si Ancestor, who was of the same path as him. The situation was dangerous. Fang Yuan could not use dream realms to block the enemies. The door of Dragon Palace suddenly opened. Several pure dream reality seeker physique bodies flew out, breaking through the defense of the dream realms and attacking Spectral Soul. Bam, bam, bam. The pure dream reality seeker physique bodies self-detonated, turning into dream realms that spread in the air. Spectral Soul quickly dodged. He was not enveloped by the dream realms. But using this chance, Wu Shuai activated Dragon Palace and entered the other side of the dream realms. Myriad Year Flying Warship. followed, closely behind. The two immortal goo houses' intention of escaping was clear. "Where do you think you are going?" Spectral's soul shouted coldly. He quickly bypassed the dream realms and got closer. Fang Yuan was his main target. He had to kill him. This was a rare opportunity. Wherever Fang Yuan escaped to, Spectral's soul would chase after him. Spectral's soul stared at Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship. His eyes flickered with killing intent that was determined to kill them. At the next moment, Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship split up, retreating in two different directions. Spectral's soul was stunned. What should he do? Myriad Year Flying Warship and Dragon Palace were hidden in the dream realms. Isolated from the outside, the current Spectral Soul did not know which immortal goo house Fang Yuan was hiding in. Spectral Soul was only one person. He could not chase after two immortal goo houses at the same time. But Spectral Soul made a decision almost instantly. He shouted, "Demon Immortal Chi Ju, chase after Myriad Year Flying Warship. After this is done, I will reward you handsomely." Demon Immortal Chi Ju snickered as he used Shilan to absorb Chi Si Ancestor's killer move. He easily escaped and chased after Myriad Year Flying Warship. Meanwhile, Spectral Soul was still in charge of Dragon Palace. Fairy Myrtle also received the order and slowly retreated. "What do we do?" The Celestial Court's goo immortals asked Qin Ding Ling, looked at Fairy Myrtle and the rest. She said without hesitation, "Kill Fang Yuan first." But the problem that troubled Spectral Soul earlier was also troubling Celestial Court's group. Which immortal goo house was Fang Yuan in? Just guess. Gamble on luck? Qin Dingling frowned. Even though she did not want to do this, Celestial Court lacked Wisdom Path goo immortals. They could only do this. "I can help you." Fairy Myrtle suddenly stopped retreating. "I have a method to deduce Fang Yuan's location." The Celestial Court's immortals were stunned. "What method? How long will it take?" Chi Si Ancestor asked. "With our help, it will only take a moment." Bing Sai Chuan's voice resounded. The immortals turned around and saw that Calamity Luck Altar was flying towards them. They finally arrived. Fairy Myrtle let out a breath of air. These people from Longevity Heaven were naturally summoned by her. Earlier, Fairy Myrtle and the rest had received orders from Spectral Soul to conceal Longevity Heaven and sneak an attack on Celestial Court. But the situation changed too quickly. Fairy Myrtle analyzed the situation on the way and made plans to borrow the power of Longevity Heaven. After obtaining Spectral Soul's permission, Fairy Myrtle immediately contacted Longevity Heaven. Calamity Luck Altar flew closer as Bing Sai Chuan said, "My master said that we do not need too many chess players in this world." The immortals' hearts shook. Bing Sai Chuan's master was naturally Giant Sun Immortal. All sorts of signs showed that this Venerable had deep plans. He still had a deep will and strength left in the world. Currently, Fang Yuan was the one with the highest chance of becoming a Venerable. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun naturally did not want this to happen. For the sake of his future plans, he had to eliminate Fang Yuan before he became strong enough. Qin Ding Ling gritted her teeth. She fell into a difficult decision. Cooperate with Spectral Soul and Longevity Heaven? The former was a demonic path cultivator, while the latter was a strong enemy in the Fate War. They were both involved in the destruction of Fate Goo. Cooperate with these people? Qin Dingling only thought for a few breaths of time before saying through gritted teeth, "Okay." Chapter 2049. I'm very sorry. Recently, my updates have been very unstable, and I've taken leave every few days. In fact, I understand everyone's pain very well, because I'm not only an author, but also a reader. When I read a certain web novel and take leave every few days, my reading experience will be very uncomfortable. I'll be disappointed, I'll be angry, and sometimes I'll even curse in my heart. This author is really an idiot. However, the truth is very cruel. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to say, regarding the issue of the recent updates, I'm that idiot author. I really want to update steadily or even add chapters or explode chapters. Therefore, I've made a greater promise than before. Which author doesn't want to update steadily and frequently? For web novels, frequent updates means popularity and income. Which author doesn't want to make life difficult for their wallet? I'm a mortal. I'm a layman. Of course, I also want to earn more money. But the cruel truth tells me I'm not capable enough. I'm really not capable enough. I can't update steadily or add chapters. I can only take leave frequently, think hard, and then write it out bit by bit. Some readers will ask, didn't you update steadily in the past? Then I can only answer these readers with a bitter smile. Yes, I used to update steadily and even add chapters or explode chapters. But that was in the early and middle stages of novel writing. Novel writing gets harder as it goes on. In the early stages, it's like drawing on a blank piece of paper. In the middle stages, the clues are scattered and you follow them patiently. In the late stages, it's the most difficult because you have to collect all the scattered clues, fill in all the holes, and let all the characters have their own ending. To this extent, the later stages of the novel are truly qualified for the later stages. The later stages of a novel with 1,000,000 words are difficult. The later stages of a novel with 2,000,000 words are very difficult. And the later stages of a novel with 3,000,000 words are even more difficult. Our novel has more than 6,000,000 words, so you can imagine the difficulty. The novel Venomous Goo Master is different from most web novels. Usually, the plot of web novels is linear, and it goes on for a very, very long time. The map is constantly changing many, many times. Almost all the characters in the early and middle stages, except for the main supporting characters, almost disappear in the later stages of the novel. As for Venomous Goo Master, it's more like a stage, a big stage. No matter what kind of characters, they have a chance to appear in the later stages. I won't mention important supporting characters like Bai Ningbing and He Lulan. Let me give you an example. Qing Huizi. This person encountered Demon Immortal Qiju and fell into a dangerous situation. But thankfully Demon Immortal Qiju did not take his life. In fact, Qing Huizi is a minor character in the middle of this book, and I've mentioned him briefly. Another example was Emo Clan's Plump Lady. This character appeared during Fang Yuan's immortal zombie period. At the end of the book, she appeared again. Moreover, her appearance affected Emo Li. And Emo Li and Peng Da's encounters would affect other characters. Every character had their own thoughts, their own joys and sorrows. Their every action, whether intentional or unintentional, would cause the lives of other characters to change. I think that only such a novel world can be called spiritual. Therefore, Venerable Goo's plot design was very complicated and difficult, especially in the later stages, the 5 regions and 2 heaven stage. So many people. Every time I put pen to paper, I was very cautious. If I'm not careful, I'll eat my settings, my character will collapse, or my logic will be wrong. And this was only the difficulty of the main text. There was another part of the novel that was several times more difficult than the main text. Needless to say, everyone knew that was The Legends of Renzu. The Legends of Renzu was very difficult. Not only did I have to create a legend, I also had to create a legend that surpassed Panga's creation of heaven and earth, Nuwa's creation of man and Adam and Eve's level. Because the latter did not involve philosophy, but the Legends of Renzu contained philosophy, it was deeper and could be read in detail. Because the dialogues and plots I designed had to follow a certain path. Let's give an example. Blazing glory, lightning, brilliance killed Hatred Goo, but found out that Hatred Goo could not be killed. This plot was very simple, but it contained a very simple path. Revenge breeds revenge. Hatred cannot be used to extinguish hatred. To get rid of hatred, other methods were needed. Another example. Rin Zu refined wealth Goo. He used hardship Goo, worry Goo, and sorrow Goo. Next, Stupidity Goo was deceived and died. Wisdom Goo was also deceived, but it escaped in the end. Eventually, Ren Zhu lost both his hands and refined wealth goo. This plot was a description of wealth. Earning wealth was very difficult. Maintaining wealth required a sense of hardship, and losing wealth would cause sorrow. Foolish people would die in excess of wealth, while wise people would often be blinded by wealth. But truly wise people would eventually see through this point. Finally, wealth was created by the hands of humans. There were many more examples like this. I felt that The Legends of Ren Zhu was much more difficult than normal web novels. It also got harder as it progressed, because I had to write about Ren Zhu's 10 children, how to destroy the 9 heavens, and some foreshadowing Qian Kuan crystal wall in the later stages. The main text was difficult, but The Legends of Ren Zhu was even more difficult. And what I had to do was to skillfully combine the two. This was an extremely difficult task. At least to me, it was extremely difficult. I had to write The Legends of Ren Zhu chapter by chapter, and then skillfully insert them into the main text, adding the finishing touch to the main text. And the order of these chapters could not be messed up, they could not be reversed. To speak the truth, my pressure was immense. Especially recently, I often could not sleep. I could only barely fall asleep at 3 or 4 in the morning. Thinking about the plot, thinking about The Legends of Ren Zhu made my head feel like it was burning. I remembered that a few days ago I made an appointment with an old Chinese doctor, but the night before I was anxious and could not sleep. I organized the outline and slept at 2 or 3 in the morning. But the next day, I did not even have breakfast and rushed to the hospital. There was a traffic jam causing the appointment to be missed, and I had to wait until the afternoon to register again. I might as well make another appointment, but that would have to wait until next week. Right now, China's medical resources were getting more and more scarce. I usually would not say such things. It was not because of my reputation, but because I felt that as a man I would not act pitifully to gain sympathy. I was only saying it now to express reality. I hope everyone can understand my current writing state. Actually, there were many times when I was thinking, should I give up on The Legends of Ren Zhu? Or should I just write it casually? I would be able to get stable updates every day. It was fine if the quality of the article was bad, but at least the readers would not be too disgusted. With updates every day, I would get paid every day, why not? But when I thought about it again, I could not. There were many readers who had been following me for many years, reading until now. At the later stages, I had to write such a dry and insincere article to brush them off? That was not possible. My original intention in writing this book was to write about a different demon. Regardless of anything else, it was just a pure desire to write. Whether it sold well or not was secondary. Whether my wallet was full or not was secondary. Whether I could eat well or not is secondary. So, could I just be sloppy towards the later stages of the book? That was not possible. If I did that, I would be letting down my years of hard work and blood. I would be letting down my initial ambition and initial intention. What I wanted to see was that the later stages of the book were good, up to my standards and above average. Everyone was reading along now, 1 chapter a day, but it was actually hard to tell if it was good or bad, because the vision was limited. Only after reading a large portion of the book at a fast speed could one realize the standard of the novel. I did not want to see similar comments. Gudao Master was good in the first and middle stages, but it collapsed in the later stages. There were a bunch of logical errors. The author just ate random settings. The Legends of Ren Zhu was written like dog shit. It was really disappointing. This was a very crucial period for the book. It was very difficult. Not only did I feel unprecedented difficulty in writing, but every time my ideas failed, I would feel small and insignificant, a deep sense of defeat. But I would not give up. I would rather focus on quality, putting aside quantity and remuneration. I hope that everyone can be more understanding and more tolerant. If you really can understand, I suggest that everyone put it aside. Because, to be honest, reading along like this would indeed affect the reading experience. I suggest that everyone wait until the book is completed before reading again. If there is a genuine subscription support, then thank you very much for your support. I really spent too much effort on this book. Finally, I am very sorry there was still no update today. The results of the ideas these 2 days were still too poor, so I rejected it. I decided to make some changes to the outline. The plot of Feng Yuan being chased is very complicated because I will use a different writing method. I still need to think about the characters involved in it before I can write it with confidence. I will make an appointment with everyone in the future, as long as there was no update between 8 p.m. and 8:10 p.m. It meant that there was no update for that day. Everyone, please stop reading and wait for the update. In the later stages of the book, the updates are not very optimistic. I reckon that it will not be able to continue. It is very difficult to stabilize the updates. I suggest that everyone put it aside and look at other outstanding web novels. If you really want to read this book, you can start from the beginning. Many readers are reading it 5 or 6 times. I am confident that Venomous Goo can be read over and over again. Recently, there are many readers reading this book again, and there are also a few kind-hearted people who contact me through WeChat or QQ if they see any typos or mistakes. I will correct these mistakes as long as I see them. I am preparing to do a large-scale revision of this book during this period of time. I am using the Pinyin input method, and there are many typos. I did not do a good job in this aspect. I will correct it. I am very embarrassed after saying so much. Of course, I would rather use the time I used to write this manuscript to write the Legends of Renzu. But after reading so many reviews, I feel that there is a need to communicate with everyone. Thank you for your support all this while. Venomous Goo thanks you. If everyone does not support me, I can understand. Please have a safe journey. Good people live a peaceful life. Thank you for your support. Because this is indeed because I did not do it well. I am not capable enough. In the later stages, even though I want to, I am unable to steadily update. I can only write like this to write a novel that meets my standards. I might let down some of my readers by doing this, but I feel that as an author, I must first not let down my own work. Venomous Goo is like my child. I have raised it up step by step. I can't mess up this work when it's almost done. Chapter 2050. Recently, quite a number of friends have given me many valuable suggestions. Someone said, Taoist, we can first finish writing the main text, then add on the Legends of Renzu. Thank you for your suggestion, but it is actually very difficult to implement. The main text and the Legends of Renzu complement each other. If the main text is written, it will be like a large building, and then stuffing a small house inside the Legends of Renzu. In the end, it will look very awkward, and it will destroy the space and beauty of the layout. This is a good idea, and I have actually thought of it before. But if we really implement it this way, the quality of the Legends of Renzu will be very bad, because building a house inside a completed building will have very little room for improvement. Although I won't accept the suggestion, I still sincerely thank you. There is also another suggestion that I have accepted. A reader friend said, Taoist, why don't you write some side chapters while you are thinking about it? These side chapters are also very interesting. I thought about it, and this suggestion is really good. Although these side chapters also have to test the setting and logic, the difficulty of thinking about it and writing it is much easier than the main text and the Legends of Renzu. Thus, today, I added on the second chapter of the Legends of Reckless Barbaric. Everyone can go to Chidian, Taoist Goo, and read about it. This side chapter is free, and I won't take any money. Everyone can read it for free, and it can also be considered as my apology to everyone for this period of time. Also, today I corrected many typos. Specifically, in the first chapter, there are 2, 3, 8, 9, 15, 16, 17, 19, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 29, 30, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 42, 44, 45, 47, 48, 50. Chapter 2051. Winds howled in the desert. Warm winds blew in Qing province. Sandstones piled up into mountains. Steam rose. Under the sandstones was a tranquil lake. There were lush trees. The leaves rustled in the evening breeze, creating a scene of Western desert paradise. The headquarters of the Western Desert's Qing clan's blessed land was located in this oasis, known as the Green Province. Almost all of Qing clan's Gu immortals were gathered here. On the cold floor tiles of the hall, there were several Gu worm fragments. They attracted the gazes of Qing clan's Gu immortals. Qing Heng's life tablet Gu shattered. How can this be? Qing Heng sacrificed himself. He left the clan to deal with southern borders Gu immortal Mingyu. Did he really die at Mingyu's hands? Qing Heng was a rank 7 expert of Qing clan. Since he was sent to deal with Mingyu, he was naturally favored by the clan. Recently, for some reason, the secret of Qing clan obtaining Divine Beam Palace had spread. Other superforces were probing them. Qing Heng's death made Qing clan suspect the truth. Was this a probe from Western Desert's forces? Report. There are accurate battle reports. Ming Yu killed Qing Heng. This person has incredible strength. He is ruthless and cruel. Qing clan's Gu immortals were furious. Outer region Gu immortals are going too far. Kill this Ming Yu. Turn his bones into ashes. Let the other Western Desert forces see the consequences of offending our Qing clan. Before killing him, we should capture Mingyu alive and invite other Western Desert Gu immortals to attend the ceremony. Only by tearing out Mingyu's tendons and torturing him in front of everyone. Until he dies will I be able to vent my anger. Kill. Kill him. A mere outer region Gu immortal came to our Western Desert alone and dared to kill our clan's Gu immortals. He truly does not know his limits. Even though Mingyu defeated Qing Heng, he only has rank 7 cultivation level. If First Supreme Elder makes a move, we will be overestimating him. Rumors will spread that our Qing clan is bullying the weak. In my opinion, we should send Qing Jing and Qing Hua Lan together. No, to ensure that nothing goes wrong, we should send Qing Chen as well. With the 3 immortals working together, we can definitely capture that Mingyu. Let him have a good taste of pain and regret. Hurry! Don't let this little bastard escape. Kill Mingyu and raise the prestige of our Qing clan. Mingyu is dead for sure when our clan completely refines Divine Beam Palace in the future. Our Qing clan will ascend to the peak of Western Desert's Gu immortal world. These words echoed in Qing Chao's ears and scenes appeared in Qing Chao's mind. Completely different from the fragmented memories of the past. This time, the memories showed a complete picture. At the same time, the hatred in his heart surged like a raging tide, engulfing Shi Qingqiu's body and mind. Hate! How hateful! Harboring even more hatred. Qingqiu opened its eyes. Tens of thousands of years had passed. Qingqiu's eyes were red like blood. It soon realized that it was lying on the ground. It immediately recalled that when it fought with Spectral Soul earlier, it was struck down by the latter and fell from the sky. Roar! Qingqiu shouted as it stood up from the deep pit. Hatred Gu's rank 9 aura became denser. The power of hatred surged out again and spread throughout Qingqiu's body. Mingyu, Mingyu! Spectral Soul! Spectral Soul! Qingqiu roared at the sky. Its eyes were bloodshot and its hair was disheveled. Even though Spectral Soul was chasing after Dragon Palace, the power of hatred Gu allowed Qingqiu to know Spectral Soul's location clearly. Rumble! Qingqiu's tortoise shell was like a mountain. It had tiger claws and dragon tail. It had a snake neck and a human head. It flew up and created intense wind pressure as it chased after Spectral Soul. It ignored Fairy Myrtle and the rest who were setting up the formation in the sky. Among these Goo-immortals, there was an old Goo-immortal in a gray robe. His white hair was fluttering in the wind. He was Feng Yuan's Qi-Si clone, Qi-Si ancestor. Qi-Si ancestor saw that Qing Chou flew away as he let out a breath of air. He was relieved of his worries. Back in Western Desert, even though Feng Yuan used familiar face to disguise himself, he was still chased by Qing Chou. Qing Chou had hatred Gu. It was also affected by Karma Divine Tree. It had a strong connection to Spectral Soul, as well as his relatives and subordinates. Feng Yuan's main body could not hide from Qing Chou. Qi-Si ancestor was Feng Yuan's clone. With this connection, Qing Chou could sense him as well. But now, Spectral Soul and Feng Yuan were opposing each other. Both wanted the other to die. Thus, Feng Yuan and Spectral Soul became enemies. He was no longer a thorn in Qing Chou's side. Even though Qing Chou's worries are gone, Fairy Myrtle is in quite a bit of trouble. Qi-Si ancestor turned his gaze towards Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle was dressed in a purple gold palace dress. Her skin was white as snow and her hair was long like a waterfall. She had a mysterious and graceful figure. She was flying in the sky. Her hands were moving continuously. Her fingers were like butterflies. All sorts of goo worms flew out and connected with each other. In the sky, an exquisite wisdom path immortal formation was already in its embryonic form. It was starting to take shape. Old man Jing Yuan was helping from the side. Qin Dingling, Che Wei, and the other celestial court Goo-immortals looked at Fairy Myrtle with complex expressions. There was hatred and anger as well as pity. A 3-layered round altar was floating in the sky, almost sticking close to the wisdom path formation. White jade railings shined with golden light. It was rank 8 luck path immortal Goo House Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar was controlled by Bing Saichuan. His gaze was sharp like an eagle. He stared at the celestial court Goo-immortals and Qi-Si ancestor, not daring to relax. Calamity Luck Altar protected Fairy Myrtle and the rest, as well as the wisdom path formation. Longevity Heaven, which represented Giant Sun Immortal, had already cooperated with Shadow Sect, which was led by Spectral Soul. Feng Yuan has the potential to become a Venerable. We cannot allow him to do as he pleases. Letting a demon like him become a Venerable is not beneficial to any of us. Bing Saichuan was still transmitting to Qin Dingling, Qi-Si ancestor, and the rest. He did not know that Qi-Si ancestor was Feng Yuan's clone. Qin Dingling only listened to the transmission. She did not speak. Strong winds blew in the sky. Her cloak fluttered in the wind. Her golden armor stuck to her body, making her look even taller and more alluring. She stared at the wisdom path formation at times, while looking at the dream realm at other times. This dream realm was left behind by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had placed his hopes on the dream realm to stop the enemy, but he was instead schemed against by Spectral Soul. Feng Yuan had no choice but to leave the battlefield, but this dream realm remained on the spot. It was beautiful and moving continuously. Where is Feng Yuan now? I only saw Dragon Palace and Myriad Year flying worship, flying away from the dream realm, leaving this battlefield. Thus, there is a third possibility of Feng Yuan's location. He is still hiding in this dream realm. Qin Dingling thought to herself. Precisely because of this reason, she stayed behind to watch over this dream realm. Feng Yuan was too crafty. It seemed foolish to stay behind in the dream realm. But there was a possibility that Feng Yuan was purposely doing the opposite. Seeing that the wisdom path formation was nearing completion, Qi-Si ancestor felt immense pressure. I cannot wait any longer. Thoughts moved rapidly in Qi-Si ancestor's mind. He continued to think, looking at Fairy Myrtle's situation, with Bai Ningbing, Ing Wuxia, and the rest as clues. This formation probably has the ability to deduce the main body's location. The main body does not have much attainment in information path. If he has deep information path attainment, he can sever the alliance relationship with by Ningbing and He Lulan. Even if there are 2 or 3 more Fairy Myrtle, it would be useless. Fairy Myrtle and the rest are strong. They are also protected by Calamity Luck Altar. Bing Saichuan and the rest are very wary of Celestial Court's immortals. If I suddenly make a move now, I will not be able to destroy the formation. Celestial Court will also get suspicious. The Qi Si clone had the strength, but he could not make the final decision and suppress everyone. The crucial person was still Qin Dingling. Qi Si ancestor listened to Bing Saichuan's persuasion while secretly asking Qin Dingling. Looking at this situation, Shadow Sect and Longevity Heaven are very confident in the wisdom path formation. But can we trust them? Regardless of whether Fairy Myrtle can deduce the result or not, the formation is still under her control. If she gives an answer, how will we know if it is right or wrong? Or is Fairy Myrtle hiding it from us? The Qi Si clone started to sow discord. He could not let Bing Saichuan win over the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. If that was the case, the main body would be pursued by Shadow Sect, Longevity Heaven, and Celestial Court. The pressure would be too great. If it was the Celestial Court from the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, it would be extremely arrogant. It would not cooperate with other forces. But Fate Gu was destroyed by Fang Yuan. Celestial Court's spiritual banner was destroyed. They were attacked several times. Celestial Court suffered huge losses and their reputation fell. It could be said that the number 1 force of humanity only existed in name now. It was widely doubted. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were all elites. They learned from their mistakes and started to change. Celestial Court, led by Qin Dingling, started to cooperate with them. They lowered their pride. Earlier, Qin Dingling took the initiative to help Qi Si ancestor chase away demon immortal Qi Ju. This was proof. Thus, the possibility of Celestial Court working together with Shadow Sect and Longevity Heaven was not low. The Qi Si clone's words hit the nail on the head. Celestial Court and Fairy Myrtle lacked the most basic trust. This way, whether Fairy Myrtle's deduction succeeded or not, what difference did it make? Qin Dingling was silent for a while before transmitting to Qi Si ancestor. Qi Si ancestor, please go and chase after Dragon Palace and Spectral Soul. Qi Si ancestor was slightly stunned. Do you already know Fang Yuan's location? I don't know. Qin Dingling smiled at Qi Si ancestor. The Qi Si clone looked at Qin Dingling deeply before coming to a realization. Qin Dingling knew what was going on. She had never trusted Fairy Myrtle, who joined Shadow Sect. Longevity Heaven was also jackals of the same tribe. It would be foolish to trust them. The reason why she stayed here was to supervise the Dream Realm and also to reorganize the situation. Celestial Court lacked peak rank 8 battle strength. If they chased after them from Celestial Court, they would lose their terrain advantage. They seemed to be acting aggressively, but if they were careless, they would suffer huge losses. Celestial Court was already at a stage where they could not afford to lose. Qin Dingling naturally had to restrain herself and be steady. Right now, Spectral Soul chased after Dragon Palace. Qing Cho chased after Spectral Soul, while Demon Immortal Qi Ju chased after Myriad Year Flying Worship. Qin Dingling knew that Demon Immortal Qi Ju, who had Shilan countered Qi Si ancestor too much, even if Myriad Year Flying Worship had Fang Yuan. Qi Si ancestor could not do anything to Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Instead, if Qi Si ancestor chased after Spectral Soul, he could influence the situation. For Celestial Court, Fang Yuan had to be eliminated. Shadow Sect was the same. Longevity Heaven was also not a good person. But Celestial Court's strength was different from before. It was very weak now. Even if Qi Si ancestor stood on Celestial Court's side, he was still not a member of Celestial Court. Qin Dingling heaved a deep sigh. Fang Yuan is extremely crafty. This division of troops seems simple, but it actually greatly reduces the pressure on him. We have no choice but to stop and stop temporarily. Spectral Soul is stronger than Demon Immortal Qi Ju. If he kills Fang Yuan and obtains the spoils of war, the former demon Venerable, will rise again. Chi-Si ancestor, please make a plan for the sake of the people. It is best to let these two demons exhaust each other and let our righteous path become the final winner. Chapter 2052. Go. Fairy Ziwei grunted as her fingers created a series of afterimages. The killer move activated. 1,000 goo worms flew out, turning into a lump of hazy purple shadows that filled up the biggest gap in the Wisdom Path formation. The surrounding immortals could be said to be first-rate goo immortals of the 5 regions. Seeing this, they had to admit that Fairy Myrtle's method was brilliant. Fairy Myrtle let out a breath of air. Sweat appeared on her forehead. She stared at the formation in front of her. After this step, the next step was to decorate the core immortal goo. This formation was set up in a special situation. Fairy Myrtle was setting up the formation in front of many strong enemies. Who knows? During the process of setting up the formation, goo immortals might suddenly attack. Thus, Fairy Myrtle used a rare method. She first placed the mortal goo and created the framework, before decorating the immortal goo at the final moment. Fairy Myrtle took a short breather. She stopped her movements temporarily. She looked at Qin Dingling and the rest before looking at Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar was shining brightly. Bing Saichuan, who was controlling the immortal goo house, understood Fairy Myrtle's worries. He transmitted at the right time. With me guarding, please be at ease and quickly set up the formation. Fairy Myrtle did not have Fong Yuan's formation flag goo. If she did, she would not need to set up the formation again and again. She knew that time was pressing. After receiving Bing Saichuan's urging, she started to place immortal goo into the formation. Every time an immortal goo was placed, the formation would shake intensely, emitting dazzling purple feathers. It was a beautiful sight, but none of the goo immortals present had the mood to appreciate it. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Saichuan stared at the formation, guarding against anyone attacking Fairy Myrtle at all times. He suddenly broke the silence. Hey Lulan, you have been with Fong Yuan for a long time. What do you think of Fong Yuan's current actions? Hey Lulan was standing beside Bing Saichuan. Although she was a woman, her true appearance was well defined, with sword-like eyebrows that reached her temples, sparkling eyes, and a heroic spirit. Hey Lulan's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. She said in a low voice, Fong Yuan only has 3 choices: Dragon Palace and Myriad Year, Flying Worship, might still be hiding in the dream. Hiding in a dream is too risky for Fong Yuan. Not only did Spectral Soul have the ability to collect dream realms, even the Celestial Court had methods to counter dream realms. If I were Fong Yuan, I wouldn't hide here and wait for death. Of course. Hey Lulan smiled helplessly. We can't rule out this possibility. Therefore, the Celestial Court temporarily stayed behind to guard the dream. With our support, Fairy Myrtle also stayed behind on her own. She set up a formation to calculate and monitor the dream. She is a Wisdom Path great expert. She knows that she cannot interfere in the other 2 paths, but she is needed here the most. Myriad Year Flying Worship is faster than Dragon Palace. This can confuse the enemy, but I don't think Fong Yuan would hide here. This is because Myriad Year Flying Worship's speed cannot match Spectral Soul, and its defense is weaker than Dragon Palace. Back then, if Spectral Soul chose Myriad Year Flying Worship to chase after him, Myriad Year Flying Worship would not last as long as Dragon Palace. Hey Lulan smiled coldly. In the Fate War, Fong Yuan lost the 12 Zodiac Battle Formation. If this formation was still around, he would have most likely chosen to escape with Myriad Year Flying Worship. I believe that Fong Yuan is most likely hiding in Dragon Palace. Hey Lulan's gaze was eerie. Spectral Soul probably thinks so too. That's why he chose to chase after Dragon Palace and sent Demon Immortal Chi-Ju to stall Myriad Year Flying Worship. He left behind defensive measures on both sides. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body originates from spectral soul. He still has a large number of dream realms on him. They were all once owned by spectral soul. If spectral soul kills Fang Yuan and takes back his immortal body and dream realms, he will definitely rise up again. Even though we want to kill Fang Yuan, we cannot let spectral soul succeed. Shadow Sect cooperated with us, but they have ill intentions. This time, even though Fairy Myrtle deduced that Fang Yuan is in the Celestial Court, she hid it from us and let spectral soul personally attack the Celestial Court. When she needs our reinforcements, Fairy Myrtle called for us. Thus, in my opinion, we should watch from the sidelines and control the situation. If possible, it would be best to get rid of Fang Yuan, spectral soul, and even the Celestial Court. Ha ha ha. Bing Sai Chuan laughed as he clapped. Good analysis. Very good. Northern Plains He tribe has truly disappointed me, but you have let down Giant Sun's bloodline. I will tell you the truth. Ever since I woke up, I have obtained information about you. I have been paying attention to you for a long time. You are an outstanding talent. It is just that your fate was not good. You were first tortured and schemed against by your father. Then Fang Yuan suppressed and made use of you. You lack opportunities to develop. If there were, you would not be in your current state. He Lulan was praised. Her gaze focused on Bing Sai Chuan's face. Bing Sai Chuan was tall and had a gentle expression, but there was an extremely ugly scar that stretched from his right ear to the left side of his mouth. His gaze was cold, but now, when he looked at He Lulan, his gaze was filled with gratification and praise. He Lulan's heart jumped. An intense feeling surged in her mind. Bing Sai Chuan's praise was probably the most precious opportunity in her life. After sensing this, He Lulan did not hesitate. She straightened her body and cupped her fists. I will listen to Lord's orders. Bing Sai Chuan raised his head and laughed loudly before restraining himself. He looked at He Lulan with an extremely solemn expression. Very good. He Lulan, are you willing to revive Northern Plains He tribe? Northern Plains He tribe had been destroyed long ago. Their headquarters was now occupied by Heavenly Lord Baizu, who was managing Baizu tribe. Some of He tribe's Gu immortals had even become members of Baizu tribe. They were the disgrace of the Huang Jin bloodline. He Lulan immediately expressed her willingness. Even if she had to go through fire and water, she would do it. But I am too weak. He Lulan showed a troubled expression as she said hesitantly. Bing Sai Chuan casually tossed a Gu worm over. He Lulan quickly caught it, only to see that this rank 7 immortal Gu looked like a black gold beetle. It was very heavy. He Lulan could not recognize it. Bing Sai Chuan explained. He Lulan, you have the great strength, true martial physique. You should cultivate strength path. Your future will be bright and dazzling. You have the Huang Jin bloodline. You are a natural-born person of Northern Plains longevity heaven. I believe you will not disappoint me. I will definitely provide you with strength path resources in the future. And keep this strong Gu for now. Even though it is rule path, I feel that it suits you very well. Strong Gu. Hey, Lolan's body shook slightly. All right, Fairy Myrtle has set up the formation. Go in. Bing Sai Chuan instructed. He Lulan immediately left Calamity Luck Altar and entered the formation. She had an indifferent expression. She had a calm expression, but her heart was in turmoil. The Legends of Renzu recorded strong Gu. It had a mysterious and important connection with the great strength, true martial physique. Bing Sai Chuan gave this legendary immortal Gu to He Lulan. It showed how much anticipation he had in nurturing her. He Lulan had a realization. It seems that my life has reached a huge turning point. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 5, Section 31 recorded. Renzu lost Freedom Gu. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. He only recovered after a long time. Renzu asked Cognition Gu in a depressed tone, Oh, Cognition Gu, how can I get Freedom Gu again? After last time, Freedom Gu will definitely not come to me. Cognition Gu answered, "Oh, human, why do you want freedom, Gu, so badly?" Ren Zhu snappily said, "Don't you know the reason behind this? I am seeking freedom. It is to get rid of the restraints of fate." Cognition Gu answered again, "Then I have nothing to tell you." "Because didn't you already tell fate," Gu the answer to this question? Rin Zhu was stunned, he recalled. That was before he went crazy. He encountered Fate Gu. When he was persecuted by Fate Gu, he shouted to Fate Gu, "I will use my strength and my wisdom to obtain freedom, to get rid of fate's control." Rin Zhu's eyes brightened. "Oh, Gu, I remember now, thanks to your guidance. I need to rely on myself to get rid of fate. I already have strength. What I lack now is my own wisdom. I need self Gu to eat a mouthful of wisdom Gu, just like how it ate strength Gu." "But where is wisdom Gu?" Ren Zhu asked Cognition Gu. "Cognition Gu, I don't know. Wisdom exists in many places. Its location is not fixed. You can find wisdom in many places. So human, you can only rely on yourself to find it." Ren Zhu nodded, continuing his journey. He walked and walked. One day he saw 2 Gu worms on the road, one chasing the other. A small and white Gu worm was flying in front, begging in fear, "Don't chase me! Don't chase me! I don't want to be eaten by you." The other Gu was clearly bigger. It had thick armor and spoke in a sonorous voice. "I want to eat you! I want to eat you! No matter where you run to, I will eat you." The white and small Gu was about to be caught by the big Gu behind it, but it saw Ren Zhu and quickly hid behind him. "Human, I beg you, please save me." Ren Zhu saw how pitiful this Gu worm was. Being chased by other Gu worms, he felt like he was looking at himself. In an instant, a heart grew in his chest, the heart of compassion. Ren Zhu opened his arms, blocking the iron armor great Gu. "Stop! Don't chase anymore!" The iron armor great Gu shouted. "Oh, human, are you trying to stop me?" "No, you can't stop me. You can't stop me either." "Why is that?" Ren Zhu was curious. The iron armor great Gu explained. "I am a strong Gu. It is a weak Gu. Since ancient times, the strong preys on the weak. That is the law of nature. Thus, the strong eat the weak, and the weak are the food of the strong." Ren Zhu sighed, persuading. "Then why don't you let it go once? Look at how pitiful it is." The strong Gu sneered. "Not even once. In the eyes of the strong, there is no place for the weak. They do not have pity for the weak." Because heaven and earth will never pity the weak. They will only marvel at the strong. The weak are born to be conquered, controlled, and eaten by the strong. Ren Zhu saw that his persuasion was useless. He had to reject the strong Gu firmly. "I have already saved this weak Gu. Go eat something else." Chapter 2053. By Ningbing in Wuxia, and the rest entered the formation. Finally, Fairy Myrtle flew to the center of the formation and activated it. The deductions began, but Qi-Si Ancestor did not move. He remained on the spot. "If I attack this formation forcefully, will help my main body." Qi-Si Ancestor analyzed and estimated the possibility of success. Once the formation was damaged or destroyed, the Gu immortals inside would be implicated. But Qi-Si Ancestor could not be sure of the outcome. Furthermore, if Qi-Si Ancestor attacked alone, the secret that he was Fang Yuan's clone would be exposed. "If I can convince Qin Dingling and the rest to attack together, that would be great." Qi-Si Ancestor sighed internally. Even though Qin Dingling was not a wisdom path grade expert, she was not so easy to fool. Qi-Si Ancestor did not even dare to mention it. He was afraid that Celestial Court would notice something amiss. "Ancestor, time is pressing. We need to look at the big picture." Instead, Qin Dingling transmitted secretly, trying to persuade Qi-Si Ancestor. She wanted Qi-Si Ancestor to pursue Dragon Palace and Spectral Soul, but Qi-Si Ancestor raised the issue of compensation. Chi-Si ancestor sighed. Fairy Qin, it is because of the big picture that I am asking for the 3 Qi immortal goo of heaven, earth, and human. My methods are already known to the enemies. Only with these 3 Qi immortal goo can my strength rise and catch them off guard. For the sake of the people of the world, for the righteous path of humanity, please look at the big picture and give me these 3 immortal goo. Qin Dingling rolled her eyes internally. This Chi-Si ancestor was not just thick-skinned, he was simply shameless. At this crucial moment, he was asking for compensation. He immediately asked for 3 rank 8 immortal goo, the cores of primordial origins, true inheritance. His appetite was too huge, but Qin Dingling had many worries now. If she fell out with Chi-Si ancestor, Celestial Court would lack peak rank 8 battle strength, shadow sect, and longevity. Heaven might attack her while she was down. The Chi-Si clone made use of the current situation to pressure Qin Dingling's side. Chi-Si ancestor, why must you be so overbearing? Back then, above Eastern Sea, who blocked demon immortal Chi-Ju for you? Chi-Si ancestor continued, speaking of this favor, I'm afraid your side owes me a little. I have already eradicated a major problem for the Celestial Court. Without the Qi harvest fruit, the Celestial Court will no longer have any hidden troubles. In this battle, this old man has always been the same. I have never relaxed, and I am willing to take extraordinary risks. Qin Dingling was silent for a while before nodding, saying solemnly, Heaven Qi and Earth Qi immortal goo can be given to ancestor, but human Qi immortal goo cannot. This is the bottom line of our Celestial Court. Please forgive us, ancestor. Chi-Si ancestor accepted this result. In fact, the Chi-Si clone did not have the extravagant hope of obtaining the 3 Qi immortal goo. The 3 Qi immortal goo were all rank 8. They were related to primordial origins, true inheritance. Their value far exceeded the reward. The Celestial Court could have used other resources as remuneration. It was just that this time the situation was urgent, so the Chi-Si clone made full use of it. On the spot, Qin Dingling directly handed over the 2 Qi path rank 8 immortal goo to Chi-Si ancestor. Everyone was shocked. Chi-Si ancestor obtained the 2 immortal goo. He cupped his fists and bid farewell to the Celestial Court's immortals before chasing after Dragon Palace. I finally got rid of this person for now. Qin Dingling was very tired, but she could accept this result. The 3 Qi immortal goo could not be given to Chi-Si ancestor. She had to keep at least 1 to use as bait to recruit Chi-Si in the future. Furthermore, Chi-Si ancestor obtained 2 Qi immortal goo. Only human Qi immortal goo was left. Just a little more, and Chi-Si ancestor would be able to use triple Qi retraction. This temptation would be even stronger than before. Dragon Palace moved rapidly in intense winds. In the dream realm earlier, Wu Shuai had a chance to catch his breath. He repaired it with all his strength, at least from the outside. Dragon Palace looked like it was back to normal. The core immortal goo's damage cannot be resolved in a short period of time. I have already done my best. Wu Shuai was worried. Not far behind Dragon Palace, a rank 8 soul path female immortal chased after it relentlessly. It was Spectral Soul who was staring at Lady Cold Ash's body. Black chi spread all over his body. Killing intent surged as he locked onto Dragon Palace. He did not show any signs of relaxing or giving up. You cannot escape, Feng Yuan. Even if you escape to the ends of the world, I will definitely kill you. Spectral Soul had just said that when he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Wherever Spectral Soul looked, a pure black smoke that was as black as ink suddenly appeared in front of Dragon Palace. The black smoke expanded rapidly. With a loud sound, it turned into a huge spherical whirlpool that released a terrifying suction force. Wu Shuai controlled Dragon Palace and was caught off guard. Dragon Palace's speed rose as it charged towards the black smoke whirlpool. What killer move is this? Wu Shuai gritted his teeth. Veins bulged on his forehead as he used all his strength to lift Dragon Palace up. Since the start of the battle, Spectral Soul had used countless soul path methods. They were hard to defend against, especially in the hands of an experienced Gu immortal like Spectral Soul. These soul path methods were often able to display effects far beyond their own abilities. Dragon Palace changed its direction with difficulty. It tried to fly above the black smoke whirlpool. Spectral Soul smiled coldly as he pointed with his finger. A black light condensed on his fingertip. It shot out and reached Dragon Palace in the blink of an eye. The bean-sized black light expanded as it turned back into an immemorial soul beast. Seeing that the immemorial soul beast was about to reach Dragon Palace, Wu Shuai's eyes widened in shock. Once Dragon Palace was hit, its momentum would be obstructed. It would be entangled by the immemorial soul beast and dragged into the black smoke whirlpool. In that case, the precious gap that Fang Yuan had painstakingly gained through deceiving tactics would vanish. At the crucial moment, Wu Shuai shouted as his eyes shined with divine light. It was hard to look at him directly. The Dragon Palace immediately reacted. The orange-gold radiance suddenly shook, and then a pink mist quickly condensed and flew out, gently rolling the immemorial soul beast into the depths of the Dragon Palace. The great immemorial soul beast could not resist at all. Spectral Soul was not surprised. This was a dream path killer move, dreamy light smoke. Wu Shuai resolved the immemorial soul beast's entanglement. Dragon Palace was already above the whirlpool. At this time, Spectral Soul's figure suddenly appeared. He looked down at Dragon Palace with a cold gaze. I have been waiting for you for a long time. At the same time, Spectral Soul, who was not far behind Dragon Palace, started to fade away, vanishing without a trace. Spectral Soul's true body slammed down as a soul mountain silhouette appeared, pressing down on Dragon Palace fiercely. This soul mountain towered into the clouds. It was extremely huge. Wu Shuai looked at it from below. It completely obscured his vision. It covered the sky. Wu Shuai felt an intense sense of familiarity when he looked at the surface of the Soul Mountain. Isn't this the scene of Dang Hun Mountain? Wu Shuai was shocked and uncertain. Rumble. With a loud sound, Dang Hun Mountain crashed onto Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace's luxurious roof suffered a destructive blow. Countless tiles were crushed. A huge number of goo worms died instantly. Even worse was Dragon Palace suffered a huge impact. Even though it struggled, it was still pushed into the black smoke whirlpool by the giant Soul Mountain. The whirlpool enveloped the whole of Dragon Palace. An incomparable rotational force was added to Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace was tossed around by the whirlpool. It was in a mess. Wu Shuai had no choice but to fly up from his throne. It was impossible for him to break out of the encirclement in a short period of time. Don't tell me this is Spectral Soul's true strength? Wu Shuai gritted his teeth. Spectral Soul unleashed several immortal killer moves one after another. Wu Shuai was exhausted from dealing with them. The great rank 8 immortal Goo House Dragon Palace could not resist at all. All sorts of killer moves were used by Spectral Soul. After a series of combinations, Dragon Palace was firmly restricted. Wu Shuai stared with furious eyes. He could only stall for time. Immortal essence poured out crazily as he repaired the immortal Goo House. He only wanted to defend his defense line. Right now, the main body's safety depends on me. But how long can I hold on for? Wu Shuai had no confidence. Fang Yuan's main body was deep inside Dragon Palace. With the heaven path Tao marks on him, it was hard for him to attack. Earlier, when he used unlimited Qi Si to break the primordial Qi wall, he had prepared for a long time and used human path methods to break through the restrictions of the heaven path Tao marks. He had some space to attack. But even so, when Fang Yuan broke the Qi wall, the heaven path Tao marks reacted and started to interfere with Fang Yuan. Fortunately, Fang Yuan knew when to stop and stopped the killer move. Otherwise, with such a strong interference, he would fail to maintain the killer move and suffer intense backlash. Fang Yuan found that the only thing that could resist Heaven Path was Human Path. Maybe Dream Path had some effect, but his Dream Path attainment was not high enough. Ever since he obtained the Celestial Court's Heaven Path research results, Fang Yuan had been researching them with all his might. He was racing against time. Maybe even a minute or a second less would mean the difference between life and death. Immortal Killer Move, Heaven-Human Sensation. Immortal Killer Move. Replacement of Heaven's Workers. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Fang Yuan's was mixed with providence. He sensed traces of Heaven Path Tao marks. Refine them. Immortal Killer Move. Unrestrained Heavenly Mark. This killer move targeted Heaven Path Tao marks. Fang Yuan did not hesitate to expend rank 8 Immortal Essence. He quickly refined 3 Heaven Path Tao marks. Wu Shuai. Persevere, I have a huge breakthrough. Fang Yuan had just transmitted to Wu Shuai when a change occurred in his immortal aperture. Fang Yuan's success enraged providence. The Heaven Path Tao marks were like enraged beasts. They were originally scattered everywhere, but now they gathered at one place. Rumble. Thunder rumbled, lightning flashed, dark clouds appeared, intense winds blew. The Heaven Path Tao marks caused a huge change in the weather. In a few blinks of an eye, a tribulation was formed. In an instant, the earth shook, lightning struck down. Rocks flew into the sky, and the earth groaned. Fang Yuan's heart shook. Don't tell me forcefully refining the Heaven Path Tao marks will anger the heavenly Tao and cause a tribulation? Or is there a problem with my killer move? Thunder clouds rumbled and spread rapidly. Soon, it expanded from 100 li to several thousand li, to 10,000 li, 100,000 li. Millions of lightning bolts flickered endlessly. It was like a vast lightning forest. Myriad tribulation, myriad destruction, lightning forest. It was not an earthly calamity, a heavenly tribulation or a grand tribulation, but a myriad tribulation above them. Only rank 8 Gu Immortals could pass a myriad tribulation. Chapter 2054. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. He felt like a huge rock was pressing down on his heart. His expression was grim. He did not expect a myriad tribulation to appear. Rank 8 Gu Immortals were existences that stood proudly in the immortal world. But for every rank 8 Gu Immortal, myriad tribulations were a difficult obstacle. In the current Gu Immortal world, most rank 8 Gu Immortals had not even passed one myriad tribulation. For example, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and Yao Huang, even princes and patients were not exceptions. Why did old ancestor Shui, who tries so hard to refine fortune, rivaling Heaven Gu? It was to deal with the first myriad tribulation in his life. Unfortunately, such a huge effort resulted in a huge loss. Not only did old ancestor Shui, who not refined fortune, rivaling Heaven Gu, he even lost his own force. Snowy mountain-blessed land. Western deserts, 1,000 transformations, ancestor had passed one myriad tribulation. After passing this myriad tribulation, he had barely escaped death. He had been recuperating for a long time. During this period, even when his beloved concubine, Fairy Chui Bo, was killed by Fang Yuan, he only dared to send Dancer Hong Yin to investigate. Beast Calamity Immortal died from his first myriad tribulation. He left behind Beast Calamity, Grotto Heaven. Bo Qing was a rank 8 Gu Immortal who had passed 2 myriad tribulations. Duke Long was the same. Both of them were top-notch powerhouses whose combat powers were second only to Venerable ones. Even though Fang Yuan had been a rank 8 Gu Immortal for a long time and had more than 1 million Tao marks, the truth was that he had used the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's convenience to annex other Grotto Heavens to pass myriad tribulations. In fact, Fang Yuan had not even passed one myriad tribulation. To him, myriad tribulations were still a huge obstacle. And more importantly, now was not the time to undergo tribulation. Fang Yuan could not estimate how long Wu Shuai could last, because Spectral Soul was a terrifying enemy that could not be estimated. I need to refine the Heaven Path Tao marks as soon as possible to deal with Spectral Soul. But to refine the Heaven Path Tao marks, I need to pass myriad tribulations? Fang Yuan felt like a flood was coming. He went up the mountain to avoid the water, but found out that this mountain was a volcano. The moment he went up the mountain, the volcano erupted. There were ghosts on the outside and 10,000 tribulations on the inside. At this moment, Fang Yuan was in the greatest predicament he had ever been in. No, I still have a chance. Under such circumstances, Fang Yuan remained calm and did not panic. Meanwhile, on the other side, Myriad Year Flying Worship was fighting with Demon Immortal Chi Ju. Suddenly, Fang Yuan flew out of Myriad Year Flying Worship and used an Immortal Killer move. The attack was fierce and forced Demon Immortal Chi Ju to retreat. Demon Immortal Chi Ju immediately used an investigative killer move. After checking, he transmitted to Spectral Soul without hesitation. Fang Yuan is with me. I can't deal with him alone. Come quickly. If we're late, I'm afraid he'll escape. Spectral Soul heard this news and was stunned. Is Fang Yuan really not in Dragon Palace? Spectral Soul thought rapidly as his attacks slowed down. Even though Dragon Palace was trapped, it was a rank 8 immortal goo house after all. It could hold on for some time. Fang Yuan wanted to fight against time, but Spectral Soul also wanted to end the battle quickly. If he fought with Dragon Palace, even if he destroyed Dragon Palace, Fang Yuan would escape while wasting time. Spectral Soul's attack would fail, because he did not achieve his original goal. Winning each battle was not important. What was important was whether or not he could obtain the benefits he wanted. Fighting was only a method to gain benefits. The glory of victory was not important to Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan has familiar face. He can condense a lump of will and use some immortal essence and immortal goo to create the illusion of his main body for a short period of time. Spectral Soul knew about this information about Fang Yuan. He was quite troubled. Even though he was strong, far surpassing other goo immortals, he was the #1 in the world. But Fang Yuan was crafty and slippery. He was in a difficult spot. Spectral Soul knew that he had to be careful. If he was careless, he would end up like the Celestial Court. Because Fang Yuan was simply too good at escaping. The sovereign immortal aperture was filled with lightning bolts. Ever since the myriad tribulation was formed, it had been exploding endlessly. Mini Southern Border suffered a huge blow. The heavenly Tao was in balance. Which part of the sovereign immortal aperture was the best to develop? It was undoubtedly Mini Southern Border. Thus, the myriad tribulation formed by the heavenly Tao focused on Mini Southern Border. Myriad tribulation, myriad destruction, lightning forest. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth as he mobilized with all his strength. He could not care about Spectral Soul in the outside world. He could only rely on Wu Shuai to stall for time. Rumble, Cloud Bamboo Mountain broke apart under the barrage of countless lightning bolts. It broke into countless rocks. 8 desolate beast cloud foxes and 11 desolate plant spear tip bamboos that lived in the mountain were turned to dust by the attacks. Cloud chi roots, white hair ginseng, and a vast number of ordinary spear tip bamboos were destroyed. The 7-colored cloud soil inside the mountain was also affected. It was corroded by the lightning Tao marks. Its value plummeted. Cloud Bamboo Mountain was created by Fang Yuan when he plundered Southern Border's Shin clan's resources. The defensive formation was the weakest. It was the first to be destroyed. The scene was too horrible to look at. Soon, the other resource points could not hold on any longer. I need to get rid of this internal threat as soon as possible. Fang Yuan made up his mind, but the might of myriad destruction lightning forest was too terrifying. He could not do anything about it. His every move was restricted by the Heaven Path Tao marks. Thankfully, there was still a group of goo immortals in the sovereign immortal aperture. Among them, Shui Air Shi Cheng and Mo Tensang were variant human Gu immortal leaders that Fang Yuan could support. Their cultivation level was too low. Getting them to take the blame was pointless. They would simply die. I am here. At the crucial moment, an old Gu immortal stepped forward. His rank 8 aura surged. Since when did Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture have such an expert hidden in it? This old man was none other than the only rank 8 in Beast Calamity, Grotto Heaven, the current generation combat Beast King. Ever since Fang Yuan used a trick to peacefully annex Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, the Gu Immortals in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven became his subordinates. Fang Yuan taught them the correct Gu cultivation method during the Fate War. Among them, a large number of rank 7 Gu Immortals were sent out by Fang Yuan. Until now, Fang Yuan did not have the chance to recruit them. They were still roaming around the 5 regions. This was a rare situation for the old combat Beast King. He had been cultivating in Star Collection City. His strength had increased greatly. This was a method that Fang Yuan left behind to prevent his immortal aperture from being invaded during the Fate War. During the Fate War, such a situation did not occur. But now that the sovereign immortal aperture was experiencing a myriad tribulation, Fang Yuan could not do anything. He could only use the trump card of Combat Beast King. Winds howled, starlight shot out. The rank 8-star sea snail corpse shell was taken out by Fang Yuan and handed to the old Combat Beast King. Combat Beast King did not hesitate. He activated his killer move and turned into a towering giant covered in star armor in the blink of an eye. The giant roared as his body flew up, charging towards the lightning clouds in the sky. Crack! The giant had just flown into the sky when several lightning bolts suddenly merged into one. A blue lightning bolt that was as thick as a heavenly pillar struck the star-armored giant. If it were in the past, Combat Beast King would definitely be defeated by this attack. But after this period of cultivation, he had already grasped an immortal killer move. At this moment, Combat Beast King had already activated his defensive killer move, forcefully resisting the lightning attack. But the giant's momentum was also completely dispelled. The giant landed on the ground. His majestic body trembled slightly. There were still traces of lightning on his body. Combat Beast King's limbs were numb and his movements were greatly restricted. Myriad tribulation is truly terrifying. Combat Beast King was tongue-tied. He was filled with shock. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. Earlier, when the lightning bolts merged and attacked Combat Beast King, it was clearly because of providence. The Heaven Path Tao marks were so dense that when they gathered into a lump, providence would naturally be created. With providence's guidance, the terrifying myriad tribulation became even more agile. It made people feel despair. I have Heaven's will dissipation killer move. It can even destroy providence in the dream realm. Unfortunately, I cannot use it now. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. If he wanted to refine the Heaven Path Tao marks, he needed to fight against providence first, then use heavenly human perception and Heaven's worker substitution killer moves to capture the location of the Heaven Path Tao marks. Finally, he could use unrestrained heavenly mark to refine the corresponding Heaven Path Tao marks. Thus, providence had to exist. Once Fang Yuan destroyed providence, he would not be able to continue refining the Heaven Path Tao marks. But the gathering of Heaven Path Tao marks and the myriad tribulation will greatly affect my refinement of the Heaven Path Tao marks. The efficiency is less than 1% of before. Originally, the Heaven Path Tao marks were scattered all over the sovereign immortal aperture. They were like scattered soldiers. Fang Yuan broke through them one by one. His refinement plan was very effective. But now that the Heaven Path Tao marks had gathered into a lump and were closely connected, Fang Yuan could not do anything. His refinement plan had almost no progress at all. At this speed, how long would it take for him to refine the Heaven Path Tao marks? Fang Yuan was in a difficult situation. Oh no, I can't hold on any more. At this time, Wu Shuai shouted. He had to ask Fang Yuan for help. This Dragon Man clone situation was also very bad. Veins were bulging on his forehead. He was sweating profusely. Dragon Palace was trapped in the black smoke whirlpool. It was constantly being destroyed. The railings were broken. Tiles were flying. Dragon Palace was shrinking rapidly. Wu Shuai could only repair Dragon Palace with all his strength, but the repair speed could not compare to Spectral Soul's destruction. Seeing that the crucial area was about to be lost, Wu Shuai had to ask for help. Fang Yuan knew that the clone would not ask for help unless it was necessary. He sighed to himself, diverting his attention to the outside world. After checking the situation, Fang Yuan immediately helped Wu Shuai repair the palace. They managed to slow down the situation, but it was not enough. Wu Shuai suddenly exclaimed, "Why did Spectral Soul's attacks suddenly slow down?" Fang Yuan immediately understood. He said, "I created the illusion of the main body over at Myriad Year Flying Worship. It seems to have worked." Spectral Soul hesitated. He had been worried that I would retreat. He did not know that Dragon Palace was in danger. He definitely thought that the rank 8 Immortal Goo House could last for some time. If the main body over at Myriad Year Flying Worship escapes during this period, even if he managed to kill you and Dragon Palace, it would be a huge failure. Chapter 2055. Difficult. Fang Yuan heaved a deep sigh. Almost as soon as he said that, Spectral Soul's attacks intensified again. Spectral Soul shouted coldly, "Fang Yuan, you have truly disappointed me. How long are you going to hide? Let me tell you the truth. Your location has already been deduced by Fairy Myrtle. Hoping to deceive me, that is the behavior of a weakling. Humph. I gave Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo to you. It was truly a waste. Come out and fight me. At least after you die, people will not say that you are a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong, a coward who fears death." Damn it! Wu Shuai's thoughts were interrupted. He gritted his teeth. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He frowned but did not reply. What did reputation mean to him? What Fang Yuan cared about was, did Fairy Myrtle really deduce it? Or was Spectral Soul purposely deceiving him? Even his hesitation earlier was an act. He was probing Fang Yuan. The Qi Si clone had already left. Fang Yuan did not know the exact situation. Even now, the Wisdom Path formation is still working. There is a possibility that Fairy Myrtle is using this to stall the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. She secretly informed Spectral Soul of his deduction. Sigh. I cannot care about this anymore. Fang Yuan sighed. He soon tossed this question to the back of his mind. It was not that he found the truth, but Dragon Palace's current situation was extremely dangerous. He had to make a move. Fang Yuan opened a crack in his Immortal Aperture's entrance. He let out the Immemorial Year beasts that he had prepared. Several Immemorial Year beasts roared as they charged out of Dragon Palace. Some tried to destroy the Black Qi whirlpool, while others attacked Spectral Soul. This is useless. Spectral Soul attacked. Black smoke rose from his body. He created eerie winds that shrouded the surroundings. He pointed with his finger. Each attack was only a trace of black smoke, but it was extremely fast and powerful. The black smoke shot towards the Immemorial Year beast and immediately expanded, turning into thick, vine-like chains that bound the Immemorial Year beast. The Immemorial Year beast struggled, but the black smoke chains were strengthened by the black smoke vortex, becoming thicker and tighter. The Archaic Year beast could still struggle at first, but soon it couldn't move at all. It became a target and was then swept away by the whirlpool. These are all small tricks. You have truly disappointed me. Fang Yuan. Spectral Soul floated in the sky, looking down at the black smoke spiral below him. The great rank 8 Immortal Goo House Dragon Palace was like a toy. Once it was exposed, it could only be toyed with and manipulated in the palm of his hand. Wu Shuai gritted his teeth, activating dreamy light smoke. Spectral Soul snickered as he spat out several soul balls. The soul sphere had a tail and was shaped like a tadpole. It drew out a dark phantom in the air and quickly pierced into the body of the immemorial year beast. A thin layer of black gas appeared on the immemorial year beast's body. The black smoke chains quickly melted in the black gas, causing the black gas to become more than 10 times denser in the blink of an eye. The immemorial year beasts regained their freedom, but they roared as they charged towards Dragon Palace. One of the immemorial year beasts even charged towards Dreamy Light Smoke. These immemorial year beasts were actually incited by Spectral Soul on the spot. After Dreamy Light Smoke swept away the immemorial year beasts, Wu Shuai felt a deep sense of helplessness. Spectral Soul was in control of the battle now. He had ample time and initiative. Dreamy Light Smoke could no longer pose a threat to him. It became a small problem. Spectral Soul used several Soul Path killer moves now. Fong Yuan and Wu Shuai had never seen or even heard of them before. The foundation of a rank 9 Venerable was unfathomably deep. In the sky, the Wisdom Path formation was still operating continuously. Fairy Myrtle sat at the control area, looking like she was still deducing with all her strength. Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court's immortals surrounded the Wisdom Path formation. Qin Dingling looked at the Wisdom Path formation silently. Just earlier, Celestial Court had sent news that the remaining Gu immortals had successfully suppressed Dizongxing. Dizongxing was hit by a primordial Qi Path killer move. His condition had already fallen to rock bottom. When Fong Yuan escaped, he directly abandoned him. He could not care about him. It was not strange that he was captured and suppressed by Celestial Court's Gu immortals. From this, one could see Fong Yuan's panic. He could not even take care of an existence like Dizongxing. It showed how weak he was right now. And it was this fact that made Qin Dingling want to kill Fong Yuan. Such a good opportunity was extremely rare. After suppressing the evil dragon, the remaining Gu immortals started to repair Celestial Court's Grotto Heaven. The flaws were quickly repaired. Celestial Court's crisis was more than half over. This made Qin Dingling let out a sigh of relief, but she still had other worries. Qi Sea Ancestor left not long ago, according to Dragon Palace's speed and direction. It should be at Intestine Corridor already? Qin Dingling estimated. Fong Yuan escaped. He moved Dragon Palace out of immemorial White Heaven, heading towards Central Continent. This made Celestial Court anxious and furious. They were worried that their territory would suffer huge losses from the aftermath of the battle. Intestine Corridor was the northern entrance of Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range. It was created during the Olden Antiquity era after a Beastman expert died and fused with the mountain range. It was controlled by Black Heaven Temple, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Qin Dingling had already transmitted the situation to Black Heaven Temple, telling them to use their immortal Gu houses to move freely around Intestine Corridor. If there was an advantage, they would attack. If the enemy was too strong, they would directly abandon Intestine Corridor. Preserving their strength was the most important thing. Black Heaven Temple received orders from Celestial Court and acted as if they were facing a great enemy. They quickly mobilized almost all of their forces to take action. But no matter how long they waited, Dragon Palace and Spectral Soul did not appear. What Qin Dingling did not know was that Dragon Palace had already been intercepted by Spectral Soul along the way. It was still in the sky above Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range. Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range was huge. It spanned over 100,000 li. Overall, it was much gentler than other mountain ranges in Central Continent. There were not many resources here. Many of the mountain peaks were barren. Thus, even though it was at the periphery of Black Heaven Temple's territory, it was not placed much importance on it. Most of the resources here were Wind Path. Back then, a rank 7 Gu immortal from Wind Cloud Manor came here to cultivate for many years, eventually breaking through and becoming a rank 8 Gu immortal. This person was Old Man Bei Feng, but his life was full of troubles. He was captured by Feng Yuan during the Fate War and was enslaved by Dragon Palace. In the intense battle earlier, old man Beifeng had already died. Not just him, the 4 dragon generals had all died in this battle. Even the strongest, Di Zongxing, was now imprisoned by Celestial Court on a certain mountain in Sorrowful Wind mountain range. Several goat-herding youngsters were arguing. The one being bullied was a youngster. He was the thinnest and weakest. He retreated from the accusations. Wang Xiao'er, we have already taken over this mountain. There is no place for you. Get lost, the further the better. These youngsters wore thick leather jackets. They were muscular and had expressions of disgust. Wang Xiao'er's clothes were not only patched, they were tattered in many places. He looked like a beggar. He protested weakly. But my goats need to eat grass too. If I don't feed them, uncle and aunt will beat me up when I return home. The youngsters laughed loudly. One of them was the most muscular. He pushed Wang Xiao'er to the ground. Go to the neighboring mountain to herd the goats. There is still some grass there. Get lost. If you don't get lost, I will break your legs. The muscular youngster threatened fiercely. Wang Xiao'er struggled to get up. He did not dare to protest anymore. He could only drive his small group of goats away from this mountain. He moved his weak legs, trekking through the barren mountains and rivers. There was no path on the mountain. Wang Xiao'er often tripped and fell on the hard rocks, leaving bruises all over his body. On the contrary, the goats behind him walked leisurely. Wang Xiao'er finally found a small patch of grass. After running for a while, the goats were thirsty and hungry. They did not need him to drive them. They just swarmed forward and fought for food. Wang Xiao'er was so tired that he sat on a huge rock. He looked at the goats fighting for food. He sighed in his heart. Recently, the sorrowful winds in the mountain are getting stronger. There is less grass. So they chase me away to prevent my goats from sharing that patch of grass. The patch of grass was very small. The goats ate it all in a short while. The muscular goats ate the most. The rest of the goats were still groaning in hunger. Wang Xiao'er shook his head. There was very little grass on this mountain, and it was scattered everywhere. To feed these goats, they would have to travel from one mountain to another. Not only was it a waste of time, it was also a waste of energy. Goats, at least you have something to eat. I will definitely return late after eating all of you today. I will definitely be scolded by Uncle and Aunt again. I will only be able to eat rotten food. Even though Central Continent was the most developed place in the 5 regions, to the vast majority of mortals, life was still difficult. It was common for them to not have enough to eat. At this moment, there was a sudden rumbling sound. Wang Xiao'er looked up at the sky. He was still wondering why there was thunder in such a clear sky. Then he gradually opened his mouth. He saw a meteor falling from the sky. The meteor became bigger and bigger in his vision. The wind was pressing down. The rumbling sound was deafening. The temperature in the air also rose rapidly. Wang Xiao'er was so frightened that he stood rooted to the ground. The goats beside him felt the danger. They cried out and ran in all directions. Not just the goats, the wild animals on the mountain also ran in all directions. The originally barren mountain suddenly became lively and noisy. As the meteor got closer, Wang Xiao'er saw it clearly. This meteor was actually a wild beast the size of a mountain. The wild beast crashed down with a loud bang. Coincidentally, it was the mountain that Wang Xiao'er lived on. The mountain peak collapsed, rocks flew everywhere, the earth shook and dust flew everywhere. The small village on the mountain was instantly torn apart and destroyed. Human screams, mixed with the shrill cries of the wild beast, traveled along the violent wind and faintly reached Wang Xiao'er's ears. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Under Wang Xiao'er's horrified gaze, huge cracks rapidly spread in all directions, quickly spreading to the surroundings. The surrounding mountain peaks also cracked, then collapsed one after another. The youths who had chased Wang Xiao'er away previously all died because of this. Am I going to die too? Wang Xiao sat on the ground. It was as if all his strength had been sucked out. He could only watch as the dust filled the sky, like a prehistoric monster pouncing towards him, completely engulfing him. In the dust, the wind carried countless rocks. A rock hit Wang Xiao's forehead. Chapter 2056. Above the clouds in the sky. Dragon Palace was barely shining with orange gold light. It was still trapped in the black smoke spiral, resisting the attacks of the outside world. Of the immemorial year beasts that Spectral Soul had instigated, only 3 were left. The rest were shot down by Wu Shuai's Dragon Palace. As for how these year beast corpses fell to the ground and destroyed mountains, how many innocent lives were implicated, the 2 sides did not care. They did not care about the mortal young man Wang Xiao's life being turned upside down. After the black smoke on the remaining 3 immemorial year beasts dissipated, they regained their senses and fought against Spectral Soul again. Wu Shuai had a heavy heart. These immemorial year beasts were collected by Feng Yuan in an attempt to restore the 12 zodiac battle formation. But at this crucial moment, he had to use them to maintain his image. But under Spectral Soul's methods, they were used by him instead. After this battle, the remaining 3 immemorial year beasts were covered in injuries. They could not break out of this predicament. Feng Yuan's plan was easily resolved by Spectral Soul. He had no problems during the entire process. Not only could Spectral Soul counter soul beasts, ordinary enslavement path methods were also ineffective against him. They would be used instead. Wu Shuai was worried. At this rate, how much longer can we last? Feng Yuan frowned deeply. He was dealing with Spectral Soul now. He was controlling the situation outside. But the myriad tribulation was wreaking havoc inside the sovereign immortal aperture. It was a terrible situation. In just this short period of time, a large number of resource points in mini southern border were destroyed. The losses were increasing rapidly. And the worst thing was, even if Feng Yuan gave up a portion of his immortal aperture, he could not escape from the myriad tribulation. Because the heaven path Dao marks used to create the myriad tribulation had a unique origin, they could be moved at will. Only by steeling himself and enduring through the tribulation would he be able to overcome this huge obstacle in front of him. Spectral Soul's eyes shined with cold light, but he did not continue to attack Dragon Palace. He turned around to look at the source. At the end of his vision, there was a small dot. But soon, this black dot expanded as a legendary immemorial beast showed its true appearance. It had a tortoise shell for ferocious tiger claws, a dragon tail, and a snake neck. There was a human head on the snake neck. His hair was disheveled. His expression was twisted and crazed. It was the pursuing Qing Chou. Qing Chou charged over, but Spectral Soul did not dodge. He showed a cold smile instead. You came to die. That is for the best. However, when Qing Chou got to Spectral Soul, a pair of bat wings appeared on the sides of its tortoise shell. This was extremely similar to the wings of the green-clawed, ghost-winged lion. Immortal killer move, green mouth. Qing Chou suddenly opened its mouth. It was only a human face, and its mouth was not big. But when he opened his mouth, there was a huge, bluish-black hole in front of his mouth. The huge hole expanded and shot out like lightning, swallowing Spectral Soul in one gulp. The giant hole instantly shrunk and entered Qing Chou's mouth. Qing Chou closed its lips, its throat moving. It saw a visible ball protruding from its neck into its stomach. A good chance. At this moment, Wu Shuai's eyes shone with a light that was more than an inch long. This move was left for you, scum. Qing Chou swallowed Spectral Soul and roared happily. Another memory appeared in his mind. What? The 3 Gu immortals we sent were all killed by Mingyu. Impossible. But it is the truth. Mingyu first pretended to be weak and purposely got injured, luring our 3 immortals to split up and search. Next, he lurked at the side and found a chance to launch a sneak attack. Our three immortals were careless and fell to his hands. Qing Clan's hall was deathly silent. They wanted to regain their face, but suffered huge losses. Rank 7 Gu immortals were not so easy to nurture, especially when there were rank 7 elites of Qing Clan among them. This loss was a huge blow to Qing Clan. It was a huge blow to their foundation. Ming Yu deserves to die. We were too careless. This lesson is too deep. We need to remember it and pass it down as our clan's teachings. As for the rest, I will take action personally. Qing Clan's first Supreme Elder said. The immortals were silent. They did not object. Sending a rank 8 Gu immortal to deal with a rank 7 Ming Yu was clearly bullying the weak. But Qing Clan could not lose again. All of Western Desert's super forces were laughing at them. However, just as Qing Clan's first Supreme Elder was about to move, he received a challenge letter. This letter, Gu, came from another Western Desert superforce. It had deep grudges with Qing Clan. This superforce's first Supreme Elder challenged Qing Clan's first Supreme Elder to determine the boundary between the two sides. Damn it, at this crucial moment, Qing Clan's Gu immortals cursed. The other party is clearly doing this on purpose. But the boundary concerns the ownership of a super resource point. The benefits involved are too huge. What do you think? Qing Clan's first Supreme Elder hesitated for a moment. Let me take Ming Yu's life. Qing Clan's second Supreme Elder stood up. You. First Supreme Elder hesitated. Second Supreme Elder smiled. Even though I only have rank 7 cultivation level, Ming Yu is heavily injured. He cannot recuperate in time. Moreover, his foundation has already been exposed. Even though his methods are very strange, they are mostly soul attacks. My immemorial, desolate, beast green claw, ghost-winged lion is this person's nemesis. Not just that, I have also created an immortal move called Green Mouth. It was inspired by the green claw, ghost-winged lion. Once it is used, it can devour souls. Everyone, don't worry. I will definitely take this southern border Gu immortal's life. All right, go ahead. We have to be extra careful on this trip. The first Supreme Elder finally nodded and agreed. Second Supreme Elder is going personally. We will definitely succeed. Ming Yu is already a dead man. There is no need to worry about him. The problem now is this challenge letter. Second Supreme Elder, you must take revenge for Qing Hualan and the rest. I finally took revenge for us. As its memories faded, Qing Cho choked. Hot tears flowed out of its bloodshot eyes. Revenge was a joyous thing. Such a familiar scene. Spectral Soul's calm voice suddenly came from Qing Chao's stomach. Qing Chao's body froze. Next, it felt bitterness. Immense bitterness. Extreme bitterness. Indescribable, unbearable bitterness. Bitter, it was too bitter. Ugh. Qing Chao's face was pale. It gulped, it almost vomited. It hurriedly clenched its teeth and forcefully endured it. But the bitterness became more intense. It was like a huge tide that crashed against its bottom line. Qing Cho screamed in pain. Its body was shaking from the bitterness. It could no longer fly. It fell towards the ground. In the process of falling from the sky, it felt hungry again. It was as if his stomach had suddenly become empty. No, it was not hunger. It felt like it had suffered a loss. It was as if half of its body was empty. Now, do you know how Qing Clan's second Supreme Elder died to me? Yes, I purposely got hit by Green Mouth. Do you know why I was so confident? Spectral Soul laughed lightly in Qing Chao's stomach. Back when Spectral Soul was young, before he fought against Western Desert's Qing Clan, the high-spirited Ming Yu encountered a wild, green-clawed, ghost-winged lion and suffered a crushing defeat. Impossible. The soul path I created could not even defeat a beast. Even if it is an immemorial, desolate beast, my soul path, how can my soul path be so weak? Ming Yu, who was exhausted from the battle, fell to the ground. He stared at the green claw, ghost-winged lion with a crazed expression of disbelief and unwillingness. The green claw, ghost-winged lion stood on all fours. It looked down at Mingyu, who was lying on the sand. Its huge body cast a shadow of death over Mingyu. Next, the green claw ghost-winged lion's nose twitched as it lowered its head and opened its mouth. Gucci. With a soft sound, the green claw ghost-winged lion bit off Mingyu's leg. Ah! Mingyu screamed in pain. He lost his entire right leg. Blood flowed out of the wound. The intense pain made him curl his body as he writhed on the sand. Soon, the surrounding sand and stones were dyed blood red. The green claw, ghost-winged lion chewed his right leg. After swallowing it, it was unhappy with Mingyu rolling around. It used its right claw to press him to the ground. No matter how Mingyu struggled, he could not resist this enormous beast strength. The green claw, ghost-winged lion opened its mouth this time. It tore off Mingyu's left arm and swallowed it. Mingyu screamed again, his eyes rolled back. He was in so much pain that he almost fainted. This time the pain was even more intense, because his leg was bitten off by the green claw, ghost-winged lion earlier. But this time his arm was torn off. Mingyu's entire left shoulder still had a small portion of his arm muscles. His pale white arm bone was exposed. Mingyu resisted. He used all his strength to activate his soul path killer move. But even when it hit the green claw ghost-winged lion, it only made a huge impact. It did not take a single step back. The green claw ghost-winged lion lost all its patience because of this attack. It opened its mouth for the third time and swallowed Mingyu. Its sharp teeth bit and chewed continuously. Mingyu's body was pierced by countless sharp teeth. His body was pierced and his bones were crushed. His head was not spared. The brain and blood mixed together before being swallowed by the green claw, ghost-winged lion along with the crushed flesh. Mingyu only had his soul left. However, the green claw, ghost-winged lion's stomach could not digest living humans. It fed on souls. Mingyu's soul was inside the green claw, ghost-winged lion's stomach. He could not break free. He was quickly corroded by the gastric juices. The darkness of death engulfed him. Mingyu's soul shook intensely. He knew that death was coming. Am I going to die? Dying in the mouth of a beast? Damn it! I am not resigned to this. I am still too weak. I can still do more. I can definitely do more. I just created the soul path not too long ago, but his soul path methods were countered by the green claw, ghost-winged lion. This immemorial, desolate beast was Mingyu's natural nemesis. I cannot die like this. I cannot accept this outcome. There is a way. There must be a way. My immortal aperture is still in my body. It is still with me. I have not lost contact with my goo worms. Soul path methods are useless. I still have food path. But those food path killer moves could not resist the green claw, ghost-winged lion. If they could, Mingyu would have used them long ago. He would not have ended up like this. The old food path killer moves are useless. I will create a new food path killer move. Mingyu was indulging in fantasy, but to him, this was his final hope, even though this hope was minuscule. Mingyu did not think about the minuscule chance of success. He concentrated on thinking and thinking. There had never been a moment like this when he was so focused, but his soul was being digested, becoming smaller and smaller. The efficiency of his thoughts fell sharply. Soon he could not think anymore. I cannot give up. I think of the legends of Renzu. Chapter 2057, The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 5, Section 32. The human ancestor continued on his way. After a while, a huge predicament appeared in front of the human ancestor. Strong Gu was living in the predicament's body. Strong Gu laughed loudly. "Oh, human, I am back. I've invited a helper this time. Let's see what you can do." Ren Zhu could only stop in his tracks. The predicament in front of him was so huge, but he did not panic. Long ago, Ren Zhu had been chased by a group of predicaments, but when he gave his heart to the Hope Gu, those predicaments feared Hope the most and fled in panic. Hope Gu, I need your help. Ren Zhu summoned the Hope Gu, but the Hope Gu's radiance did not scare away this predicament. What was going on? Ha! Strong Gu laughed loudly. Oh, human! Now that this predicament has my help, it will definitely be the strongest predicament you will ever face in your life. How can you fight it off with just hope? The Ren Zhu was speechless. At this time, weak Gu, who was protected by Ren Zhu, spoke softly. Oh, human, thank you for your protection. Don't worry too much. I'll give you an idea. Let's scare this predicament away. You can scare it away? Weak Gu shook his head. Humans, even someone as weak as me has a way to survive. When facing those who want to eat me or bully me, I will often bluff and deceive them, making them think that I am very strong. This world always gives preferential treatment to the strong. Even if we are weak, we have to pretend to be strong. Otherwise, we will be bullied everywhere. Human, you can do the same. Don't you have fear, Gu? Isn't there attitude, Gu, on your face? Humanity heard weak Gu's suggestion and decided to give it a try. With the help of attitude Gu, his appearance became distorted and he revealed his teeth, displaying a fierce appearance. With the help of the fear Gu, the predicament was shocked, it grimaced in pain and squatted on the ground, staring at Ren Zhu. Ren Zhu was stunned. Why wasn't it scared away? Weak Gu encouraged. Didn't you give it a fright? This proves that my method works, but we need to put more effort into it. Oh, human, why don't you put attitude Gu on self Gu? What is the most complete deception and disguise? He even lied to himself. If I do this, I should be able to deceive my way out of this predicament. Weak Gu continued. As long as the predicament feels that you are a true expert, it will make way for you. That's because adversity will always make way for the strong. Ren Zhu took off the mask on his face and wore the attitude Gu on his self Gu. But it was no use. The predicament was still not scared away. Ren Zhu suddenly realized, I understand now when a person is in a really big predicament, just bluffing will not solve the actual problem. Strong Gu laughed loudly. Oh, human, don't waste your efforts. With me here to remind the predicament, how could you possibly deceive it? You should not have saved weak Gu. Weak people often clamor and use overbearingness and violence to conceal their weakness. Ren Zhu was helpless. He could only stall for time. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He said to Strong Gu, You said that the strong preys on the weak. It is only natural, I have to admit that. But how do you prove that you are strong and we are weak? If you can't prove it, how can you eat us? Strong Gu was stunned. Because I am Strong Gu, it is weak Gu. Ren Zhu shook his head. Just the name alone cannot prove anything. Furthermore, other than you two Gu, there is still me and this predicament. Strong Gu smiled coldly. Then I have a good way to prove it. We will eat a portion of each other. Whoever can't persevere and loses will be the weak one. They deserve to be eaten. Ren Zhu saw that he could not stall for time. He could only bite the bullet and say, Then we can only do this. Don't regret it, but which of us should eat first? Strong Gu was confident in its strength. It smiled coldly. You can eat first, so what? Ren Zhu sized up the predicament. He had never eaten a predicament before. Ren Zhu thought about it and had an idea. Then I will eat the predicament's head first. The predicament plucked off its own head and gave it to Ren Zhu. Ren Zhu only took a bite before his expression twisted. He almost vomited. So bitter! It turned out that this was a huge bitter head. Not just that, even though the predicament lost its head, it was still standing straight. The thick neck that was missing its head did not bleed at all. It was fine. Haha! Strong Gu laughed loudly. Oh, human, you made the wrong choice. You cannot solve the predicament by eating bitter heads. Furthermore, It is hard to say whether you can eat such a huge bitter head. If you cannot, that means you are weak. You deserve to be eaten by us." Compared to the predicament's head, Rinzu's entire body was very small. Rinzu knew that Strong Gu was right. He could not lose. Once he lost, not only would he be unable to protect the weak Gu, he would even lose his life. He would be buried in the predicament's stomach. Rinzu could only frown as he opened his mouth and ate the bitter head. After eating dozens of mouthfuls, Rinzu suddenly stopped. He almost vomited. Hope Gu quickly encouraged him. "Oh, human, don't vomit. Grit your teeth. No matter how big the bitter head is, you can eat it. Humans not only need to eat, they also need to suffer." Rinzu nodded as he continued to eat. Rinzu ate half of it with much difficulty. Fear Gu in his body shouted, "Oh heavens, when will I finish eating this?" Rinzu also felt a trace of despair. Courage Gu quickly said, "Oh human, you cannot be afraid of eating bitter heads. Don't be afraid of suffering. Suffering is only temporary. If you are afraid of suffering, you will have to suffer for your entire life." With the help of Courage Gu, Rinzu finally ate all of the bitter head. Rinzu wiped his lips as he looked at Strong Gu with difficulty. "You can choose now." Strong Gu smiled. "Then we will eat your skin first." Rinzu had no choice but to tear off his skin and throw it to the predicament. The predicament had no head. It stuffed Rinzu's skin into its thick neck. Rinzu's skin was eaten by it, but its huge stomach did not swell at all. Strong Gu asked again, "Oh human, what do you want to eat next?" Rinzu was troubled. He had just eaten the predicament's head. It was extremely bitter. He barely managed to hold on, but his stomach was almost full. Even though the predicament had no head, it was still alive. "What should I eat? I ate too much earlier. My stomach is reaching its limit. If I eat too much, I might die from bloating. That would be terrible." Rinzu thought clearly. He wanted to eat the most crucial and fatal part of the predicament. But which part of the predicament was the most crucial to it? Rinzu thought about it for a long time. He finally had a good idea. He said to Strong Gu, "Then I will eat the part that you do not want me to eat the most." Strong Gu snorted coldly. "Then you will suffer." It took out all of the losses from the predicament's body and fed them to Rinzu. These losses were not huge, and there were not many of them. But Rinzu was surprised because after these losses were taken out, the huge predicament shrunk by a lot. Rules and regulations Gu explained to Rinzu. "Oh human, you do not need to find it strange. Predicaments differ from person to person. You have suffered so much earlier. The losses you can eat are naturally smaller. You will have less." Rinzu was secretly happy. This is a good feeling. Even if I eat all of these losses, I will not reach my limit. I will not be full. Rinzu opened his mouth and ate a small loss. "So spicy!" Rinzu was speechless. He continued to eat. Rinzu opened his mouth. His breathing became heavier and heavier. His eyes that had lost their eyes started to tear up. He continued to eat. Rinzu's entire body was covered in sweat. The tears that flowed out of his eyes were mixed together. They could not be separated. The most unbearable thing for Rinzu was that there were flames growing in his heart. These yellow flames were like little chicks. They gathered together in a nest. The more losses he suffered, the more anger he felt. The more anger he felt, the more Rinzu's hearts could not take it. They were about to be burned to death. At this time, a heart of nobility grew in Rinzu's chest. Compared to the other hearts, this heart of nobility bore the greatest amount of anger. With this heart to share the pressure, Rinzu finally got through it. Rinzu suffered all of the losses. Strong Gu looked at Rinzu's bulging stomach and snickered. "Oh, human, you are about to reach your limit. It is our turn to eat." Rinzu breathed with difficulty. "Then what do you want to eat?" Strong Gu said, "I want to eat your flesh." Rinzu was helpless. He could only let it eat his flesh. Renzu's skin and flesh entered the predicament's stomach. Only his bones, organs, and hair were left. In the deep, eerie darkness, only Mingyu's thoughts were flickering with difficulty. He was emitting the final radiance of his life. I can do it! Come, come. Food path killer move, bitter taste. Food path killer move, eating loss. The green claw, ghost-winged lion was flying in the sky when its body shook intensely. It cried out as it fell from the sky. With a loud sound, it landed on the desert, creating a huge pit. The green claw, ghost-winged lion struggled intensely. It twisted on the sand and created a huge sand wave. It could not endure this surging wave of bitterness. Its heart was burning intensely. It knew that Mingyu, who was in its stomach, was playing tricks. It did not hesitate to stab its claws into its stomach. It struggled for a long time. Its strength gradually dissipated until it died. Following the hole created by the claws, Mingyu's soul was like a wisp of smoke. It carried some immortal essence and goo worms as it escaped from the lion's stomach with difficulty. I really survived. Even he felt that this result was inconceivable. His soul was dim. After floating for a while, it slumped on the ground weakly. On the ground, he breathed heavily for a long time before he recovered a little. Looking at the dark sky, Spectral Soul, who was still a young man, snorted coldly before laughing loudly. Pathetic, truly pathetic. But in this world, who doesn't put up a struggle before death? I swear. Spectral Soul's form was blurry. He seemed to be pointing at the sky. He used an extremely firm and serious tone. But at the same time he shouted with all his strength. This is the final struggle before death in my life. From today onwards, only I will make others struggle before death. The 5 regions and 2 heavens shall bear witness. The world was silent. After traveling through space and time, his memories faded. He returned to the current battlefield. Ching Cho rolled in the air. It could not hold on any longer. Its throat moved as it spat out Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul's figure was like a phantom. He quickly appeared on Ching Chow's back. He raised his right hand. His 5 fingers were gray, like ink. It was very strange. His 5 fingernails were longer than his fingers. They were pale and sharp, giving off a cold and terrifying aura. Go ahead and struggle before death. Don't worry. I will not give you any hope of survival. Spectral Soul's eyes shined with a dark light. His 5 fingers stabbed down at lightning speed. Roar! You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.